The Crash Course Podcast is brought to you in part by DerbyParts.com, the 2015 Bash for Cash and Smash It Demolition Derby, Bull Lockwood Motorsports, and the 2015 Keystone National, Scioppa Racing and Scioppa Racing Demo Derby Master, Reckless Abandon Derby Apparel at RecklessAbandonGear.com, and Derby Inc. Magazine. Live it, breathe it, be it, Derby Inc. This is the Crash Course Demolition Derby Podcast, coming to you live from the Owenton Spring Nationals in Owenton, Kentucky. And now your host, Chris Markwood. Good afternoon and welcome to the Owenton Spring Nationals Championship Night. Exciting situation here as we work towards the, we gotta get rid of that. There it goes. Got a special guest host with us here for a little bit. I think we got a little bit of a bearing on what was going on with some of the microphone issues that we were having earlier in the week. Brian Tompkins joining me here at the table. We've also got Robert. Get up on the microphone, buddy. Also joining us here at the table. What's new, man?
Nothing.
Nothing? You wanted to be on the show. Here you are, right here trackside.
Yeah.
You're quiet, man.
Chris's main helper for today has been Robert. Some of you may know Robert's dad out there in the Derby world. He's won a couple shows, sort of well known. Hansen's his last name. I can't remember what the first name was.
Peter.
There you go, Peter Hansen. This is Pete and Mel's son, Robert. He's been a great help to Chris all day, helping him with some issues and kind of running around for him. And Chris, being the great guy he is, says, "Hey, all that help you've done, why don't you sit on the show for a few minutes?" So here is Robert with us.
Did you have a good time?
Yep.
Get on that microphone so they can hear you, buddy.
Yeah, I had a good time.
That's great. Tell us a little bit more about what your day was like here at the Owenton Spring Nationals. You've been bombing around all day, hanging out with Pork Chop and the Poly family.
Yeah, it was hot out today.
It was warm out today. We got a nice day. We got one of the cars pulling out onto the track, taking their position as we get ready to go. Got about 15 cars through inspection so far, and we're waiting for more of them to make their way to the track with the sticks affixed to the roofs. They've been modulating the schedule through the course of the day, trying to decide what the best thing to do is with the schedule. I think the the Power Wheels are going to go off first, and then we'll have, after that, we'll see possibly the light trucks before getting to the three qualifying heats for the full-size cars.
I thought it was supposed to be heats and then the trucks, so they could work on the cars for the Consi and or the feature.
Well, they've had a lot of cars that had to do some work, so they're talking about maybe bringing the light trucks out first to give those guys some time to get through and get their sticks.
I see. Well, sometimes you have to adjust as you go and change on the fly, so it's a possibility.
That's coming directly from John. So, what'd you think of last night's show, Robert?
It was good.
Well, the car your dad drove wasn't as tough as usual, though, huh, Robert?
No.
That definitely wasn't built in the Hansen Derby shop. But you know what the cool thing was is we hung out. Pete and his family stayed at the same motel we were at, and it was cool because Pete and Josh really commented on how much fun they really had. Because it was like an old school knock the windows out. They didn't have obviously there wasn't a lot of time and money involved, and they just went out and smashed cars and had fun. Pete and Josh have ran against each other for years, and they hadn't done it in a while. And they got to have a little bit of fun, and Josh put a couple good shots on Pete. Pete was chasing him and got a couple good shots on Josh, and got out and laughed and smiled and took a really cool selfie that's on Facebook somewhere. It's actually a great picture of him. But it was fun. It was a good show. I'm looking forward to tonight's stuff, and hopefully we can see some stuff tore up.
Father lost.
He didn't lose as much as he just wasn't first. It looked like he had a pretty good time out there. He was certainly putting it to the wood in little fashion, given the battery box that he had riding around next to him.
There you go, Pete. We said we are going to mention it.
That ended up in the back seat, and that's what ultimately was his undoing. The equipment laying in the back seat where the battery needed to be on the front seat was the undoing for Pete's efforts. Pete took a hard shot in the right rear corner from Josh. After Josh, I think that at that point, Josh had already lost his bumper.
Oh, yeah. He was hitting with core support.
And without that proved to be problematic.
Yeah, eventually that wears out. Of course, Josh came away with the Mad Dog, and Josh isn't on at the moment, but I think Chris will enjoy or agree with me that was probably one of the best things I've seen happen in a Derby was the fact that Josh got to go out there and drive the way he did, because he was just absolutely elated. And as most of you know, Josh has had kind of a rough time for the last month or so, and it was really good to see Josh Decker smile and be happy and enjoy himself like he did last night. And I really think it's helped him a little bit, and he's again, he's had a hard time. It's just great to see something like that happen, in the Derby world, and especially for Josh. So, I'm very, very, very happy that last night went the way it did for him.
Yeah, right after the Derby last night.
Well, Robert's jumping right in. Go for it.
Right after the Derby last night, we had a party.
How was the party?
Awesome. My father told me he had a lot of fun driving that car.
Good.
That's
good.
I asked him when the last time he was in a car like that, and he said never.
Yeah, that'd be never. Pete, ever drive one of those wagons? Nope, but I scrap a lot of them. Yes, you do, Pete.
And Josh, that was a big thing for him coming away with the heavy hitter award. And there was a couple people who said, validated it. John Peck came and he didn't have a say in selecting that.
Nope.
And that really meant a lot for Josh too. And the outpouring of support that Josh got, all the private messages and stuff that were sent to him afterward.
Yeah,
it
really meant a lot to him. And again, Josh is great guy, and for him to be able to, and I mean, it's not like he didn't earn it. I mean, we've heard numerous people say, "Hey, man, you were the one hitting the hardest. You were the one hitting." So, Josh told us, he said, "I'm going to go out and hold that on the floor and just shift." And we joked that he was gonna drive it like I had an Englehart tranny, and he did. And ultimately, a big shot to the rear quarter, I think, is what knocked him out. And
yeah, that took him. He was all done after that.
But it was great. It was great to see. Looking forward to tonight. There is some nasty looking small trucks and vans here. I'm looking forward to seeing them run. And these the Pro Mod, is that what they're called, Chris? I don't know. Pro Stock.
These are Pro Stock cars that you're looking at. Here, you want to have a look at the Pro Stock cars in Kentucky?
And there's some
Pro Stock car.
There is some really, really nice iron here. Daryl.
There's a lot of really, really nice iron, and all of it is Crown Victorias.
Yes, we actually talked to John, and he said maybe one metric GM would be here, but he wasn't positive. I mean, there's, we've touched on it, Daryl Monroe, Lynn Lewis. There's just Kevin Gaffins here. Just great. I mean, great iron. Got a lot of great builders. I mean, this is our first foray into Kentucky. So, I mean, we're definitely learning, meeting a lot of guys. And there are some builders. I mean, this is definitely going to be a great show. Don't you think so, Chris?
The crash car got through inspection. He's already out there on the track. I'm not seeing the 13. Doodle's car has not made it through tech inspection as of yet. What did you think of the cars when you were walking around in the pits?
Nice.
Is it something you're going to build someday?
Maybe.
Robert, I think you ought to talk your dad back into building something, because it's a lot more fun to watch him run a Derby car than it is to watch him inspect, buddy.
Yeah.
I think when you get home, you got to start working on Dad to get him back building.
He's starting to build parts.
Yes, he is. Pete is building a part. And I mean,
there's a car that just pulled in, labeled the Enforcer.
It happens to be an Imperial.
It's an Imperial. Josh is at a dead run following that person across the pit area trying to get the ride.
Let's be honest, we know Josh isn't running anywhere.
One of these light trucks come rolling in too.
Yeah, they're definitely pushing the old inspection time, but I think that's just kind of the gamesmanship, the trying to push the envelope a little bit. We talked to Tim and Russ from Smash It. They stopped by and said hi. Atkins boys swung by and were shooting the breeze with us. Shrek was here. Crittenden, the winner from last night's show, he came over and talked to us for a few minutes, and
he was pretty excited to find out that he was selected as Brian and Brent as their pick to win. And after getting that distinction, when he watched the playback, he proceeded to tell all of his buddies the whole ride here that he was the one that had been selected to win.
Yeah, it's cool. It's great, when people, not to sound self-deprecating, but it's great when people are happy with tell us that we did a good job and or enjoy the show. It's really awesome. I really enjoy that as because I mean that's what we're trying to do really. We're trying to get the drivers some more recognition, get them get them what they deserve. These guys work hard, they build great stuff, do a nice job of driving. We're just trying to give them a little bit of recognition and grow the sport a little bit.
So the large car format that we're going to see with the Pro Stocks, which we just looked at a moment ago, they are going to be running 3 heats.
Yep.
Then they're going to follow that up with a consolation leading into the feature, paying $7,000.
That's not a bad Saturday night payday. Not bad at all.
No, it's just fine. I don't think that anybody is going to thumb their nose at $7,000.
No.
After the effort that you're going to see. This is a fresh car rules only. You can't bring a pre-run car here.
Yeah. That's that. I like that. I like to see stuff fresh right from the beginning.
And with we talked about the geometry of the way that they can run the kickers. A couple of the cars that we saw, the kickers were going at a very steep angle right down behind the control arms, and that's something that has been a point of contention back and forth. Is that going to make the car go away in the nose faster?
And that's obviously I'm not I definitely am not a builder to this.
You're
anywhere
not
near
an
this
guy.
No. But Ben obviously is he's been around a lot and seen a lot and knows how stuff's done and why it's done, and he gave us the good points and the not so good points, and I think you're going to see cars bend in the front, but it's not going to make them immobile. It's not going to make them junk. You know what I mean? I think you're going to see more bending than maybe at some of the other shows where they do things a little bit different. But I also think that's cool. I mean, I like seeing a Ford that's the bumpers point at the sky and it's still able to move around. I think that's pretty neat. So I'm really looking forward to it. Should be a great show.
Wheels, tires.
Yeah, wheels and tires.
Premium.
Wheels and tires. Going to be some probably some broken arms out there tonight.
What would make you think that?
Lucky guess. Like I said, every now and then, even a blind squirrel finds a nut. But it's.
I have not yet seen. There's a two-door. There was one two-door Vic that came through, not that long ago. I haven't seen that vehicle go through inspection yet, and it certainly is not on the track at this juncture.
No, they there's a pretty good line waiting. There's some guys that have went back to their trailer to do some massaging to get their stick on the second time through. Again, something else I want to touch on is the incredible treatment we've had this weekend. John Peck and his whole staff, the fair board here at the Owen County Fair. I mean, they have treated us like gold. I would really sincerely, thank those guys. They've made this just such a great weekend for us. Really treated well.
Still awaiting the bell that calls the Power Wheels to the track. That's what we're going to open this evening's program with. The plan is to get those guys going right around 7 p.m. Now,
Chris, you're pretty. I think it's safe to say a pretty big fan of Demolition Derby.
I like it. I enjoy it time to time.
You're and you've discussed the fact that you're no interest in being in a car. Correct? No interest driving a car.
Not really.
Okay. I know there might be a young man that lives in your house that has derbies in your living room on occasion.
Yeah.
Also, you guys had a bike specially designed for him and numbered 68, and on occasion, he pretends that's a derby car.
Yeah.
That'd be 68 after Kenny Rosno because he is the man with a 68 number.
Yes. Not you.
No, not me.
No, you're retired.
I'm old and
old.
Yeah, I'm old. But have you and Mrs. Marquardt possibly discussed a Power Wheels derby somewhere?
Have we discussed it? Yes.
And how did the discussion go?
It was fairly one-sided.
Oh,
it started with, "Hey, Melissa, have you ever seen the Power Wheels derbies?" And it ended when she said, "Yes," and "No."
And that was the end of it, huh?
It was
cool.
That fast.
Cool. Awesome. I just wondered.
However, Alan watched last night, and he loved it. Loved what he saw.
It's awesome.
He thought that the lawnmowers were kids driving them.
Yeah. Well, the way they were low slung down in there, it was easy to. I could see how he could think that.
Mistake.
But that's very cool. My boys are both. Well, my youngest one is still. He could probably run one, but I don't know. He's a little pretty tall for his age. I don't know if he'd fit very well, but. It is awesome. It's great to see these young kids get out there. And when we went for a walk earlier, and Pork Chop's son had to sign his truck, and to see some of the names that were on that truck, it was pretty impressive. It's awesome to see the kids so excited and getting into it. And
I got a picture with him after.
Yeah. And that's Pork Chop's wife asked us. We got our picture taken with him, and he was so happy. And it's great to see. I mean, that's how we're going to get kids, involved and keep them in the sport.
Pork Chop, his boy there. He was up here and he said, "Why is it that all the other guys got to walk away and you're over here setting everything up?" I said, "Why don't you go ask them that?" He came back and he said, "Because I don't pay you guys." So I don't know who he talked to, but I got a kick out of that. So he's hanging out here for a while, and he hung out with us for quite a while up here. Robert kind of kept an eye on stuff while we tended to some of the duties we had to take care of around the facility, and then so he's bombing around, and then he wandered off.
That's awesome.
He kept saying, you didn't sign my card. I said, let's go do it now. So Robert hung out here. I went over and signed his card, and there was a big spot right on with the plastic windshield would be. So I took up the whole spot. I filled that whole thing.
That's awesome.
#1 Crash Course fan. Good luck, and signed it for him. And then we took a picture together. And okay, Tommy, I'm trying to work on Tommy Groover. It's hard to hear me, so I'm trying to fiddle a little bit with that. I'm playing with the game level, so give that a minute so that'll catch up. And we'll see what that does. So got a picture with him and Todd Height. Whenever instead of sending thumbs up through Facebook, Todd always sends that. I did that. Yeah, I did that in the picture with him.
Nice.
So hopefully that makes its way up to Facebook so Todd can see it, because he's not going to believe me if I tell him that I did.
Yeah, just it's been a really, really good day. Beautiful weather.
It's been just about perfect, really.
Yeah,
I mean, there's really nothing that you can shake a stick at in terms of being
the only thing
upset about this weather.
I'd like to see old
Everything.
school iron with a bunch of Mopars.
Here's a thought. How about everything stays open past noon on a Saturday?
Well, we were a little better last night when the only thing we could find was gas station pizza.
McDonald's closed today.
At 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock closed.
The gas station's closed today.
And I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I'm just the side of unsvelte, so I like to eat on occasion. Yeah, that wasn't a good night.
Our camera operators aren't in place yet. They're busy tending to other duties, but we got the Power Wheels making their way out.
We need our camera operators. Mr. Decker's just off screen. He's been signing autographs and giving a little bit of a No, we don't. You continue doing your autographs, Mr. Decker. It's all right. We're not trying to run a show here to all of America for 10,000 people. I don't know. I saw like 600 people like the picture of you with your Mad Dog trophy. I don't think you got booed much last night, buddy. I don't think you got booed a whole lot.
Oh, man. Everybody's weighing in as the Power Wheels out there taking their position. Ryan Hale watching at home. Josh Buell's already tuned in. Tommy Groover. He's watching at home. Here's the problem that we ran into is we solved the problem from last night, Brian. Let's take everybody inside what this afternoon was like. I totally tore down the whole audio system and brought it back.
Yes, we did.
And it didn't work. So I tore it down again, and Robert put the headset on, and I said, let's try this. And I talked to the first microphone, and the poor boy is now deaf in one ear. So we tore it all down again, rebuilt it again, and he looks at the clock, and he leans up, and he goes, it's 10 after 6.
Thanks, Robert.
And after Robert put his glasses back on.
That's funny.
But what we've got there's something going on with the gain, and it was bleeding over, picking up everything. So we've down-tuned that, got the microphone settled, but now we can't hear my microphone in the headset.
Yeah, that's kind of hard.
But other than that, I think we're going to be okay. We're going to probably, once Robert checks out, we're going to swap microphones so that I have my main one. We're going to give you this one because you never really have anything to say anyway.
No, I'm pretty quiet, pretty shy. But one thing I did want to touch on is I can't believe you left Robert with a whole setup. You won't let Josh or Ben or I sit up here and watch this stuff. You left Robert. That's great, man.
Today was chill, man. Robert was playing on my phone for a while.
That's great.
I'm pretty sure I came back.
Robert, I'm pretty sure that Chris likes you more than us. That's great, buddy. Congratulations.
Well, actually, I'm actually going to pay him.
Awesome. Very good. Very good.
That sounds good.
Hey, he's a Hanson. He's a businessman. You got to like that.
But we got a stretched out headset so that whoever wants to run, I got totally puzzled right now. I thought that Ben was going to be down there so that he could hang out with the Adkins, and I thought that Mrs. Hanson was going to be up here because the camera that Ben's on right now is going to be doing a lot of work. And Melanie needs to be on that one, so we'll end up swapping those two. And we got a long headset so that we can stretch it over to Melanie when we get up and running here a little bit later on. But Power Wheels, lining up now as we speak, still on pace for that start time at 7 o'clock. If Josh is hanging out close here, if you guys could get a message to Melanie that at some point she's probably going to end up in the bed of the truck to run that one, because that's the one that's going to be doing most of the work. That would be great. And then Ben can either hang out up there or no, not at all.
Wow.
Because I know
Chris just hurt Ben's feelings. That's great.
No, what it is Ben likes
first Ben has the broken back, and then Chris breaks his heart. This has been a rough year.
I just totally took the wind out of his sails. No, Ben likes to move around, and that the bed of that truck is pretty claustrophobic. So I thought that he liked being able to.
And I did hear a.
Okay.
I did hear a rumor that
I was nervous.
I heard a rumor that Ben may or may not end up close to the track tonight.
Hang on, like ready for this? So Ben acts like he's hurt. Now I feel all bad, and I'm taking it all personal. He goes, "Oh, I'm just picking on you." He totally spun the tables on me.
Good, you deserve it. You're mean to me.
I am mean to you.
You are.
But remember, who got to sit at the table with Robert?
You.
And
me.
That's right.
But you get to sit closer.
Josh didn't.
No, Josh didn't.
Exactly.
Yes.
I can't. So, how much feedback did Josh get over the reclined on the car roof?
Somewhere around 10,000 likes, I think.
That was pretty wild. More people weighing in, letting us know. John King, watching at home. Check this out. Joey Roth is out there. Here we go. Jordan Burgess is sitting at home. He's from Indiana. He's got a friend in Ohio and a friend in Canada. Dalton Turner's watching, begging for me to mention their names. So there we go. Those guys are out there. And I can't keep up with everybody. Look at everybody. Austin Lee's home watching on the big screen. Danny Williams back in the saddle. Ryan Hale. I think we mentioned him. Tommy Groover. His sound problems have settled down. Josh Buell. Sounds like we are on pace for a good night. The Power Wheels. Again, still a whole troop of them moving into position as a Cheater Videos guy. Get ready to film the balance of the Power Wheels events, and we're going to move into it looks like we're going to be moving into the light trucks, and then we're going to have 3 qualifying heats seated with somewhere between 15 and 20 of the Pro Stock cars. Then we'll take a break. We'll run the first round of the Circle Track cars, come back with a consi. I think there's a second round of Circle Track cars after that, and then we're coming back with a feature.
Yeah, that sounds probably how it's going to go. Jason Brodzinski sent us a screenshot of us from just starting out and had a comment. So
what did he say? I got to say it.
Called one of us a pimp.
You throwing? Yes. Actually, I had something for Ski Inc.
Thanks, Jason from Ski Inc. Appreciate that, buddy.
I had something for Ski Inc. that I haven't loaded up yet, but we'll go ahead and do it because we got a few minutes. This is a...
Does this mic work?
Yeah.
That one will.
Well, of course. You're Josh Tucker. Come on in.
Yeah.
Jump on there. You go ahead. I'm going to find that thing for Ski Inc.
No, what I want to say, you guys are talking about Ski Inc., right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, a couple things. First off, their booth. Everybody's got to get to one of these big derbies.
Oh, yeah.
The cradle setup they have there is one of the most amazing things I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable, and their craftsmanship is just awesome. But I wanted to clear something up the other day. Me and Jason were talking about, I tried to take one of his GM shifters and put it in a Mopar. And I had to do a little bit of fabricating, but it works. It is such a great unit. I wanted to make sure I say that because a lot of them new shifters that Pete has been running, everyone's been buying them out our way. And if you're going to buy a new shifter, you got to go the way of a cable shifter. I mean, Brian, you got one too?
I was going to pick one up tonight. Jason wasn't happy with how the detent worked on the GM to the Chrysler. So he being the perfectionist he is, he's working on getting the detent right for the 727. As soon as he gets it done, I'll have one. It'll be in my King's old school car.
Yeah, see, Ben and I Ben came over to my house and we worked on it together and we actually figured it out.
Yeah.
Just fabricating our one, but I'm a Mopar guy, so of course I'm going to try to stick it in a Chrysler. So. But I'm excited to run it, man.
Yeah.
Super excited to run the thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah.
You got a headset at all?
Yeah.
A little bit? Okay, good.
My headset's on.
Good deal. So at this point, we're...
Can you hear me on the microphone good?
Yes. Okay. The microphone's working fine. Joey Roth up in Washington.
Yeah.
Your buddy?
Yeah.
Said he's going to load up his Y-framer right now. Think you can make it in time for the feature?
That would be Washington State we're talking about?
Now, here it is right here for Ski Inc. I was working on some graphics, just mocked something up. So Ski Inc., hopefully we hear a little bit back from our buddy out there.
Yeah, we were down talking with Ryan earlier. Josh was looking at some parts.
He was blowing my mind, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the quality of that. These guys are like, I know we talk about engineering, okay, but this is engineering.
Oh, yeah.
and they're playing with, that was 1-inch metal, right?
Yeah.
Oh, national anthem. Okay.
Oh.
Stand up for that.
Here we go.
Broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Man.
Another amazing job by
Again,
Melanie
she
Hansen.
crushed it.
I hope. I was trying to make sure that everybody could hear her, and I was fiddling a little bit with the switches.
Josh, two things I think you need for your derby. One, I think you need fireworks for the national anthem.
Yes.
And two, I would like to have a flyover by some sort of military plane.
Okay, okay.
See if you can make that happen.
All right, I like those
Get on
ideas.
Get on that.
Oh, I think that was me. Sorry.
Yep, no problem.
I gotta say, something about that song and her singing it is just
Amazing.
badass. I don't know. It's just
Amazing.
It's like moving for me. It's like I get fired up. It's like you just want to hear fire them engines up. Let's break something.
Well, we're about to. They're going to be Power Wheels.
Break some stuff tonight.
There's no-
Hey, great job. Awesome.
You guys want to switch? You guys want to switch so you can get up higher? Okay. You guys.
Robert, does your mom ever sing in the shower when she's home? Do you hear her singing like that at home or no?
That's Brian.
I'm just wondering if she.
Brian,
I'm just wondering
what are
if
you
she
doing, Brian?
practices.
Take a-
Poor kid.
Brian, man, that's
Leave
not
him
cool.
alone.
They got weird,
Dude, you can't just sing like that without practicing. She's got to sing sometimes. Just because you guys take it over the edge, don't blame it on me.
She sings in the car.
All right, thank you.
What's the
It gets
song that
annoying
she?
though.
See, Robert, I'm glad you understood what I was saying. These other guys, they're kind of goofy. You're right on my. You're good, Robert. Don't listen to these guys.
So, appreciate you coming and hanging out with us for a little while, buddy. It was good to see you. Thanks for the help all day today. If you want to go hang out in the back of the truck with your mom over there and just taking the rest of the show, that'd be great. We're gonna get.
Thanks for the help, Rob.
Josh,
You did a great job, buddy.
Thanks a ton for the help, buddy. We're gonna get. Why don't you send Josh back over this way?
Broome County Director Josh Decker is politicking. Josh Decker. What can I do for you, Chris Marquardt?
Shut up.
Wow, I will punch you right in the mouth, Josh Decker.
Pull that microphone over and leave the headset over there for Melanie. We probably could have cut away from all this part, but that's okay.
That's why we're gangster.
Well,
This chair's breaking.
how come our camera guy didn't cut away from it?
Because I didn't think it was going to take this long.
Oh, okay, just checking.
Ow.
So at this point, I can hear everybody.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
I
Yeah.
can hear you. Sound great, Chris.
Okay, excellent. And looks like we've got everything put together. We've got the headset strung over for Melanie.
Also, let the record show that the windshield class was too tough for Josh Decker. He is whining about being sore today.
And here we go. Power Wheels ready to get underway here at the Owenton Spring Nationals. We see the Power Wheels already up to full song. We saw a couple great Power Wheels here
Yes, we
heats
have.
last summer, didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
Where was it? It was
Blizzard Bash. Blizzard Bash is where that one kid was going nuts.
where the wheel got knocked off it.
Yeah.
There's a girl. I think it's a girl. I'm assuming because we're kind of far away. She has long hair, and she is running about 30 miles an hour in an Escalade and just driving people.
Oh, I see it. The purple one.
Purple Escalade.
She's flying.
She is going to drive somebody.
boom.
Oh! Almost out of the car.
Oh
That was
my
amazing.
God. She's going way too fast.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that might have some work done to it.
That was awesome.
Josh, I asked Chris earlier, are either one of your kids going to be in the Power Wheels class at your show?
Both of them.
That is awesome.
Oh my gosh! I mean, you got to have your kids
No,
in there.
zoom
If
in.
you got,
Zoom in.
if
Dive
you've got
right
a
in there.
kid, it should be in that, shouldn't it?
Yeah, well, I asked Chris this
then-
question, and
there you go.
the question
That'll
was
be all
he
right.
asked, and it was a quick no, and it was left at that. So I just wanted to see if you were.
Oh, my kid's 100. I got to go buy my kid a brand new one.
That's awesome. Are you going to send it to Pork Chop and have him work on it? Or
No,
rumor has
I've
it
seen his work.
Rumor has it Pork Chop builds a pretty nasty Power Wheels.
Well, he can't build a mass anything else.
Oh man!
Sorry, Pork Chop, love you.
I don't.
He's great. He's hilarious.
I think we might have had one tip over.
We got pile up, pile up.
I heard an oh. It kind of sounded like there might have been somebody go over.
Those Power Wheels, man, they're flying. Did you? You guys didn't come down to Virginia when we went down there to the postseason show in Woodstock, and there was a fire truck there.
Ooh.
That dude was going around flying like that purple vehicle is. And he was just sailing into everything, and the brittle plastic started to break apart. So every time he made a shot, it would pop like the lawnmowers were doing last night.
Old dry
wow.
plastic.
It
Yep.
would pop, and he had parts and pieces flying all over the place. It was a lot of fun to watch that.
You know,
guy.
with Power Wheels, you'd actually have to say like the old ones aren't better because they probably are old, brittle.
Yeah,
you probably
plastic,
need like a brand new
It's
one.
been sitting outside, and the plastic's starting to deteriorate. And
That girl's giving herself whiplash in that
yeah,
purple
dude,
one.
she is crushing.
Look at her
people.
head snap back every time she gasses it. Look at her. She's flying.
I think she got gears in that.
Look at her.
Is she getting
You see her?
Yeah, she's gonna have like 513s in that thing. She's screaming.
Oh, it's awesome. Just having a good time.
Very, very cool. It's and again, we've touched 100 times, but it's so great to see the kids come out. I mean, let's think about it. Oh, what a shot!
Oh.
I mean, let's think about it. Who as little kids didn't enjoy wrecking stuff?
Yeah, absolutely.
And now you get to go to Demolition Derby and have your own derby beforehand. So it's awesome.
But not even that, Brian. We're missing the best part, which is the quality time you spend with your
absolutely.
kid. And your kid
Absolutely. You're
picking
right.
their
So
paint.
right, Josh.
You know, my son has given me 1,000 paint jobs. Dad, I'm going to paint like a dragon. Dad, I'm going to paint like... And that's just them enjoying themselves, and that's
So
what you enjoy about it.
He's not going to do the Deckard on the side like you. I figured he'd follow your
He
footsteps,
doesn't
man.
have a
That's
choice. He
awesome.
doesn't have a choice. He's got a million ideas, you know?
Just let's relay this right now to Ryan Hale. Marquardt Nation is not going to be anything that needs to be hashtagged.
Hashtag it.
Nope. It has already
Hashtag
Well,
Marquardt Nation.
Decker Hansen took off last night. A lot of
started. On
hashtags.
his way. Scott Brown, who's now moved to Utah, he couldn't fit a Power Wheels on the trailer.
We just got a picture. Our buddy Dan O'Connell's back home in Waterloo watching, and sitting there watching. I believe it's a laptop, and his wife just sent us a picture. So thanks for watching, Dan. Pretty cool, buddy.
So, Josh, how exciting was it to come away with that heavy hitter award as we watch a surefire heavy hitter award winner out here in the Power Wheels?
Probably one of the... You know what? It was a really awesome night for me. It was a really awesome night for me. I've won things before, but last night was really special to me. As we said last night, my mom passed away a little while ago, and all I wanted was a Mad Dog last night, and the fact that I got it, like when they handed it, I didn't even think of it. I handed off, I got off the track, and John Peck come over. He's like, "You want a Mad Dog, man?" And like it, what a great feeling.
And for the record, when we tried to go into McDonald's, he did carry the trophy in with him.
I did, I did do that. I did, homie.
Not that I wouldn't have.
I was carrying that trophy all night.
Not that I wouldn't have. I thought it was awesome. I may have suggested the idea, but
I was really proud of
Still
that,
very cool.
And not only that, my mom was proud of that. So
Yeah, absolutely.
To me, it's big,
absolutely.
real big. So it's weird how things
Sometimes work out.
really. It's a weird.
We had some talks about that when I was in your shop here a couple weeks ago.
Life's a weird thing, And as we talked about last night, look at these kids out here. I mean,
Having a ball.
isn't this what it's about? I mean, let's step back and look at our lives. We're all chasing money and ego and all that stuff. But look at these kids; they're just enjoying themselves and out with mom, out with dad, and
Hey, Ben. Yeah, go ahead and move that back. And Ben, that'll actually the neck of that'll raise up higher if you loosen the. There's a. Yeah, there you go. You can get that up higher. I'm actually muted, guys. Nobody can hear me. I don't think.
oh, I thought you couldn't hear me either. Sorry.
I could hear everything you were saying.
it's so great to see this Power Wheels taking off. Like I don't know who started the first one, but whoever it was a great idea.
Very.
But now it's virtually swept the whole country.
Oh yeah.
Because every year more and more are doing it, and this year it seems like everywhere you go. And the cool thing about these kids, all you gotta do is build one.
Oh, yeah.
Then everywhere you go, just throw it in the back of the truck. You know.
Pull the nose of that up a little bit so it doesn't have so much of the ram.
And I gotta say this arena, like
Ben,
I actually love this
push
place.
down on those levers in front of you.
Kentucky's been absolutely beautiful.
Oh man, this
I
is
mean,
amazing country.
To come from there's still snow at my house,
Go ahead.
and everything's dead and flooded, and it looks like crap. And then you get down here, and it's like, God, Kentucky is beautiful.
Josh, I don't know if you heard or not. Earlier we mentioned we were talking with Tim and Russ, and we mentioned the because they have a lot of downtime at Basher Cash. It's not very busy, with 600 cars.
Conversation with them.
And
They're awesome.
amongst the ball busting we did, we mentioned bringing getting the RC cars there because we just a couple weeks ago, and
some good friends in Virginia, as it turns out.
Yeah, and Tim was very open to the idea and said, "Yeah, please." So hopefully, I don't know if I should be letting this bag out, but hopefully Chris is going to see what he can do about
at Demo Derby in Virginia. I'm going to be in contact with him here very shortly. Probably several hours from now on the way home. We'll have plenty of time to do that. And I got a car.
I got to get them at King's Old School, right? I mean, we got to get. If there's a Northeast guys that's setting it up, let's get one at King's Old School.
Absolutely,
kids would love to sit and watch you guys wreck them.
By the way, Brian.
Yes,
you saw that there's a New York club for
yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm a member of it, bud.
Did you know that Josh hasn't even liked the page yet?
Chris, I got a lot going on. I got a lot going on.
I'm not saying you got to join. Just throw me a thumbs up. That's all.
I think I
did. Do it for me. You're my publicist. Go on my account and put it for me. You know that.
Did you?
I did do that.
I was going to say I was pretty sure that all of us were something because it just showed up, and I think I was a member already, and I liked it anyways.
That's awesome.
What I did
Chris is really starting to know me well.
What I did is I signed on as an admin of the Kings of Old School page.
Yep.
Like as Kings of Old School, and went on and joined up for Josh Decker.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's great.
Who had the Sharpie on cue for you last night?
Yes, you were right on top of things last night.
Right.
Yep, I did get a couple autographs in today.
Because did you really?
Yeah.
A couple?
Yes.
I knew the one, but
somewhere around 50, I think. No. I quit counting around 50. How about the amount of people that are here? I mean, there's a nice set of bleachers. You can kind of see in the backdrop, but then there's like the track is actually sunk down, and there's kind of a rim, probably 3/4 of the way around it. There's obviously openings at the end, but I mean, there was people here setting up on the hill at noon to get seats. I mean, this is if you're going to build a venue, this is how to do it right here.
To have the seats up like here, like people sitting on the grass here, look at them with their tarps and their kids and their blankets. I mean, last night there was people having picnic and stuff. It's just a really nice atmosphere here. It's very clean.
Right now on the bed of the truck of Dads of the Year down there.
Absolutely.
The who owns this is the county judge.
Yeah, he's the one last night they set up the tent and put down a tarp, and the kids were just loving it. Oh, yeah. It was great. And I told them that. First I thanked them, for letting us use the back of his truck, and I'm like, you guys are Dads of the Year, man, to set up something like that for the Derby. And he thanked me, and just such nice people out here. I mean, this is just great.
But that's from we're from New York.
Oh,
we're what's the word?
Not used to
angry
mean and nasty. Yeah,
angry,
mean and nasty. And when you get down here, you realize like there are just areas of just super. Look when you go into stores. You know, it's like every not one, but everyone says.
I was going to say we walked out of the restaurant today after lunch, and I think everybody that worked there said have a great day.
They all got in line, like almost in a line, like have a good day.
Yeah, everybody, like 8 different people. I mean, in New York, you're lucky if you get one. So
you guys are really nice.
Yeah, it was great to see.
Andrew,
that there's nice humans out there.
Andrew Sator in Brockton, New York, is watching. That's over near Buffalo. We'll be driving near that on the way home.
I will not be
flying might be a better word. Flying through there.
That's.
Well, we're in trouble because Ben hasn't slept in like days, and Ben's usually our muscle through the night, But I guess we're going to be.
I think we got a decent amount last night. I mean, it doesn't account for what we missed the day before, but not bad last night.
No, I guess that's true.
Did Ben have a good time walking around today, taking in the sights?
I believe so. I think so. He definitely, this is definitely the build he likes. He likes the more,
I should let me explain what I mean by that. I haven't seen him all day.
Oh.
I I was making the presumption that he indeed was out just kind of
Inspecting and-
touring
yeah.
the grounds and inspecting.
Well, the nice thing about this place is it's actually a lot of states
Oh,
very
yeah.
close. So actually, we got guys that we haven't seen in a while, but
Yeah.
you know, like a lot of Ohio guys. There's Indiana. There's
North Carolina.
There's us, North Carolina. Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
there's guys from all over, and there's a lot of great guys here tonight.
Yeah, it was neat. You know, Ben and Josh and I were walking around as Chris and Robert were kind of putting together the stage and stuff here, and definitely there was some really nice parts here. And you know, we went over to Crash and Bash and got my kids some pretty awesome T-shirts. Great job by Crash and Bash T-shirts.
You see, there's banners all over the place. The Crash and Bash shirts, outstanding job this year. We
Absolutely.
got some of those, and they were killing it last night. They only had like 7 shirts left. This
Yeah,
night.
they sold out.
Way underestimated the response that they were going to get. They did a great job.
Yes, excellent job by Crash and Bash. Nice T-shirts. Also, I would like to personally, so many people commented and gave us kudos and thanked us for how things turned out last night. And you know, we talked about this for a long time. We wanted to give back to the fans.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure everything was going to work well. So you know, that was a key in doing this for free last night. And you know, we want the fans to be happy. I mean, you guys supporting us is what helps us to bring this to you. And
You guys don't get lucky enough to see how some of it worked, and Pork Chop tipped the hand a little bit when we were talking last night. He said, "Yup, at about 2:30 in the morning, I was talking with Chris. He had everything hooked up, and he was streaming right to my house directly.
Yeah.
You guys were all snug in your bed, sleeping.
Awesome. Thanks for keeping me out of that.
yeah, I mean, that's I mean, it was so many people touched base with us and thanked
And
us.
they're doing it now.
Yeah,
They can't keep up.
so many people thanked us, and it really means a lot to us. And we hope we can.
It's all about leaving it better than you found it, man. That's really what the goal is. Leave the sport better than you found it. That's what we've been trying to do. I mean, that's why we're in a different spot than we were. We had a lot of feedback that we were having some troubles with the audio, so we retooled the whole audio setup, moved to a different spot. We found a
Chris
speaker
did it.
that wasn't working. And we got some help from the guys here at the fairgrounds. We got everything arranged, and here we are. And with the sounds of it, everybody at home, great flow with their photos, and great flow with the audio so far. So we hope to keep bringing that to you.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really, we hope.
Todd Lashin tuning in. He's listening.
I mean, I don't think we're setting our bar very high. I mean, we just want to be the best we can be for the fans out there. Wouldn't you say the same thing, Josh?
Well, I've talked about this on other
I thought
ones.
Josh fell asleep over there.
He may have.
The sun is. I'm on fire.
Yes,
You know,
you are.
I was burnt yesterday.
fuego.
And I am on fire right now. I need help.
Dude,
Somebody help me.
You want to put some stuff on again?
No, I've
We
been.
got-
It's too late, man. I actually can smell my skin cooking. As a younger guy, when you start derbying, it's just the last few years, it's like this is me personally. I always wanted to be on TV. I wanted people that didn't know who I am could watch derbying and see it. And being part of this is really special because think of all the guys that have become names that everyone knows. Look at Facebook. Look how we got guys from our area talking from guys from California and Michigan, and it's just it's really made the country a lot smaller. And I don't know. Thank you all for letting us be part of it with you.
That's the part that I love the most about this. You'll see us periodically get sucked into our phones for a minute or two as we're doing the stuff live. But the reason why is because all the people that are watching at home are weighing in and
blasting
telling
us,
us,
yeah.
we're looking at this, we like that, whatever. All the different.
I would like to know a breakdown of how many states actually watched last night. I mean, you guys just mentioned a guy from Washington. I know we talked to Troy. I had a message from Troy Tagg, and I believe he's planning on watching tonight.
I know there was in Arkansas.
We got
Yep.
Arkansas, we got Nebraska right now, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Canada,
New York.
We know
Washington,
Maine.
New York,
North
Maine,
Carolina.
We know Vermont. We know Massachusetts. Yep.
Vermont. Hopefully that's Tommy Woodbury, because if it's not, I'm going to hit him in the mouth.
Yep. No, Tommy was. He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
Wow, Chris has been around Josh too long.
Punch him in the mouth.
Yeah.
Punch
Sorry.
him in the
No.
mouth. We came up with another one. We just can't say it on air.
No.
Which one?
Well, Pete was getting me fired up last
Yeah.
night, and I turned the table. It's like punching him in the mouth wouldn't have worked. We gotta go next level. Nah, we had a great time with Pete yesterday. We really did.
I touched on that, Josh. I brought up the fact that you told Pete, I'm coming after you, and it wasn't malicious. It was because to be the best, you got to beat the best.
I respect
It was
Pete.
constructive.
No,
I mean, and I said you guys have ran together for against each other for 20 years. But the best thing was, I also mentioned the incredible selfie you guys took, which was a great picture. But you two were both the smiles on your face were so sincere and so real.
It just took us back, man. It's like me and Pete reckon the first time we went against each other 15 years ago. You know, you're in junk. It's luck.
Well,
You're just,
wait,
you
whoa,
know-
whoa, whoa! You were in junk the first time. I mean, Pete was in a Pete Hansen car. Let's
Oh, we're
get
talking
that
about
out
back then. Yeah,
Yeah.
He was in a boxcar Imperial that was plated front to back, and I was in a stock Oldsmobile. Yeah, I remember it. Trust me.
It was Josh. It was really cool last night hanging out with Pete and getting to talk with him. One on one away from the track. It's like I almost thought for a minute he was human.
he was almost a normal guy. No,
He almost was a
great.
regular person.
Yeah, no, it's it's got to be tough for him a little bit when you
Melanie
think about
just
it.
kicked the camera over.
Yeah, no,
She got mad at what we were saying and just threw the camera on the ground.
it's got to be tough for him. I mean, life is a weird thing. Sometimes you chase something such as being the best derby driver. Now, let's say we all become that guy. Let's say we can all be Pete.
We're gonna rename this the maturation of Josh Decker.
Okay, but let's say that happens. Like, is it all positive? And it was interesting to talk to him because I said to Pete, like, I'm chasing what you got, and he stopped me and he goes, I'm telling you right now, stop, because after I did it, I don't know if it was worth it.
Yep.
And it was a very interesting conversation because I've been chasing that since I was 16 years old.
Yep.
And
So you guys-
it was interesting to hear someone that's already been there and back. And
And the thing is Pete brought up. We won't say his name, but we have a guy that we're both very good friends with, who is probably the best driver in New York State. And I mean, Pete himself said that if he put him in Pete's car, he would win anywhere.
Sure.
But he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to go to that level of building.
Yeah, he's
you know what I
lazy.
mean? He doesn't. But I mean, and for Pete to take to the next level like he has, I mean, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of stress. But
that's
Pete.
it, because let's be honest. I say this to Pete. He's just a guy.
Yeah.
He's just a guy. So to get to that level, he had to do all that work.
Yeah.
And a lot of times we'll look at him and say, like, I could do it. I could beat Pete. I'm telling you right now, that guy put more time and effort than you did.
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
telling you right now, and he
Absolutely.
deserves it. That's how life works. You put in more time and effort, and a lot of times you get it back.
We've touched on it before. I mean, any of the top drivers in this sport, it's they aren't the guys that knock the windows out and show up.
No.
You know what I mean? I mean, at this level, I mean, you can't compete at the level that a lot of these guys do and not put the time and energy into it. And again, sometimes you can get away with taking some shortcuts but you get to this level and everybody pretty much has the same basic equipment. It's just a different brand. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Motors are different, or
Yes.
rear ends were different, or a slider's different, but it's all the same basic principle. And that stuff it's bulletproof. It's not going to let you down. So then, like Pete says, you know what? Then it comes down to driving.
But I'm going to tell you right now that the quality that, like, the cars that are here today, the quality is
Second to none.
it's not like at our we're from New York. You go around, I'm telling you right now, there's no derby in New York that the quality is this even across the board. I mean,
No.
these guys, all these cars have a chance tonight.
Yep.
You know how you go to derbies locally and then someone will say, like, look at that Imperial just showed up. It's junk. The guy didn't even this and that. The guy didn't even change the body bolts. That's not here.
No.
Everyone changed their body
No,
bolts.
there's no shortcuts
Everyone's got
taken
gas
here.
tank protector. Everyone's got kickers. Everyone's got a half-inch at least DP. And it's just like Brian says. Some people use the word cookie cutter. I don't like that here. I used to say that until I've actually seen it. But to some point, it is because, like Brian says, the body's the same, and it's down to the details.
Yeah,
it's down to the details that separate these guys now.
That's Chris has touched on that a million times. He said it over and over that at this level, you're not going to get one big thing over on somebody.
No.
But if you get 6 little things, then you're that much ahead of somebody else.
Talk to these drivers. That's
You
all
know,
they're asking
and
for. It's like, I got that 1-inch weld. I got that 1 inch.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
I mean,
half-inch
we've-
tack he missed.
We were standing over here talking with some guys earlier who compete at a very high level, and that's what he said is just a little bit more here, just a little bit more there, and that's the difference.
Robbie Brown used to say to me all the time, Josh, you don't have to go and beat all those cars by a same amount. your car has to be stronger 1 hit more
Yep.
than the second place guy. That's it.
Yep.
And sometimes all it is you tack welded that a little bit better. You spent the time to tip this or whatever. Sometimes it's one little thing. And I'll be honest, I'm the guy that a lot of times I used to go, I'd build a Chrysler in a couple days, and you get to a certain thing and you're like, screw it, good enough, and
Yep.
I'll be fine. I've run it before like that, and it's just, when you get to this next level, you can't go in with that mentality. You literally have to be like, I want to make everything perfect. I want to be the best.
You know what's awesome though, and I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Sorry,
Josh.
Chris, go.
I'm just filling in a little bit here. A bunch of people weighing in on what we're talking about in some conversations. Tanner Stamper from Eaton, Ohio, is watching, home of one of the places where we were first exposed to what these Crown Vics are. Todd Lashin making a comment from what just ended on the Power Wheels. His wife Tiffany Crode is watching the kids, and we need to advocate for him to be allowed to take his children to a Power Wheels derby.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Great decision.
As long as your wife doesn't kill any of us, we're all for it. Go ahead.
Definitely. It's
And then this is some of the best news that we've got all weekend. Mikey Riddle, we've talked about.
Yep.
Mikey's wife had some major problems.
Yes, she
Over
did.
in
Very,
Fredonia
very,
with her
very scary.
Heart, terrifying. Her heart problem led her to being in Pittsburgh. Basically, everything had come apart in her chest. Not only is she home and doing well, she is planning on going to Bash for Cash this year.
That's awesome.
man, that's awesome.
That's a drive.
Well, geez,
Let's take it slow, baby steps. Josh,
that.
I don't know about you though. I mean, we've touched on how well these cars were built, but you know what makes me feel really good inside is even when guys get to this level, they're still doing stuff last minute.
Yeah.
Because I don't know about you, but I know I'm doing stuff last minute, and it's great. We talked to Daryl Monroe this week. I'm sorry, Chris did, because I was working and everybody had stuff going on.
But we listened.
And we listened, and Chris Marquardt did an incredible hour and 10-minute show by himself.
Yeah.
Incredible. I don't think anybody out there realizes the talent and the hard work it took to do that. But on to my point is it's so great to hear that even the guys, some of the guys at this level, they still got that little bit of old school when they started, and it takes to the last minute to get stuff done. Really, I mean, it's cool.
You know what you realize is everyone has life going on.
Oh, absolutely.
And you say to yourself, like, oh, that guy gets to work on derby cars all day. Because I say about Pete all the time. It's like, Pete gets to go 8 to 5 working on derby cars. But it's not.
No.
He's got a life, too. So you got to go home, play with the kids, and do stuff, take your wife out. You got to do all that stuff.
Yeah.
And you realize that even these great guys, they still find a way to get it in.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I can't wait to watch some they said there's a couple 700 horsepower motors here, a bunch of 650s.
Wow.
Think of that, Brian. We're running stock.
Our Magnums are a nasty 300 horsepower motor, buddy.
I bet they're not even that. I bet someone was
We even got Ben giggling on that one. But hey, I'm telling you what, if I ever win a lottery, first thing I'm going to do is buy myself a nasty guard motor,
Yep.
and then I'm going to hire Ben to start building cars for me,
Yep.
and I'm going to come out here and make junk because I just think it would be so awesome. I don't know if I'd try. I mean, I'd probably try and build like this once, and then probably be in a coma for a month afterwards. But I'd give it a shot. But I would, that's what I'd have. I'd have the cool toys for a little while to play with.
Hey, Brian, how do you feel about broken tailbones and pissing blood?
Well,
I enjoy it.
part of the Ben building a car for me would be that we'd really make the interior soft around me, kind of squishy.
Well, if that's in your wheelhouse, this is the class for you. We got a couple first-time viewers who've never seen anything that we've done tuning in.
Nice.
Now, Valerie out in Indiana.
Nice.
And
Share it.
Check this out, right? I've just been invited to. This is a huge step. You know all those annoying Facebook game requests?
Yes.
And you hate those?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, one of them that doesn't do a whole lot of the game request is Clash of Clans, but I play that. And I don't know if you've seen it advertised, but I'm a bit of a nerd. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yes, you are.
Around. I just got invited to. I don't know if I should even say this.
No.
Probably not.
Jeremy Gard's clan.
Wait a minute.
Ooh.
I've made it. I've made it.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Jeremy, get back in the
Wait
shop.
a
What are you
minute.
doing?
Jeremy Gard plays Clash of the
No,
Clans.
it's probably not real. It's probably not real Jeremy Gard. It's
Jeremy
probably Jeremy
Gard.
Gard
Come
from
on,
Arizona.
man. Clash of the. Oh,
No,
my
it's
God.
not that Jeremy Gard.
That can't be the Jeremy Gard
impossible.
we know.
The other Jeremy Gard.
That Jeremy Gard is way too cool for that. There's no way.
Well, I don't know. Jeremy Gard that we know is a little bit off center.
Hey,
That's why we get along.
Yeah, that's why him and Chris are, tight.
are you going to take that, Jeremy, from Brian Tompkins?
Hey,
Are you gonna take that?
When I win my lottery, he's building me a Mopar. He's already said that on air in front of 10,000 people.
Because he knows you'll never win the lottery.
But if I do,
He knows you'll never win.
He doesn't even play the lottery anymore.
oh yes, I do. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
if I had that kind of money, like just life would be awesome.
Oh, I'm here to tell you, we would have our own personal crash course Learjet to fly wherever we wanted to go.
Absolutely.
I mean, obviously Josh would have his own, and the three of us would ride in another one. But that's just part of the deal.
Dirty.
However, the pilot selection process is going to be an intense screening because we don't need anybody to lose their mind and fly into a mountain.
Oh, too soon. Too
That's
soon.
too soon, Chris.
Too soon,
We don't want
Chris.
Harrison
That's
Ford
national.
taking us to
Too soon, Chris. You know who I'd hire in all seriousness?
Harrison Ford, hole in one.
The guy that flew us from LaGuardia to Syracuse and got
that dude was
that
great.
sumbitch stopped in 6 inches of snow. He's gonna have a new job because that was impressive.
That guy was a driver.
The best part of that whole deal was when Chris reached up and put down the window shade because that was going to save his life somehow. I'm not really sure what that was about,
He just
but
didn't want to see it.
yeah, he reached up. I'm pretty sure he closed his eyes, and it was bad from that point on.
Josh has a new fan.
Uh-oh. Nope. Nope.
Josh, I just got
No.
Jordan Burgess's message, and Josh appreciates all of his fans equally.
Yes, Jordan, thanks for watching, buddy. Thanks for watching.
Jeremy just messaged me. He said delete my number.
What's Brockway doing? I hope Bobby Brockway is watching us.
I think he's got a daughter this weekend.
Yeah, I know. He the picture you put up of us. He made a comment about the shirt because I told him I'd be wearing my Hammer and Hoosier shirt
The
as soon as
old
I got
Hammer
it.
and Hoosier.
Rumor has it Bobby will be appearing at Keystone
You
Nationals.
keep dropping that rumor, but no one will corroborate it as a fact.
That would be sweet to hang out with the Hammer and Hoosier in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it would. Well,
When he's going head to head with Daryl Monroe,
At 40, that would be sweet.
even Mel's laughing over there because she knows that he could be going head to head with Peter Hansen instead. Oh, wait a minute. We need to follow up on this.
Maybe, just maybe Pete will end up there. Actually, there's no way Pete could run Keystone Nationals because he takes a minute or two to build his cars because when he gets done, they're pretty close to perfect. So
you're being dumb here. Who's to say he hasn't been working on it for 3 months?
Yeah.
You haven't been to his garage.
no, because Pete likes to put up pictures.
True.
So if he didn't put them up, they would at least get sent to somebody. We know a couple Derby guys, and
Well, I yelled at him yesterday that he has to. Will you just retire? Stop saying it. Just do it. Sorry, that's mean.
Josh Buell said he'll drive the plane.
no,
He'll what?
no, he won't drive our plane.
Josh Buell said he'll drive the plane.
Yeah,
No.
right.
If I win the lottery,
No.
whatever it costs to get Josh Buell's snoring order or snoring problem fixed, I am paying the bill and then some.
He's definitely got sleep apnea.
Holy
Sir,
cow!
You swallowed the suit. Every third breath.
That was
Josh
bad.
Buell likes harassing me enough. If he flew my plane, he'd probably crash it on purpose.
Yeah, on purpose.
Even with himself in it. He'd say,
Yeah,
like, I'm
watch
taking
this,
out.
Decker.
I like
I'm going to
I took
take you
Decker
out once and for all.
Him and
I
I
would
have
have
a
a-
funny relationship because we just are nasty to each
Oh,
other.
yeah.
But I
Yeah.
actually like him. I'm not sure why. I have no idea why I like you, Buell. But you're good.
I would also have $1 million to win Demolition Derby.
Yeah. I've actually said
Time
that
limit.
Yes.
Time limit of 6 minutes.
No.
So
I
you
told
would better
somebody-
get that shit done in 6 minutes.
Josh, ready for this?
No.
I want him to win a $5 scratch off because technically then he did win the lottery, and I want to play this episode back.
I guess I should qualify that with a big lottery, multi-millions. One of those, 180 million cash things.
Last week I was bored in this gas station. I was waiting for food at a gas station because I was in a rush in PA, and there's nowhere to eat in Pennsylvania. And
So
I buy a bunch of lottery tickets, right? This one, it's like, you ever see where it says new game? You're supposed to play the new ones because you have a higher probability of winning, right?
Is that right?
Yes, at New York.
all
Yes,
bullshit.
they say that. So I bought a bunch of them, right? I scratch them off. I don't win a thing. This old guy just goes right behind me, puts in one, pulls out, scratches it. I just won a $100 bill. It's like, son of. I never had that luck.
not with the lottery, but when my wife and I were on our honeymoon, we went to Toronto and then we stopped at Niagara Falls and went to the casino. And we would go and we each took $50 and just played. And when we were done, we were done. So she's on this one machine for like an hour, and me being me, my money's gone in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, me too.
And I'm like, yeah, this thing. So I'm walking around. I'm like, why don't you just go somewhere else and try another machine? She's like, all right. So this little old lady comes over and sits down in the exact same chair. 2 pulls she hits for $500. On my honeymoon, I got to sleep on the floor. It was a beautiful, beautiful thing.
But I'll tell you what, it's not like that because it's staged. Because there's a casino by our house. You got to do those automatic roulette games. There was this lady cleaning up. She would win and take her money out, and then put a new one in, and then she'd win again. And I was watching this lady scam the system. I shouldn't be telling anybody this.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be telling anybody. I was just keeping to myself.
Don't worry, we only got somewhere around. around 3,000 people right now, Josh.
I know how to win money at the casino on those electric roulette. Call me if you want to know how.
Listen.
I saw it.
We'll talk off air. I got an idea.
What are we doing tonight? We're going to pass the casino on the way home.
A couple of them.
Let's try it tonight. All we got's time. What else we can do at 4:30 in the morning?
We're going to talk to each other, keep each other awake.
I'm definitely not doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not nice to whisper.
Done.
We're busting on you, Brian.
How about
That's
starting
okay.
the story and not finishing it?
I got broad shoulders. I can take it.
You definitely got broad shoulders.
Josh,
Yeah.
you're giggling for no reason. You all right, buddy?
I know what I'm giggling about.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm good.
What were you going to say?
I don't remember.
Steve Crittenden messaging in to the podcast page had a picture which was pretty cool that he ran at the Chris Crittenden Memorial on March 28th. Robbie won the stock feature last night, the windshield class feature. We didn't really get into a whole lot of that. That was the fact that he won it and put on a. I was going to say it was a clinic, but it was sort of touch and go there in the last few minutes. He definitely had the car to beat. They had 10 minutes before the feature started to do whatever body work that they wanted to do, and they went right at thing with surgical precision.
Oh yeah,
Put all the relief bins in all the right places, and one shot, the back of that Ford went up, or the back of that wagon went up right over the top, and then
That thing was nasty.
Stopped. And that was,
Dude, I
and
seen
it was
I
over
seen a
after
couple.
that. It was
That's
great.
that's
It was
as
a great job.
perfect as a Vic wagon could been. It's perfect. I mean, so symmetrical. It's nice, and he was rocking stuff with it. Yeah, that windshield class was fun last night because again, it was all junk, and there's 2 China drivers out there, right? There's 2 drivers, and it really separated last night. You got a couple of us ladle heads, as Ben would say, and then there was the guys that were just straight out bagging it. I mean, last night was like 2 totally opposites.
Yep.
Either you were a ladle head or bagged it. Ladle heads, like the Derby in the middle of it, all of a sudden it was like, yep, all the ladle heads are out, and now the pace slowed way down.
Yep, absolutely.
And guys are really bagging it, and but it's a stock Derby. I mean, you can't get upset about that because that's how you win stock Derbies. But
Dustin Delk tuning at home.
if you got a stock car and you're tracking people, I mean, it's just not. You're not going to win. Josh Buell would tell me that's opposite. That he's going to go out there and full track and win. It's just not possible.
Word is that Bobby Brockway is watching with 501 and PGH in Pennsylvania right now.
Let's do this.
Really?
Nice.
That would be cool. That's very cool.
Hi, guys.
The baller group right there.
That's awesome.
Huh?
Awesome.
Big dogs.
501, of course, is our good buddy Todd Siopo.
He's the man.
Yeah, Todd has really, 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 really helped us out here with the show and treats us like family at Bash for Cash.
This is an old picture, though, so I'm not really sure.
Ooh, that I'm pretty sure was from Utah last year.
Well, Brockway's kind of the same way, kind of like Todd. They've had our back.
Oh yeah, from day
It
one.
wasn't even a question. It was like they just had open arms. It's like, I love what you guys are doing. Got your back.
Absolutely.
And they always have, and we will not forget that.
No.
I mean, it's
No.
like you don't even
such
know what
great,
it's meant to us.
Great people.
And you got to remember, we're just a bunch of woodchucks from New York. I mean, we didn't, we see you guys, but then like to get out and become friends with you is like just an honor.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love it.
Guys you read about on We Crash, and now we're hanging out with them.
I was
and
watching
talking.
Siopa videos for years.
Oh, yeah.
Every time he'd put a new video, like everyone watched it.
Yep.
Yep. And just to be
What
friends
was
with
it?
them guys is
Was
cool.
it Mark Siopa was on the Discovery Channel, right? Or one of the shows I believe was on. He took a car to Florida and won a show down there.
Well, maybe I missed that. I don't know.
Josh, you've never missed him. Go
I
home and
know,
check.
and that's what I'm saying.
pretty sure it
I've
was
taped
Mark.
all of them. I taped all that stuff.
Lynn Lewis, a bunch of people asking for the rundown. We're waiting for it as well, but obviously we can't get the rundown yet.
Okay, here's
because
why.
The cars aren't here yet.
No, here's
They haven't got
what
the
happened,
inspection.
because I actually talked to Holly about it. Of course, they were going to run heats first. There's supposed to be 60 car limit. Heats first. They were going to do 3 heats of 20. Well, what was happening is, let's just say same as where we come from. Everyone shows up late. Everyone showed up at 5 o'clock. No one was here. Probably not even half the cars.
5:45.
And what's happening is they wanted to start with heats, and it's kind of, they're kind of putting themselves in a pickle here because
Right. I mean, we're
they want to run the heat. They said they were going to put the trucks in next, but they got all the cars out there, so they can't put the trucks out, and they kind of.
Those light trucks aren't going to hurt those if they actually do.
No.
If you look behind us, there is a truck that hasn't even got off the trailer yet. He still hasn't even gone to inspection. Look, both of them right there, Brian.
Ben Sawsville up in. He's ready to see some action. We got.
Yeah, we all are.
Josh Twite. Hope I said that right. Is up there in Minnesota watching Todd Lashin, watching everything.
Minnesota is true demolition derby.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
definitely.
Almost as much as New York.
Yeah. And that state as a whole, the support they've given us.
Yeah.
I mean,
Good bunch of drivers, good people up that way.
Ben said something about welding lessons in Minnesota. I'm not sure exactly where that was going, but
Hey, Ben, simmer down.
sometimes when Ben doesn't get any sleep, he gets a little grumpy.
He usually gets pretty awesome around that time. He's fun to be around. When you get tired, I said you're fun to be around. He does. Well, today I actually made Ben mad. I actually felt really bad about it because I think it's the first time I upset Ben. I'm sorry. Fair.
Here's a question from Rome, New York to you, Josh, regarding Kings of Old School. Is there a 4-cylinder just show up and go derby at Kings of Old School?
Yeah. Yes. Compacts. I mean, it's old school, so I mean, it's virtually there'll be a lot of chain and go cars there. I know a bunch of guys come from all over. That's all just straight chain and go.
So you're not going to make them run with the full size cars?
No. No, definitely not. And I got about we weren't going to say, but I got more than 50 compacts. Let me just say that. Plenty more than 50. So.
Josh, when I win that show, do you think Chris will put a picture of you handing the trophy with all the money to me on the front of his magazine?
I'll put a picture of Josh on the front of the magazine.
Well, of course you will. He's your favorite.
He's my favorite.
I know.
What you guys don't know is every time I'm in something, I had to beg for it. It's like, Chris, please put me in this magazine. What do I got to do?
Still awaiting.
But I'm that guy. I always want to be like, I'm that guy, I guess.
Yeah,
You know
just
what
gonna
I'm
cap
saying?
it at that.
This chair's busted up there. Brian, did you sit in this one?
Wow, we're going there. The next time 10 people want to
The
beat
leg's
you,
bent.
the next time 10 people want to beat you, don't come ask me for help.
Who was I going to ask?
Well, I sat in it last night and it was bent then.
Yeah, so make fun of Chris. Make fun of Chris.
Yeah, make fun of me.
I wouldn't dare.
Or instead, think about the fact that maybe it was bent before one of us sat in it.
Just
Brian, by the way, that is why I took the bent chair, so I didn't have to listen to somebody complain about it all night.
Hey, you know me well.
yeah, because he is a diva and he will complain.
Shut up.
I want a buddy of mine from work, Swarty, is watching on online. Thanks for watching, buddy.
Don't on the topic of being a diva. Don't bring up the whole shower thing.
TMI. TMI. We'll leave it at that.
I know.
TMI.
What's TMI mean?
Too much information.
Wow. Can't believe.
I think these compact trucks are stock virtually. I mean, I've seen a couple with stock plastic bumpers on. Not sure what the rules are on them. Stock. I don't know if they are stock.
Chris, I think this would
like
be an equivalent to a junk run, correct? Back in New York, maybe.
What's the light trucks?
The light trucks? Yeah,
similar. Yeah, in the same ballpark. Scott Tatters weighing in with the Discovery Channel documentary discussion with Mark Slyopa, Bobby Whitaker, all the
Bobby and his dad. That was the one where they showed the barn with 7,000 GM wagons in it.
Oh my God! Okay, yeah. Oh my God!
See.
Okay, now that's
see, Mark. You know who the true family members are. Josh didn't even know.
I still have it on tape.
Whatever,
Where's
dude.
your tape?
Whatever.
It's in my closet.
Chris converted it to a DVD for me, so I could put it in the rotation.
Shut
I don't believe I did that.
Whatever, dude. You just sit over there. Remember that, Mark. Brian Tompkins. I'm the one that's got your back, buddy. Decker's just,
dude.
You know how he is.
I bet you there ain't a derby driver out there that's not seen that. I mean,
oh, absolutely,
dude. I remember watching that, saying that this is. I was so jealous of that man.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
jealous.
Absolutely.
You know, I didn't come from a derby family. My dad hated vehicles.
Yeah.
Does he
And,
still hate it?
Yes. Yes.
Even though you have trophies from Minnesota
No.
and now Kentucky?
You don't care. It's like, yeah, great for you. You junked some iron. Who cares? But, yeah, no, it's... I don't know if my dad does care. I don't even know if I told him.
Did you tell your brother you got a heavy hitter?
Yeah, he had
How
my
excited
kids
you
over.
are.
Oh, that's
and
right.
His kids watch.
That's right. You
They
told me
all
that.
watch.
Now, what do they call you?
Zio.
Zio.
My brother's Tio, and we're from Italian, so it's Zio and Zia. And,
Yeah, very cool. Very cool.
well, Uncle Josh does not sound cool at all.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. Zio does.
Uncle Josh.
No.
Yep.
Okay, so Kevin
And,
Gaffin. Is
and he got the carburetor straightened out.
Missed him both times.
Yep. And I'm telling you what, this thing is nasty. I think Ben's picking Gaffin for the winner. No. Really?
Ben said he would.
Yeah, right. That's
He
true.
said he wouldn't make the choice.
Okay,
That's
that's
what he
fair.
said.
That's fair.
Because one of my choices, I think we put back up.
Yeah, you know that
We had a
is.
couple people ask where Zizzleman is, and I haven't seen that car pull through.
I haven't seen it, no, but I haven't made a full lap.
You know, it's interesting because John told us that he's not scared to put people on the trailer. You know,
No.
his thing is my rules are my rules, and they will let you go cut. He's like, but if I say to you and I look you in the face and I say cut this, and you come back and you didn't for whatever reason you got, you're going on a trailer.
Yep.
And maybe we're seeing a little bit of that. I don't know that. I don't.
It's guys that
They just don't want to cut. Yeah. But isn't that crazy, Ben? You come all the way this way, and then you don't want to. No, you just take it home. I don't have. I'm weird like that. I want to run. You know, I couldn't do that.
It depends, though. I mean, oh, yeah.
Exactly. Now the thing here is, usually we're very used to seeing plates from A-arm forwards and then all the protectors and kickers, but we're not seeing that today. We're going to have kickers and protectors, but from A-arms forward is not welded. So you are going to see them nose up in front of the A-arms, but they will not be bending at the firewall.
We officially have people watching out in California. Filthy Phil Tevis
Hey, Phil.
watching with his nephews. And so they're going to be watching until they walk out the door to go to Monster Jam. Thanks for watching,
Nice.
man. Another state covered. Thank you, Woody. Appreciate that.
Ben's saying that they actually have to have movable suspension. You know how a lot of guys are running them hard shocks and
Yep.
stuff. Here, they actually have to have some bounce,
Okay.
which is a little bit. You don't see that a lot
No.
in pro mod cars.
No.
Ben, what
These
do you
are
think's
pro
the
stocks,
reason?
though.
What are they calling it?
Pro stock.
Pro stock. Pro stock?
Welcome to Owenton.
Throw that word out.
Yeah.
Throw that. What do you think the suspension bounce? What's the difference?
Why don't you slide over a little closer
Yeah.
so that you're on the camera?
Imagine that. Chris wants Josh closer to
I want to
him.
hear what Ben's got to say. Ben's the one who's been doing laps all day.
Yes, Josh, we talked about how pro stock is essentially a kicker class at home.
Pro stock is like a straight outlaw.
couple
or
times
from.
A couple times last night. Jeremy Gard is going to watch when he gets back home. His kid's 11th birthday was today, and they've
Awesome.
gone out to dinner. So,
Well, congratulations.
Happy
pretty cool.
birthday.
Happy birthday! It's a cool deal. So 7:45, still have inspection going on.
Like, think about this. All of us have kids. Like, think of like our whole group, but our kids are going to be our age. Like, how many of our kids stay in it, and how many don't? I wonder what the yeah, probably none of them. That's like none of them. My son won't care.
Like,
A Challenger? Yeah.
my
Yeah.
boy told me that he wants to have a radio show someday, like I do, and I said, "You probably don't want to do
No,
that."
you don't.
The coolest thing on Chris's Facebook the other day, he had his equipment set up, and if I'm wrong, Chris, correct me. He had his equipment set up, and his daughter and son were having their own radio show. And I posted, and I said, "Well, we're in trouble. New hosts." I said, "They got more talent, and they're more cute, so we're going to be off the door in just a matter of time." So that was cool to see that. It's always good to see kids
I
having fun
set
with stuff
them
like
up
that.
and gave them both microphones and headsets. Sorry to interrupt you, Josh.
Gave them both microphones and headsets, and streamed everything that they were doing, just so that we could find out how stable everything was going to be.
That's
so
awesome.
It was out there, and the MP3 recording, I kept it. I saved it. So all their
Because someday
someday,
and you know what? Someday they're gonna think that's really not till they're in their 30s or 40s and they realize that mom and dad are okay and right and smart and that's good stuff. But someday they're gonna love that. That's really gonna mean a lot to them.
I love it. I told my wife, I said I need to start walking around with a recorder to get more of it because
Oh,
there's only so
absolutely.
many times that the kids are going to say the cute stuff that they do. You know.
Oh, absolutely. And that's
My daughter was telling me to look at something as she was doing something at the house when I was talking to Melissa on the phone today. You can't see it, but sounds good.
that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, see, like my kids, unfazed by anything. Like, I'll say
But your
something to
kid's
my
a little older, too.
my daughter. Yeah, she's 8. But my daughter, like, I'll be like, "Hey, Bailey, look, check out this trophy Dad won. Cool." It's like, like she won't even look at me. She'll just say, "Cool." It's like,
My oldest son is very. I mean, he's if he does good in sports, I congratulate him and nothing, no emotion. Great job on the report card. Nothing, no emotion. I give him when I'm lucky enough to get a trophy at my hometown derby. Sorry, Josh Buell. I go over and give that to the kids, and the smile that puts on his face. I'm happy and lucky that he does enjoy that, and he's to the point now where last weekend we pulled the Cadillac out and we started doing some work on it, and he's getting into that. And I don't know if he'll ever want to run. But it's just so awesome to have him out there working with me. When I was younger, I didn't work on derby cars. I worked on my brother's race car, but the memories are great. It's great when the kids join in one way or
it doesn't
another.
matter what you're doing, really, because you're spending time. But not only that, you're teaching them. Like when your kid's swinging a hammer, putting nuts and bolts in, those are just things that they have to learn. And who better than with Dad?
West Pies in Middletown, Ohio, and a completely new viewer down in Tampa, Florida, also tuning in. Ryan Hale told him about it. Chris Hope down in Tampa, Florida. Leon Rumsey got a
Leon, our buddy from Winter Slam or Blizzard Bash.
Leon was very upset. He turned on his computer and it said, "Your internet connection does not support anything." Blah 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 blah. He went up to the shop, tried to do the same thing, and it worked fine. It just needed to be near a Dana 60.
Absolutely. Leon was a big help when we were at Blizzard Bash. Chris was having some technical difficulty, and Leon and his wife stepped up and helped us out a bunch.
Leon's the man.
Absolutely. Very, very good guy. Him and his wife, both great people.
So
you were talking about kids and liking it and stuff. My kid, Alan, will play derby on his big wheel.
Oh, boy.
And now he's got he's got his cousin across the street from his grandmother, my mom.
Yep.
And then if buddy of his across the street, they come over and they do it. And after they're done, they say, "Let's be Josh Decker." They stand on their seats and put their arms over their head like they won. They don't call it "Let's be the winners." They say, "Let's be Josh Decker."
Now that's what I'm talking about. Somebody buy that kid some ice cream.
Great.
That's awesome. Now that kid's got.
Josh will be riding in the back of the
He's
truck
gonna
as
be
his head
somebody.
won't fit in the cab.
That kid's gonna be somebody.
He
Lord.
also used a yellow wagon and rolled over the yellow wagon. He said, "This is your friend Rick," and had a blue car because he knows that Josh drove the blue car for Team New York at Brockton, and rolled it over.
Yeah.
Rolled
Wait,
over.
rolled Rick over?
Nope, rolled
Oh.
over the blue car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We know even in a 6-year-old's mind that there's no way you're rolling over Rick Englehart.
No,
He's way too smart for that. Come on.
That's very true.
He's got a black number 14J Monaco, and he's got a blue Cadillac, which actually has number 68 on the back.
Cool.
Now,
Kenny Rosno?
nope, for Brian Tompkins.
No, he's a Kenny Rosno
and
fan.
Josh Buell was parked on top of the Cadillac.
Oh.
Wow.
Now that kid knows. He's got talent. This
That
kid.
happens.
It's funny. My kid, we were just talking about my kids. Do they follow me or not?
My son's going to be a gangster. Josh.
Yeah, he is. I love your kid already. Tell me he can live at my house.
He asked me twice if he would come over and play Matchbox.
Done.
Is today the day Josh is coming up to play derby cars?
That's awesome, actually.
Brian's been there like 10 times.
Yeah.
That's funny because if I play Matchboxes with my kid, my son will stop me and say, like, "Dad, what are you doing?" It's like, "Well, I'm going to play with you." "No, Dad, don't touch him. Don't touch him, Dad." It's like,
Yeah.
okay. I
Yeah.
can watch him, but I can't touch him.
Get out of here, Dad. You'll make these not run too.
I love my son because he'll... Chris.
Wow, I think that's the first time I've ever heard you say anything like that to Josh.
Got mad.
Wow.
He got pissed quick.
There might be tears
better
flowing.
than
Hold on. Josh, move those glasses. Let me see if there's any tears flowing. Come on, buddy.
Tears flowing. Shut up. I wish they'd start this derby.
Yeah, Josh doesn't like getting picked on. It's okay when it's me, but
It
if
is
Josh
coming
gets
back.
picked on,
I will be retaliating tonight at you.
Josh has been threatening to retaliate on everybody all day today.
I had some ups and downs today, let's say that.
It was a good day today. It was
I'm
a
an
fun
emotional
day.
roller coaster.
I'm not exactly sure how,
Brad Klein, Ray Shearer watching at home.
but
Awesome.
Beersy from Trout Creek was wondering when the show's going to start. I only know of one Beersy.
Beersy. Oh, dude, Beersy's old school awesome.
Wow. What's up, buddy?
That's awesome.
Good to know you're watching.
Okay, let me tell a story about Beersy.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
Just let me go first. We're waiting on some inspections. Hopefully, shortly it'll be starting because it's gonna be a long night, bud. But
Because we're with
hopefully-
you. It should have started a while ago.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, not much control. It's kind of how it's working tonight.
When I was a kid, my dad used to work in this town called Walton. It was about an hour away, and it was a huge derby hub. It's where Rick Englehart used to derby a lot. And Beersy lived down there. He lived on a main road. And when I was a kid, my dad hated derby cars, as I said. Well, one time we were driving down this road, and we went past this house, and there was literally,
Tim Ellison.
I don't even know, probably 100 cars in a pile, done, ready to derby. There must have been 100. This is how I remember it as a kid. It was all Beersy's. Beersy had this field of derby cars all going to Walton. Walton used to get oh my God, so many cars, 200 cars in a night.
And you didn't run the same car 2 nights because it was junk after the first.
Oh my God! But I
Well,
remember I
actually,
used to
in
ask-
reality, you had to enter, and you usually couldn't get in for both nights, right? Wasn't it like you could run one or the other usually?
they've changed it so.
No,
many
but I mean
times.
old school
think
days,
so.
like back
I
when you're
think
talking
so.
about. I think you'd only run one night because so many guys were running it.
And I used to tell my dad to take me past this house all the time and just pull in the driveway. My dad would say, "I'm not pulling in that driveway." It's like, "Dad, just let me see him, man." And he would never. He would slow down so I could look past him fast.
Almost like a
Never-
tease.
I remember
Oh,
when I
it
was
used
a
to piss
kid.
me off.
When I was a kid, after the fair at home, I would beg my mom just to drive wherever we were going. We had to drive by the fairgrounds because all the derby cars would still be left over in the infield.
Oh,
before
yeah.
they came
On
out.
Sunday
Oh, yeah.
morning.
On Sunday
Yeah, that
morning.
was-
No, I mean a couple days after. There'd
Yep.
still be
Yeah.
periodically
Yeah,
the
that
cars
was
still
cool.
left. Man, they would just beg. Let's go to Walmart again. We don't need to go to Walmart. Yeah, but we could drive by the fairgrounds.
When I was young, my dad was on the fair board, so we'd go the next morning because my dad had stuff to do at the fair, and me and my brother would go around trying to start derby cars because there would be all junk, beat up ones, and we'd just go around trying to start derby cars. And
There
Oh,
were
my
people
God.
doing that in Brockton last year at the Northeast Championship show, going around trying to get one started so that they could go try to qualify. I can't keep up with all the messages we're getting. This
I
is
stopped.
crazy.
I had 21 missed, and I
know,
just stopped
it's been
looking. I'm
just-
sorry.
Just overloaded. Chuck Chapman's watching with Donnie Lane.
Chuck,
Really?
what's up, buddy?
Chuck's the man.
Cody Riley, Justin Riley, Ryan Sniper's
Nice.
out there.
Nice.
Chuck, one of the hardest driving dudes.
He open
in
face
New York.
helmet. I love that guy.
Old
Open face.
school.
He's awesome.
That's
He's
about
always
3 sizes
smiling.
too small.
Drives you out of the seat. He's got a big smile on his face.
The only thing that helmet protects is his hairline.
Yep.
I mean, that helmet is small. Love watching that.
Yeah, he's.
Remember that wagon that he
awesome.
had at Metal Destruction? Had the Redskin sticker on the bumper. It was yellow and black, number 5.
I don't remember that one.
That was cool. Drove the wheels off.
Hey,
that
do you
thing.
remember when?
remember
Do you
that
remember
one.
when Chuck was tearing you up and ended up taking himself out at Cuba in the stock show?
You know, it's so funny. It was one of the first real
right.
features I won, and it was pure luck.
That's right, he was second.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like, because I've had people say, you beat Chuck Chapman. It's like, not really. Chuck Chapman took himself out. He was tracking. He took out every other car in the feature, and then I was bagging it. And, I got lucky. And we all know that. We were all there,
Chuck is definitely one of the good derby dudes.
Oh, my God.
About 3 years ago at Yates County, Chuck was down there with one of his Malibus because that's pretty much all he ever ran.
Oh, yeah.
And I think he hit Cody Riley, and he hit him, and the whole radiator just fell right out of the front of the car. But it never steamed because apparently it never had water in it to begin with. and he just starts wailing away. He wins the Derby.
Yep.
It was I love watching him.
Very good driver.
Now, Chuck is one of those guys where you remember you said earlier it's hard to drive hard all night and win.
Yeah.
Chuck's one of those guys that
Okay,
can
I
do
agree
it.
with that.
Chuck is one of those guys because he's a good enough builder. And Chuck drives hard, but he doesn't take bad shots.
No, he doesn't.
He knows where to hit you to do the most damage. And, Chuck is definitely one of those guys I have loved to watch for a long, long time. Really, really enjoy watching him run.
This one time we were at Canandaigua and we were in a consi and there was only 5 cars and me and Chuck were going to work together, Well, all of a sudden I got this one car up against the wall and here comes Chuck, man. He must have been doing 40, but he's aiming right at me. He's coming right at my front fender, driver to a corner, And I'm talking last second. He turns and destroys this car that I was holding. And then he backs up, and I remember the smile on his face because he knew that I was just pretty much sweating bullets, saying Chuck was just about to junk me, and thank God you turned. You know.
He's laughing because he knows that you're throwing up in your mouth.
Oh, absolutely. I was scared. I was probably crying.
B-Mac and the boys in Trout Creek are watching with Beersy also.
Oh yeah. Good group of guys from that area.
Last year, we Josh and I ran a show that Chris had promoted over in Yates County, and I was in the feature with Chuck. And we went by, afterwards. During the feature, I went by and kind of like bumped into him and hit him. And I'm like, Chuck, man, I apologize. He's like, it's a derby. We're going to rub against each other. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I don't want you to think. He's like, no, don't
I'm
worry
the
about
same
it.
exact way because I won't hit Chuck.
Yeah.
I don't want to because first off, I don't want the retaliation. I don't want to hit Chuck, but sometimes he drives me and it's like, no, Chuck, I'm not. I'm not coming back, man. I'm going on the other side of the track. See ya.
I just want everybody to know what happened there. We got a picture from somebody in Waterloo who's watching on a 73-inch TV, and I figured if I didn't mention him, I would get the trademark "you suck" comment. I just got it. Timmy Ellison officially weighing in that I suck, and he's watching at home on a 73-inch TV. So that was kind of cool. I figured I'd be able to get that out of him. That was kind of fun. Jimmy Crafton checking in as well. Adam Crafton's 12th birthday is today.
Nice.
We're celebrating it by watching the show together.
Awesome. Very cool. Happy birthday, buddy.
A lot of people asking what's going on with the show because the advertised start time was 7 p.m.
Oh, you're right.
So,
You're absolutely right. We're not the promoters.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean we can at least explain a little bit about what's going on. There's our buddy, Pork Chops Boy, coming up to hang out in the back of the truck with Melanie. They're trying to get all the cars through inspection. Everybody showed up here at like 5:30, 6 o'clock. Everybody came in at the last minute to try to get them all through and at the same time give everybody a thorough inspection without just throwing them, basically throwing them to the wolves. So that's what they're doing. They're trying to get through it all, and so we're good. My dad's watching. My dad is watching
Very
the
cool.
Derby.
Someone get my dad to watch. Hey, we
He's
got
asking-
Pork Chops Boy right here.
My
You
dad
come
wants a
over here,
weather
buddy?
report from
Great.
Kentucky. It's cooling off quickly as the sun sets, but it's been about 70 all day. There he is. What's up, man?
It's 62 as we speak.
Wearing the Crash and Bash team gear. You excited?
Who do you think's gonna win?
I have no idea.
No idea.
Kevin Gaffin?
No.
What?
Kevin Gaffin say.
How did everything go on the Power Wheels for you, bud? Did you have a good time?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I saw you knocking some people out of their seats, getting some good hits. That was awesome. Nice job.
Me and my cousin were out there.
You were
I
tearing
know.
stuff up.
Cousin was in 33 and I was in 387.
Now the question is, are you going to get your Uncle Pete Hansen to build you a car someday or what?
Well, he said he would build my very first big car.
Okay.
That's
okay.
right.
That's
He
him
said
up on
none of that compact stuff, but he's going to build you a mean big car, huh?
And by that, he
But
means
no
that
freaking lawnmower. Lawnmower.
That might be the coolest thing that's been said on our show ever.
Very cool, buddy.
I hate the lawnmowers so much.
somebody cut that kid off.
No, actually, earlier. This kid's not cracking me up all day.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's funny.
He was hanging around here earlier, and he was like getting like really excited. They were getting ready to go out for the Derby, stuff like that. I'm like, buddy, you got to go. We got way too many wires running around. And then I talked to Robert. I said, where'd your guy go? He come on back. He wanted to be on the show. He goes, he'll make it when he's ready.
He's like Josh Decker. He comes on his own pace.
Yeah. Hey, earlier today you said when you go out there and you put your helmet on and you get out there, how do you get when you get out there?
Well, I kind of get really crazy and just want to go for whatever car I can.
That's what I like to hear. That's
buddy.
how you do it, buddy.
Yeah, earlier he's like, I just get crazy out there. It's like, that's my kind of kid. You know? So you're having a fun time tonight? Yeah, cool. How's your Power Wheels look? Is it beat up or is it all right?
It's okay, but one Derby, I was at Kansas. This kid hit me in the back. When he backed up, it tore my back bumper off.
Ooh, I bet your dad took care of that. That bumper ain't coming off again, is it?
Not yet.
Here,
That's what I like to hear.
over so everyone can see you. Cool.
I
Can
lost.
you see yourself on the screen right there? That's
Right
what
here.
people are seeing.
You're on.
TV.
You're going out there, buddy.
You're famous now, huh?
You're more famous than Josh Decker.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah, he's definitely derbied more states than Josh Decker.
Okay, you got
True
me there too,
statement.
kid. You got me there too.
Every now and then,
Get ready.
the blind squirrel gets a couple.
You want to know what's going to be funny about the situation with him and his first car? It's actually going to be the Riviera that Pete won Keystone National. He's just going to dust it off.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah, well, the funny part about Pete building my car is I pretty much know he's going to probably weld everything.
Oh yeah, good chance.
This kid knows Pete.
Hey,
Safe bet.
the Keystone Nationals.
Over to my house, today.
He is.
And he came the day before the next. Before
That was
the
when he
day
came-
Before this day.
He probably was trying to cheat, right?
A little.
Exactly. This kid knows. This kid knows. That's awesome, buddy. Cool.
That is great.
All the co-hosts on the show. We're good. Just watch your feet. Watch your feet. You're fine.
Come on, Josh Decker. What are you doing?
Tucker, I'm just kicking everything.
Chris, I think I'm going to jump down quick and grab a sweatshirt and maybe a plug for my phone.
You grab mine. It's in the back seat on the floor. It's a crash.
And anything else you need, Mr.
No, I'm good.
Recorder?
If you grab
Josh, would you? I mean, any
Send Ben up.
velvet shoes or anything,
No,
or
I'm
slippers?
Good,
Or
I'm good. I want to, can you send Ben up? Ben up? If
yeah,
you're gonna
absolutely.
Pat Osmond, buddy, you have a fan in New York right now. Pat Osmond listened to your commentary on that and said that we need to keep you on. You know Pat?
What?
You know Pat Osmond? If you do, that kind of weirds me out.
But I know another fan who comes from New York.
Who's that?
Pete.
Pete? Yeah, he's from far away, too.
What do you want, Josh?
No, I actually, I just want to talk cars a little bit, but this kid's cracking me up.
Paul Petro, checking in at home.
This kid's cracking me up.
He's a good dude.
Well, derby cars are really dangerous.
Yes, they are.
Jim
So
Lonaker
you
watching
can't
Rick
fall
Clark
out.
home as
Yeah.
well.
Yep.
Oh, this one guy, this other car hit him really hard. That he got his teeth knocked out.
Got his teeth knocked out.
Uh-huh.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Man,
It's legit. Ben, man, what do you think?
I can't hear you, Chris.
You might not be able to.
I'm more.
Can you hear me over there?
Helpful?
That's good.
Good,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Ben can't hear anything.
No.
I forgot that. No, Ben, I just wanted to. I mean, you were more walking around. I kind of gave a brief rundown. You know that it's protectors with kickers, but they're not welding A arms forward. So we're going to be seeing some nosing A arms forward.
Well,
Correct?
it's a cool variation because he has it with you can't run a halo on it, but you can run a mid plate. If you run a mid plate, then there's a different rule with distances with the dash bar and stuff. If you don't run a mid plate and just run a steel bell with a tranny protector, you can actually slam the dash bar right down tight.
Oof.
So I mean,
Oof.
in the variations like half-inch body bolts, you know, in body mount bolts, and just little things.
What were you seeing? More protect. Everyone's got full protectors, or were you seeing
I
guys?
don't know. There's a lot of
A little of
it's
everything.
kind of a little everything. That's what I'm curious. I mean, this is
Yeah.
going to be, from what I'm hearing, this is going to be a pretty good hard hitting show. The throttle stops are supposed to be getting cut out of the cars right now in the inspection line. So
Now,
but,
what
no,
are-
I think it's going to be a pretty exciting show. There's some guys in there that like to drive hard, and the guys that don't like to drive hard are going to have to drive hard for a certain amount of time. But there's also guys that are on a trailer. So
Now, what are
Al
you?
Crockett said we need to get rid of you and have him take your seat.
The kid's better than me. I'll give it to him. He's cracking me up, man.
he's cool. He's a
cracking
cool
me up.
kid.
He's been funny all day.
Yes.
He has had some funny one-liners today.
That's the fellow that we signed his car. And
was
rest
very-
assured, even though the car was damaged, he protected all the autographs.
Yes.
He was very upset because he wanted us to do it in a timely fashion, and we were over there trying to talk to him. And he goes, he made it very specific, you know.
Hurry up.
Upset me pretty much. Hurry up, get it done.
Absolutely.
But no, he's all these kids had fun. I mean,
So-
you've seen it.
Ben, tranny cross member. What was the rule here? Do you know? What were
There's
you
something
seeing?
funky with that too.
Original members, or they're
Now they can only use a certain size, of course, but then there's a restriction on the side mount plate, and you know I'm not gonna guess what it was. I'm gonna admit I don't know exactly what it was, but it's the rules. The rules are they're that much different, just enough to draw guys that don't want to to compare to a smash it car,
Yeah.
or a ultimate derby. Build,
yeah, these are going to bend.
The big thing is they're missing a 20-inch plate up front,
Yeah, and that's the big one.
Yeah.
And that's a big one.
And you're gonna see them nose, but I'm gonna tell you, I mean, it's gonna be a good derby, fast paced, hard hitting.
Well, like anywhere, you're going to see a lot of tire shots. I don't think you're
Oh,
going to see it. Now,
well-
they can
well,
have
there's-
loaded bumpers, right?
Well, here's the other thing. I mean, with other rules, I mean, you can run aftermarket spindles if you want. You can run, you can run the heavier spindles.
But you
and,
can't run
and
tie
hubs.
rods, I saw.
Right. It has to be a factory end tie rod, which
Doesn't make that.
it is what it is. I mean, people have their preference, but there's guys here that aren't running, the aftermarket spindles, and they're running just stock spindles or swapped spindles or whatever. But it's actually, like I said, I'm very curious on how this is going to play out. I would love to be able to spend, stay an hour after the Derby's over and just walk around on the track and look at stuff.
Absolutely. That's when you learn.
But just by sitting up here, we got an awesome vantage point because of the way the facility is, and
a couple of good camera angles to work from as well.
You'll be seeing a lot. You know what to look for. I mean, people at home will be able to watch this and say, with a slight description of what the build is, not exact, but there's going to be a difference from a Bash for Cash.
Oh yeah.
A Smash It class car or Ultimate Derby car versus this type of class.
Yes.
And I'm looking forward to it.
This really been like for a guy from our area.
This would be a good show.
This would be your
for him to come.
intermediate one, kind of.
Actually, anybody. I mean, you're not going to an extreme build. You're going to a mid-size build.
But you can use a lot of goodies.
You can use a lot of goodies, and you don't have to go radical with the goodies, and you just have to use your creativeness and with different build parts and cage components, and just like any other build, but these are just more critical. You got to use your brain a little bit more with
exactly.
It's not just slap something in there that's not going to bend and brace up to that, and this kind of brings it. Rewinds it.
Yes,
a little
brings
bit.
it back. Absolutely.
Yeah, rewinds it just a little bit, and
it is going to bend.
Yep.
Now what do you do?
Yep. So it's like I said, I'm excited to see it. Been a long day. I mean, definitely they're doing a thorough job in an inspection. That's why they're starting late.
Well, looking behind us, Ben, I see a couple cars loaded, and it looks like
there's guys that went through the line and just basically they got told what they had to fix or cut, and they said, "I'm just going to put it on a trailer. I'm not going to cut my car apart." Which that's a tough decision. That's a decision you got to make when you're building a car. Are you going to be willing to bring it back? Whatever gray area you push. I mean, are you willing to bring it back into legal enough area to run that they want you to bring it back to.
Well, it's so funny. We were talking to Chris Atkins today.
Yeah.
And he was talking. Now, he's the one that taught us Ohio style. He's the one that's been just like Ohio style. You always go to a Derby Ohio style where you're insanely overbuilt and you cut for a while.
Yeah.
But today he was saying to us, you know what? Last year I did not have fun at Razorback when I went and I had to cut for 8 hours.
He had to basically cut his whole dash bar out.
Oh. And redo it oh my god!
And people that are watching, they know that that's not an easy task.
No.
And he goes, I did not have fun doing that.
But it's funny because we started saying like, you know what, I should go to Derby's more Ohio style. Okay, that's never been my style, but maybe I should do it. And then it's funny to hear him the next year later say, no, I burned myself out with it. I actually went to Ohio style, and I burned myself out.
Yeah. I've always said, I mean, if you're willing to build to the gray areas, you still have to be willing to accept if you have to fix it. That's something. That's
a very interesting thing you just said, Ben. How many guys out there really think like you are saying, okay, I went over to the limit. I know I did. I have to know that I'm going to have to cut this, probably.
Well,
and there's a lot of guys that just lose their mind and get all mad. It's like, well, hey, man, you're the one that pushed the limit.
Because they convince themselves they're right.
Correct.
No matter what.
Correct, Bob.
Which I'm guilty as charged. I mean, I don't think there's been a car yet I've built that's been legal.
Been legal?
Legal.
Agreed.
So, I mean, it's...
And Ben built 100 cars, so... 100 illegal cars out there.
No, like I said, I mean, I think this is a really good thing. I mean, we got to talk to John last night a little bit and yesterday, and
we had that talk yesterday.
I think this is just a good set of rules, really.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it plays out.
I mean, because these guys, by no means, I mean, these cars are not low budget cars either.
Do you think
there's just a high caliber cars here. There is, any other big show, but
do you think you'll get guys using the backs more than we're used to seeing?
Using
the back of the car, or no? You think?
I think the heats is going to be the heats. That they're going to want to use their backs in the heats and get them to roll and use the backs up and save the noses for the feature, because I really got a good feeling that the feature is going to be pretty nasty. You know, and that's the way Vic guys usually are. You know, you use your back in the heat for most you can, and then use your nose in the end.
Turn her around.
Yeah. And that's where this type of class that you have to use that style a little bit more. I feel. I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, it's just other guys that are driving might be like, hey, screw that. You know, I'm going to use the front all night long and just sunsh you. You know? And it's
well, yeah, whatever you want.
Yeah. So.
There's something to be said about using your front all night, though. Like, there's nothing I love more than like driving frontwards all
hurts
night.
Your neck too much to turn around and look behind you. I mean, that's just
agreed.
But no, there's the group that's through inspection that actually got sticks. I mean, it's not gonna be you're not gonna fall asleep watching it. So
Probably what, 30 cars, 35 cars that got sticks.
yeah, it looks roughly. I mean, it's.
We're supposed to have 60.
We had a couple guys no show.
We know we had like 6 or 7 of them.
Yeah, there's definitely no showers, and there's, like I said, the guys that fall into class, you know, they have the option to fix it, or if they could fix it, and just chose not to fix it, and you know, it's too bad, because I like to see, you know, when everybody shows up, you want to see everybody on the track. You know?
Yeah.
You don't want to see nobody on the trailer.
But you know what's interesting to me is to hear the willingness to load on the trailer, because I'm just weird, but if I build for a derby, I'm running at night.
Yeah.
I don't go home loaded on a trailer. It's only happened to me one time, and it was 3 minutes from my house, so I really pushed it. But
Shit.
hey, I'm gonna get the guys from Smash It up here.
You have to give them a step ladder to get up.
That's all right. I'll get them up here.
Dustin Ingram watching up in Canada. Just wanted to send some love to Daryl Monroe in the 18.5.
Russ.
Hey, we got a question. We got a question coming in that's for you, Ben. Next time, if you pass tech the first time, are you underbuilt? Coming from Tommy Woodbury. If you pass tech the first time, are you underbuilt?
If I went to a derby, and it happened to me once, I went to a derby, and when I went through the inspection line, I had one thing I had to fix, and they gave me the stick anyway because I had to fix it. I left that inspection line going, I'm screwed. I'm underbuilt. You know, I'm in for a long night.
Right.
And that's, from that point on, I don't have them worries anymore. I have a list. You know,
Sure.
and that's just my everybody has their different opinions and different ways they want to go into a build, and I've just adapted over the years, and I'm personally, I mean, I'm 100% honest. I overbuild, and what they catch I cut, what they don't catch, I guess that's my good deal, you know.
How about you, Russ Clark from Smash It? How are you? Welcome to the show. Good to see you again.
Pretty good.
That's good. Jump right on there. If a guy goes through tech and passes on the first time in the 80s class at Bash for Cash, do you say he's underbuilt?
You know, I've seen it happen. Not that often. Most people have to go through at least twice.
Yeah.
Once or twice I've seen it happen. They were built spot on, but usually, they're underbuilt.
It's an interesting question. I mean, somebody was asking if something has happened on the track. Brian Sipple asking if something happened on the track. No, we're just getting everybody through tech inspection, trying to make sure everything's fair. The guys come late, and that doesn't mean that you get a free pass through tech inspection. The officials still took the time, put the show on hold by about an hour and 15 minutes now to make sure that they went through every car equally and everything was fair and balanced. You can't really fault that.
It's tough to do that.
Yeah.
You know, when you get 60, 70 cars or 500.
Yeah.
It takes time. I mean, that's why we spread it out over the 3 days.
Yeah.
because it does take extra time on certain classes to inspect the cars. These cars are tough to inspect.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I mean, from my perspective, I'm sure yours too, Russ. I mean, these guys spend months building these cars, and when it comes down to the skinny of it, you know, people, you know, you're in a spotlight. Inspectors are in a spotlight, and you try to do a fair and even job. But no matter what way you look at it, these guys take months to build a car, and you get literally probably 15 minutes, 20 minutes per car, you know, and it's just it makes your head spin. You know, you got a lot of critical points you have to hit. And every year, everybody's trying different stuff and trying stuff different ways and trying to get into them gray areas a little bit different. And it's, I guess where I'm getting at, people need to just kind of be a little more patient when it comes to start times. You know what I mean?
In terms of the tech line, have you ever been in line and saw a car in line 2 or 3 cars beyond the one that you're looking at and just thought, oh, I don't want this guy to get to the front of the line?
Yeah, that's happened a lot. But you just look back through there and just something catches your eye that you've been looking for, and you know, and then you see because you kind of fixate on that when that happens. Right. You look at that car the whole time when you're moving around, and you just see more and this and that, and it just keeps adding on. And yeah, you dread seeing it pull in there. And
remember last year we watched the inspection light, a black car turned bright pink.
Oh yeah. I
don't remember whose it was, but it transformed one at a time. Went from black to pink with a badge for cash. If you haven't been there before to see inspection, they changed they use pink spray paint to highlight the things that need to be changed, cut, taken off.
Yeah, it looked like a zebra, a pink zebra when it pulled out of there. But hey, you know, it's.
I mean, these guys will start working on these things in October. To run them in, you know, April, May, and they just. The ones that do the best are the ones that everything counts. Every little thing is done right. It's a lot of the little things. I mean, if you think about it, all the derbies you've ever seen and ever ran, cars that don't do good, is it because their car's junk? Normally it's a battery cable or something little that people overlook. And,
and to me, I mean, there's a large group of derby drivers. They're the most meticulous people in the world. You know, the very successful ones that are very, you know, successful every time they go out. If you actually went and actually talked to them and had a conversation with them, they are just meticulous people, you know, and like you said, every nut, bolt, you know, and fitting and switch and it's just, and what usually a lot of times with these guys, it kind of makes you laugh is like, it's not something they did failed. It might be a hose that they put on. That hose failed, you know, put brand new fitting on or brand new crimped hydraulic hose or something like that, you know, and then next thing you know, what happened? Oh man, a crimp blew out on the hydraulic hose I had done, you know. It's just, it's weird stuff, you know, and sometimes manufactured parts go bad, you know.
Well, when you build a car and you get it done, you don't want to get it done too early, because if you're done a month early, then every day for 30 days, you're looking at the same 50 things over and over and over, just making sure it's right. And
Yeah, I get to a point where I just walk away, because you just, well, okay, I could do this, you know, or you know, if I do this, I can add this, you know. It's just, you get to a point you're just, okay, enough's enough, you know.
And then the day of the show, you go over it before you load it, and then when you get there, you go over it again. It's just, the little things count more now than a lot of bigger things.
We were talking before everything really got going here. Bash for Cash is coming together pretty smooth this year.
Yes. Yeah, we're right on track for everything. I mean, they just notified us that the camping spots are all sold out. I don't think we have very much more room to put any more cars on the fairgrounds, derby-wise.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
We added a new class, the old iron wire class this year, and it's got a great response for it. So.
Oh, yeah.
Your brother added a bunch of stuff for next year that you found out about on our show.
Yeah. I was at home listening that night. I wanted to beat my computer with a hammer.
I think that's going to be a pretty good time. Adding the extra day, adding the 5-foot class, and the changes for the compacts with some pretty serious money on the line for those guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got to do something for them. It's starting to be, compacts they're getting bigger everywhere that we put derbies on, and some of the shows we put on there, there's more compact cars than full size cars,
Right.
and it's coming to that. Well, if you look at cars on the street nowadays, that's basically it's all being built anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I was listening to that with Tim, I had some choice things to say.
Yeah.
I had a whole conversation with my computer while he was talking about it. And then I called him. He said that he counted to 5 when he got off from the podcast, and I was calling him.
Yeah.
And I asked him why he didn't, tell me over the weekend. We worked on the car all weekend. He's like, you try to talk me out of it. So
Yeah.
I just put it out there, and now we just have to figure it out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I was glad of it.
Yeah, you got to figure out how to get like 30 hours in a 24-hour day.
I'm telling you, you need to just go to a round-the-clock schedule. It'd be way easier.
See, that can't work because I like the 2 o'clock to like 5:30 in the morning running around the campground. So I need a few hours.
Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna. If people are watching, they're seeing them spraying water all over the track in their home, going, "Oh, this is gonna suck. It's gonna be a stinky track." I'm gonna tell you right now, this is gonna be a wicked fast track.
The only thing they're doing is tacking this track up. It's
Yeah.
the same thing that your local dirt track does. Put a little bit of water on the top and just let it get sticky, and they're going to be hooking up without any trouble at all.
Well, with the gears they're running now and the tires and even muddy tracks, they can move around real good.
Yeah.
And this has a very, very, very hard base to it.
Oh, it's as hard as a paved road out front. They pull trucks and tractors on this track. So I mean, it's
When the slime was on after the rains when we got here yesterday morning, as wet as it was, you walked into it, you sunk, but you only sunk about that far.
Yeah.
And then it just stopped.
These clay tracks, like here, Ohio has a bunch of them. You drive on a wet track, the wet clay for about 5-10 minutes. They're real tacky.
Yep.
They don't dry completely out, but they get it's like a glue.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
And I've spent the last 4 hours just walking around and looking at the cars running. There's some well built machines here today.
Yeah.
A couple of them I've seen 2 built. And they're loaded on trailers. But
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're saying. There's guys that just flat out, here's your, this is what you got to do, and they're just like, no thanks.
Well, I was walking around and there's 4 cars here from Ohio, and I've noticed only one made it through inspection.
Yeah, I see Kevin's the only one that made it on the track. Yeah. Yeah, so he's kind of the odd duck out there right now.
There are cars staged off just beyond the entry gate. Take a quick peek. You can see the fire truck going off the track. Get you a little bit closer angle. There you go. You can see the nose of one of the white cars. Still awaiting the arrival of lineups, so we know who's who.
I didn't hear you.
Well, we're sort of awaiting the arrival of lineups because they've just now finished seeding the heat, so we're waiting to find out. We're going to give you a rundown on who's who and who's in what. We have the names, but we don't have the corresponding numbers at this point.
I mean, looking at all these cars today, just walking around, there's like 3 of them that stick out that I've looked at.
Yeah.
That I learned a couple new things, actually.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, these guys, I mean, it don't matter. You could go to this derby and then 2 months from now go to a different one, and it's like somebody else. You see something new every time. At least with me. I mean, there's, of course, I'm not. This style derby's almost non-existent, back our way. So to see something like this, you got to travel,
Yeah.
So, but that's where.
And you can pick up so much that even though you don't see a build like this at home, you can apply it to what you're doing.
You can apply it just in a different, just in a different way.
That's what makes the Bash unique. I mean, we got entries from 19 different states in Canada.
Yep.
And just the different build styles from state to state. And
the whole interpretation of the rule from each state, is just.
Yeah. It's within the way the rule's written, but it varies. You change one little thing on how you do it, it changes, how a car bends completely.
Right. Yeah, everybody's getting anxious now.
Yeah, but you see if we can find lineups at all. Give them a few minutes, but give them a few minutes because they probably don't even have them up there yet. But we can get there.
What's going to be your favorite class at Bash this year, Russ?
Well, I really don't get to see any of them.
No, but I mean, what's I shouldn't say that to watch, but I mean, what is like your favorite class? I mean, out of all your classes,
What's your favorite part of Bash besides the ending?
I'm kind of partial to the Smash It rules, the '80s class there. I mean, I like them cars. They're hard. They're aggressive.
Right.
The Turn Back the Clock reminds me of 30 years ago when I went to derbies. I mean, all them old style cars.
Yeah.
This year to watch, I mean, the heat I'm most looking forward to seeing if I can happen to catch it is the old Iron Wire class.
Yep.
And Joker with his Mad Dog, with giving the fresh sedan and $1,000 to the Mad Dog. I've had a lot of people tell me on the phone that that's the only reason why they're running it, and so it should be entertaining.
Well, that's good because that's going to make for a tough decision right there. I mean, you get that many cars on that track, but everybody, majority of them with the same mindset. It's definitely going to put a hell of a show on.
But on the classes, I mean, I like all of them. I mean, all of them has a unique style and driving style, and it differs from class to class, and the trucks are entertaining. But I'm kind of partial to the Smash It class. And, it's a little package we went through for about 6 years ago, and we kind of finessed it a little bit here and there, and and now it's tougher to inspect. But you can see a lot of creative ways to do stuff. And,
Colin Crane, the one of the winners from Bash for Cash last year, had a pretty good run down in Hot Springs.
Yeah, I heard that. I haven't caught any derbies. I mean,
really?
No, not that so far this year. But my job, I work a lot in the winter. 12, 14-hour days.
Yep.
So. But I don't really work that much in the summer.
Right.
It's all about putting derbies on.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not like you only got, one or two.
Right.
You got, what, 40 some, 42?
Yeah, 40 some. Me and Tim, we like to catch 10 shows a year that we don't put on just to see if things are done different there, kind of help out with spectators watching, just things that you don't catch at your own show because you're so busy and fixated on getting them started and getting them done. And, so we go around, we go all over. I mean, we went out to Blizzard Bash, had a great time out there.
Yeah.
And it was nice. It was the end of the year. Nobody was asking rule questions. I just had the weekend to enjoy a derby. But we go all over. Now it seems like we have to go at least 3-4 hours away from home to catch one, though.
Right.
I mean, we do so many in the summer, and all of them in Ohio's on top of each other, so we don't have time to go then. So we have to go to off-season derbies, and we came to this one. We'll probably go out to Spring Explosion, catch a couple. I wouldn't mind coming up to New York and catching that one up there. The Kings of Old School.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good show. That'll be a wide mixture of.
I mean, I don't mind traveling a little bit to watch. I love derbies. I mean, I've done it since I'm 11 years old. I've done it forever. And you learn something new every time.
Yes. Yep. 15 laps. Yeah, it's not a stagnant sport. I mean, you're not going to ever not see anything new. I feel it's constantly evolving every single year. And it's not going to be something like it's the same thing. There ain't no sense of going. I'm not going to see anything different. It's
we've been promoting now for 16 years. Yeah. And one thing I've noticed that I don't go to derbies and can just sit and enjoy a derby. For me, it's more of how do they get all these people in here? How do they have them leave? How does this happen? How does, just like the behind the scenes things that happens. And I notice them more now than actually the derby itself.
Right.
And that's where we learn, how to do this better, how to do that better.
Yep.
Looks like the plan is that they're going to open things off with the
circle track
guys. Last night, after everything was signed off, they had a final buy-in heat for the circle track guys, and the number 7 and I can't remember his name. He went hammered down. He was hitting the limiter on that thing the whole way around the track for 12 laps. He was just honing on it.
Yeah, these guys have a good time with these. Well, we
It
got
looked like fun.
Well, we got to explain that he used to do figure eights, and he goes. The guys were, something like you'd see down to Islip and stuff back in the, 70s and 80s when they actually did figure eights and just smashed the hell out of one another at the X,
Yeah,
these guys,
those guys that were waiting for each other to come through the X.
He says so. As a benefit to him and the drivers, he pretty much just took the 8 out of it and made a circle track race so they weren't destroying each other and they could have their cars for more than one show. So it's and these guys are pretty intense for this. I mean, they got some creative ideas on, of course, there's no bumper roll on them other than it has to be as wide as the car.
It has to
or
be able
narrower.
to catch a cow.
And a lot of guys apply that to these cars, and it's something simple like that. Put a 500-pound bumper on the front of a front-wheel drive car on a muddy track, you're going to get around it faster.
Got a question coming in from Jimmy Crafton for you. What was the mindset behind getting rid of the mini trucks?
The compact trucks, we started a few years ago, and the first year we did it, it worked. I mean, wherever we had them, but the interest just fell off over the last couple of years, and it's harder and harder to get that class to fill up. And that show is all about getting the class full, entertainment for the fans, and so it's something that we're just trying. I mean, we try to tweak things here and there, and throughout the years we've added things, taken things away, and this is just something we want to try. And it might work, it might not, but it's a direction we kind of want to go with that. And it's nothing against the compact trucks. I mean, it's a direction we want to take. I think we've had a lot of input from drivers, actually throughout Kentucky here and southern Indiana, where they run a lot of them 5-foot cars, and they come to the bash and watch, and we want to give them an opportunity to run too.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
This is our circle track competition. Going to be on the track first, 12 laps the distance. Melanie Hansen operating our camera for us. First lap, they come out of the corner 5 wide, 25, jumping out to an early lead. Slings it deep in the corner, overdrove it. They're having a little bit of trouble on the clay. Plenty slippery. Move that out front. Throws it way to the top side now. Opens the door for the 26 car. Makes a move to the lead. We've got Bramley, the 17. I think that was the number 71 from last night. He's the defending champion in this in the point standings from last year. Now moving up to second as the 26 spins out going into the first turn. A couple more cars are staged way off the wings here for a second round of circle track competition. 26 railing to get past the 10 and a quarter after having his miscue in the first turn. Number 25 still holding down the point. Runner up continues to be the number 71 of Bramley. Looking for an opening. He has caught our leader. Car sideways in the middle of the track now. Leader first and second go nose to tail. Bramley now tucks it right down against the guardrail. Stands on the throttle. Spins the hairpin. Gets the fender up alongside the driver's door, but didn't keep the momentum up as they work through turns 3 and 4. Once again, now we have heavy contact. Loses the handle on it. Gives up a ton of real estate to the leader. Number 25 then proceeds to overdrive it himself in turns 3 and 4. What's the battle for third? 26 has now clawed back up from 5th into the number 3 spot. Passing the 310 and the number 66, I believe that is out there. Danger going a lap down now. 25 way out in front. Door was open for the number 71 of Bramley. Coming across the line to complete what I believe would be halfway. 12 laps the distance for the circle trackers. Nice and slow approaching the corner, trying to get the slide job to work on him. It didn't work. Instead gives him a hip check. Cart disabled. Center of the track. That is number 310. First and second place come together. Going through turns 1 and 2. Again they come together. Second place just got way out of shape. Having some problems could have some steering problems forming on Bramley's car. Yes, Bramley steering trouble. Disabled now at the top of turn number 2. Trying to rock the car back and forth and getting straightened out. This has put the number 25 well in command, first place. And second place now, I believe, would be the number 26, as we've lost the 310 and a quarter. And now, a couple laps down, is the number 71 of Bramley. Was not a pass for position as the 26 works past the leader. Hip check as they go through turns 3 and 4. 25 still holding the point. This is not a battle for position. 26 a lap down here. You're going to have people knocking down the door to have this division at Bash for Cash next year.
I don't think we have the room.
Another question coming in as the checkered flag falls. Coming from West Pies. Are they going to bring back the old rules for compacts next year for the big money show at Bash for Cash, or is it going to stick with the rules that they've got?
Actually on the rules, I mean, we don't decide until later in the year what we're going to do. We look at this year and see how they go, see if anything needs fixed. We hope there's no changes.
Jason, there you got a bumper over here.
Wait and see. Wait and see what he says here. That's fine. Circle track. We got somewhere there. Give you a quick idea who was out there. The 310 and a quarter was DJ Harris. Nick Chappell was in the 25. He came away with the win. Stephen Hoffman was in the number 26. He was the guy that was running pretty solidly until he spun out. The 310 and three quarters was Austin Hudnall. And then Mike Bramlett in the number 71. It looked like he was really going to put some pressure on the early leader. Ended up falling behind after he lost the steering in the top of turns 1 and 2.
So, Chris, earlier we were speaking, about some different things and about the Bash for Cash, and I was talking with the co-promoter and some of the officials, and we've decided that next year we may have combines in the spare time.
No. Nope. Russ.
What do you think, Russ?
We have actually done combine derbies.
Yep, Tim said that.
But no.
Well, we were standing over there discussing this class here and some other stuff, and somebody asked about a combine. I said, I'd never seen that. And then he said that you guys had actually done a couple. And I said, I think that'd be great for bashing. I can't use the explicatives, but it was somewhere around the darn no, we're not doing that.
Well, we've done school bus derbies. We've done
and that's what I said. I've seen school bus derbies. If the track is big enough, they'll actually wreck stuff halfway decent. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, the track at the Bash, it's pretty big.
Oh yeah.
It's got the size.
Yeah, we. I don't know if Chris was there or not, but I saw one at the Kewaunee County Speedway, and they tore some stuff up pretty good. Were you there when they tipped the one over where they were racing it also?
I remember when they flipped the one over. There was one that they had. Dirt was doing derbies a little bit at that time. And they had one at Canandaigua Speedway. I remember there was a white bus at Canandaigua at one of them that was just wrecking stuff. And then at Weedsport, there was one that had the whole nose ripped off it. And I want to say there was some connection with Glenn Donnelly was purported to be driving one of the buses. And I don't know if it was true. And there were some radio personalities that were driving it as well. And then at Rolling Wheels, they had a bus race on the 5/8 mile track. And this one guy in the bus kept hanging the back end a little further, hanging the back end further, hanging the back end further, just really letting it drift out like a late model. And he came off of the turn. They still had all the glass in it, and the back end came around on him. He slapped it with a quarter panel, broke all the glass out of it, smashed through the chain link fence and all over the midway. The guy never lifted. He just kept right on.
Well, I remember being at Weed Sport, and they were running them, and of course, this was after they banked it, and they ended up tipping one over. He went into the corner, and they would lean a little more, and finally went doop, right over on its side. And then they wondered how they were going to get a bus upright because those things weigh a lot, and all they had was the normal small wreckers. But they eventually got it up and got the glass cleared, and it was all good.
Yeah, we've done a couple school bus derbies. There's not many. I mean, the companies that sell school buses now, they're actually selling more down Mexico. They're worth more down there than people up here wants them, so they're harder to get. Combines are tough to get, but we've done a few of them.
I don't get the combine show, man. It's fun to watch stuff get junked, but man, it's crazy. It just seems so. I don't know.
I would say I wouldn't run one, but I don't see anything I wouldn't get into unless it was really unsafe.
Yeah, like some of those things are open cockpit. Lint, Washington, I think, was like the combine capital of the world, and some of the stuff that they're driving just looks. I mean, when it's used in farm application, it's a little scary.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's any sort of. I'm sure they have to put something on it, but I don't think combines came equipped with seat belts, which is kind of dangerous on a demolition derby.
Why worry?
But yeah, absolutely not. Don Duffy from back in Waterloo also watching tonight. Thanks for watching, Don.
He's watching in the garage on a laptop.
Yeah, he's
73-inch TV.
Yeah, he said he's building his King's old school car and doing it old school. So good for you, man.
I mean, this track here looks pretty nice. It has some decent size to it.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, this is a big track.
I like the layout. I mean, if you're going to design a track, I mean, this is, because and obviously the stands have filled up, but I mean, I couldn't venture, I guess, how many people are around the outside on the hills and in their trucks and watching. I think it's a really good turnout.
There are a lot of people here. We're anxiously awaiting the start of the Derby.
Yes, we are. Anxiously. Good word.
We have a show that we do up in northern Ohio, up by Cleveland. The Derby track's 340 feet long.
Oh, my gosh.
Awesome.
And, the car count's gotten a little bit smaller. And about 3 years ago, we went to them and said, we need to shorten it up a little bit. And we got there the day it was putting the show on. They said, we shortened it. It's 295 feet long now.
Nice. Ben and I grew up demoing on a track that was 276 feet long. So we've been on a track that's fairly long. That's a lot of space. Good. You can do a lot of wrecking on a track like that.
The truck class there is insane.
Yeah, I've seen some videos of some trucks, and I thought you guys had. I thought the truck show last year, or the truck portion of your show last year was good. I thought that was a good show. They were tearing stuff up. That would be a bash. I'm sorry. I should have specified. You have 600 derbies in Ohio. I guess I should have specified.
The only one that
bash for cash. Yeah, I apologize. At the bash last year, I was impressed. The trucks did a nice job.
So this is the second qualifying heat for the 4-cylinder mini circle trackers. Now watch the number 17. That guy was an animal last night. Give you the rundown on who's who. Out here, the 2X is the orange car on the pole. That is Justin Burke, Michael Perkins in the 310.5. Kyle Hendricks in the 17. He was a lot of fun to watch. Sawyer Williams in the 310 and 15/16th, and then Clarence Robinson is going to round out the field in that black number 2, which will be helpful if you can see. There you go.
Ugh.
David LeJewitt still deciding if he wants to watch.
Why wouldn't he?
He's trying to decide if he wants to watch or not. He thinks he might go tune in on his Xbox in a little while.
Okay.
Getting ready to throw the green flag, but we don't quite have the car off the track yet. Don't know if that'd be the best decision to make.
I let it go. That'd be like, add to the ambiance.
Standing there.
I'll be all right. I mean, they could move, but I think leaving the car there would be a nice little bit of ambiance. You don't think so, huh? No. Be like
I like even playing fields.
It is even. Everybody sees it. Don't hit it. What's uneven about that?
It's like we're about ready to get going with qualifying heat number 2. For the circle trackers, this is it for them. We're going to move into
wrecking
our combative
stuff.
motorsports portion of the event here momentarily. There we go. Green flag flies over the mini stock feature. Qualifying heat. That is the number 310.5 of Michael Perkins out in front. And hot pursuit is the number 2X, our pole sitter. Justin Burke giving chase is the number 17. That was one of the guys that we said you should watch. Kyle Hendricks giving chase in the number 17. Problems coming off of turn number 4. Loses the handle on it. Gives up the 4th spot to the number 310 and 1560, Sawyer Williams. Williams now trying to dial into the crosshair. Found the number 2X of Justin Burke, leader way out in front. Almost looks like he's driving an Alero out there, leading the way in the 310.5. Michael Perkins out in front. The number 2X out of shape right at the start-finish line. Spins out. He's going to have to re-enter the surface. Re-enter the racing groove from where he went out. He swings back in, falls all the way to last, and loses a lap after running second in the order. The 17 moves up now into the 4th place. He's going to go by the number 2, moving him up to 3rd. So first place is the 310 going into turn number 1 right now as we speak. 310, your leader. Second place is the 2X of Michael Perkins. That's Justin Burke. Number 2 goes around again. He is a lap down. So we got the 310 out in front. Michael Perkins still showing the way. I believe the 2X is still being scored in the 2nd spot. That is Justin Burke. 3rd now occupied by the 17, Kyle Hendricks. He's rallied up to a top 3 spot at this point. Kyle Problems for the number 17 comes to a rest at the start-finish line, being held. Stop up against the wall. He's able to join the fray one more time, but I believe he had enough laps logged to where he's not going to lose the 3rd spot. Now additional problems showing up for the number 17 of Hendricks as the 310 shows the way. He's on his way into turns 3 and 4. The 2 of Clarence Robinson way out of shape getting into turn number 1. That's it. Checkered flag flies over the 2nd heat of circle trackers. 310.5 Michael Perkins walking away in a rout. Going to be scored as your winner. I believe now, at long last, we will be moving into some of the combative motorsports portions of the program. Been waiting a solid hour and 50 minutes.
I was going to go 2 hours. Didn't we start broadcasting at 6?
6:30, yep.
Now, when you guys sit here and do these podcasts, watching the Derby, do you pick winners?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I picked last night's winner. I made the choice and picked
now
him.
Now
yeah.
keep talking about blind squirrels and nuts?
That's me.
Well, I was just wondering.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, walking through here today, there's a couple cars that I like, but at the end of the day, I'm going to have to stick with the Ohio guy, and I'm loyal like that.
Which Ohio guy?
The only one I've seen him pass inspection so far, so I'll have to go with him.
Okay.
Now, if there's a couple, I'd have to choose of the three, but
That's cool. Very cool. Yeah, we usually, pick one out and see.
Try to.
Sometimes we have the issue if we have, multiple friends on the track. So actually last year, when we picked our team for Chris did a fantasy league when we went to Blizzard Bash, and we picked our team and we didn't pick Pete. And
We heard a lot about it.
We did, but we explained to Pete. We said, Pete, look, how bad is it going to look if we pick our hometown driver? It's going to look bad. We can't.
yeah.
He eventually came around to our way of thinking, and he's like, "Yeah, I understand, but you guys still should have picked me." But we all laughed about it. But yeah, it's cool. I think it adds something to the show. Or not the just to the event, having seeing who's right and who's wrong.
My pick comes down to more of driving style, the way the car's built. I've seen almost all these guys run other places, so you pick up a little bit on them here and there. And now my loyalty to Ohio is only because I'm in Kentucky. Now, it wouldn't, like at the Bash, I don't care who
Pick an
runs.
Ohio driver to win.
Well, actually, Ohio driver hasn't won the Smash It class there the last couple of years. I mean,
Yeah.
a guy from
Canadian.
Canada, a guy from Illinois last year, and so.
But they got the Ohio guys got a pretty good hold on the turn back the clock class.
They're doing pretty good right now.
What I meant was you do 40 derbies a year. Anytime you pick one, I would assume saying an Ohio driver would be a safe bet because you're not going to offend anybody.
Well, when we're out of state, we have to be loyal to where we're from.
Absolutely.
Like we joke around, everybody in Ohio say it. Derbies might not have been invented there, but they've been perfected there.
There's definitely a lot of talent in that state. I got a text from Adam Kasai. Apparently, a bunch of the guys down in Bath, New York, are watching us. Thanks for watching, guys. We really appreciate it.
Sounds like everybody's staying at my mom's house because my dad just figured out how to hook it up to their big TV in the living room.
Awesome. Actually, and I gotta say hi. For the first time ever, my son Zachary is watching tonight. What's up, buddy? Dad will be home
Do you know why this
sometime tomorrow.
The reason why he gets to watch the Derby live, it has nothing to do with it being free.
Oh, Jesus.
Is that Dad's not home using up all their bandwidth talking to his Derby friends all over the place on Facebook, so he actually has the bandwidth to do it.
I understand that.
Wow. I can't really argue that point. My wife would probably definitely agree with you, but so they got the family watching at home tonight. The youngest one got bored watching. I'm assuming he probably because there wasn't anything being wrecked. He'll probably swing by and check it out later, but
now,
a lot of people watching. Please continue watching, guys. The wrecking's going to start here soon.
Now with Tim and
Word's
I,
getting around, by the way, because our numbers have just gone. We're
With-
getting around. The viewers numbers have just spiked, as we alluded to the wrecking action forthcoming.
with Tim and I, for our sons to sit down and watch a Derby, we'd have to pay them.
Really?
They want nothing to do with it.
What I mentioned earlier, hang
Hang on a second.
I'm sorry.
You guys looking to get
adopt?
out soon, and you don't have anybody to pass this on to?
Oh, we're not that old. No, I mean Tim's son.
Just keep this in mind.
He'll be going off to college here this year. My son's 21 and he's in school and working. And just as growing up, they watched us work in the garage every night on Derby cars, and just like that's not for me.
I mentioned earlier, my oldest son is 12, and I grew up working in the garage with my dad and my brother raced. So I mean, I learned a lot of stuff there. I've been running and stuff. My oldest son he comes over and he does a lot of work. Actually, he pretty much painted my entire car last year with an air gun. We mixed it up and he did a great job. And he's more interested in the Derby than my youngest son. Which I mean, my youngest son Nicholas is only 8, so sometimes it's hard to keep attention at that time. But like Josh said, it's just great to have them out there. But if they don't end up with derbying or not being big fans of the sport, it's cool. Whatever they want to do, but. Right now, Zach seems to be liking it pretty good, so I'm happy with that.
We were the same way with him growing up. Tim's boy, he's into sports, football, track, basketball. I mean, he plays every sport you could think of. spends a lot of time in the gym.
Yep.
My son was more interested in chasing women around.
Can't blame a guy for that. Let's be honest.
And you just never got into it. And we never really pushed him.
Yep.
And
Yep.
now my son would run,
Yeah.
but he wouldn't work on the car. And I had to explain to him that it doesn't work that way. So
They don't just show up done.
no.
Yeah,
Now
I
on the
agree.
other end of the spectrum, my nephew Fatty, it works with us. Man, he could deal with derbies 24 hours a day, every day of his life. He just loves them, watching them, running them.
Got an instant message from our buddy Jason Sherman. He said his 5-year-old nephew Andrew Mirez, hopefully I got that right, is glued to the podcast. Future driver for sure. Of course, Jason Sherman is my personal favorite compact driver in New York State because
Compact driver of the year and showman of the year.
because he hits guys and bends cages. That's how hard this dude drives. And I mean, they have good rules, but it's not. I mean, they're not, overbuilt. They're not a super mod. Just I'd call him like a semi-stock compact, and he just drives stuff. I watched him once, and he was my favorite compact driver. Unfortunately, he may end up in a full-size car at King's Old School. Hopefully, I'm not in his heat.
Bad news for you, Brian.
Yeah, hopefully I'm not in his heat, or I can hide really well. You know what I like? I love. Actually, I should say I love. We've been blessed to go around to many derbies all around the country. We go to, last year we went to Bash for Cash, the biggest derby in America, with 450, 500 vehicles, and of course they had a fire. The fire crew was there. And miraculously, it didn't take 29 trucks and 600 firemen to take care of the fire detail there.
I know what you're talking about.
That was, I love how that happens. I mean, here tonight, there's 2 fire trucks and a hose and, 7 or 8 firemen, and seem to have things under hand pretty well.
That's called a premature cut.
But, so what do you think about that, Chris? Isn't it amazing? How we've been to hundreds of derbies.
I've had
and
that conversation a number of times. You just the fire staffing that's required for a demolition derby now is not the same as what it was. I mean, even 15 years ago, these cars are infinitely more safe with the development of rules, even at the local level. I mean, you see some of the top derbies in the country that are manned solely by
fire extinguishers,
essentially a brush truck and several fire extinguishers positioned around the track.
Yeah, I mean, offhand, do you know how many guys you have? I mean, what is there, like 3 on each side of the track at Bash? I keep going back to Bash because that's
what, on the fire service?
Yeah,
or?
with your firemen. I think you have like 3 or 4 on each side of the track, right? With fire extinguishers.
Yeah, I think that's what they use. What we do is we just contact the fire department, hire them to be there, and then they staff it. And,
Yep.
I mean, they rotate them in, and so they have a lot there that weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely a long, but it's amazing. I know there's some shows where you show up and there's more firemen there than there is, participants and or people in stands sometimes. But
unfortunately, we don't have to use them that often.
yes, I agree, and that's the thing. With the level of builders that are there, there's not a lot. Knock on wood, because accidents always happen. But knock on wood, there's not many fires.
Because we don't want that.
No, definitely not. Love seeing stuff get wrecked, but I love seeing people go home afterwards even better. Chris, are you sticking by Daryl Monroe to win the show tonight?
Yes. Absolutely going to.
I want to look at the roster, is because I know John said there were some guys he didn't think were going to be able to make it. I want to look at the final roster and see who got through inspection, and then I'll make a choice.
I made my choice over a week ago.
You did, and you are the man, Chris.
Well, that's what people keep telling me. Sometimes I don't know if I agree with it.
I think I may have predicted that Josh was going to get the Mad Dog in the window class. I think that's on there. I think if we check tape, it's there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Either way. Man, seems to be a lot of water on that track for cars built pretty heavy, but I could be wrong.
Nick Chappell, Michael Perkins, Sawyer Williams. You all have trophies up here.
You know, with the guys in the compact trucks questioning why we're doing away with them next year, but going to 3 days, it's something we may bring back. We just got to perfect the 3 days before we add anything else to it.
Chris, with Bash, we kind of broke the story that they were going to go to 3 days. Also, you and I mean, we also are racing fans, and with the potential loss of Super Dirt Week, maybe there could be a Super Derby Week in Ohio. Start on a Tuesday for the inspections, and
there is. It's called Bash for Cat.
Right, but I mean, if we could,
you want to formally rename it?
Absolutely. Start on Wednesday and Derby all the way to Sunday, and it'll be just. I mean, what could be better than that?
I thought Russ was going to hit me.
Inspecting the cars the 3 days we do, it makes me not be able to hardly move for the week after.
What? I feel your pain, but I just, as a Derby fan, I mean, I think that'd be pretty cool. Just, because you don't have enough on your plate, just give it a thought, and
Give it a thought. Yeah, give it a thought. Listen to Brian. Probably the best thing you could ever do. Listen to him right now.
Absolutely.
I mean, it'll be a little bit different next year when we go to the 3 days. I mean, logistics-wise, figuring it all out, but we'll have a year to do that, so it's not going to be that much of a problem.
And I mean, that's the thing is, obviously it's going to be more work for you guys having another day, and obviously the compacts are going to get bigger. But I mean, as a Derby show, I mean, I think it's only going to add to it. I mean, another day of wrecking stuff, another day of watching the competition. I really think it's going to add to the show and make it even better.
That's what Tim keeps telling me.
He didn't pay me to say that, by the way. I came up with that one all by myself. I just want you to know that.
No, we kind of take pride in having a class for everybody there, and that's we don't want to go away from that, and it's starting to be a little bit too long each day, so we got to figure something out.
It's tough. It's tough.
So the third day might be a good thing. We can take some of the pressure off from Sunday. Saturday, I'm not sure what we're going to have to do to kind of, not get it so late, but we'll figure it out.
Thanks a lot, Leon. We really appreciate that, buddy.
Light trucks ready to take to the track. Give you a quick rundown on the starting lineup.
The cage match, as it
the
were.
Trucks cage match presented by Demo Derby Master. Scotty Risch going to be in the number 29. We saw him running last night. Dallas Jackson from Kentucky in the U2. Billy Jackson in the 77. Jeremy Riley going to come in the number 0 from Kentucky. Nick King from Ohio in the 903. J.D. King in the 510, also from Ohio. John Shipley, the 727 from Ohio. Donnie Hancock from Kentucky in the number 81. Sean Wiseman from Indiana in the number 87. R.L. Doss from Kentucky in the 44. Tyler White, Kentucky's own, in the number 11. Rob Stump from Ohio in the 722. The 26er, Glenn Hot Dog Wright aboard the 26er, riding out the field. Andy Waldrop from Kentucky in the letter T. That's right, the letter T.
I'm really looking forward to the new wire clash you guys are having this year. I really think that's like I don't know. It's just awesome to see classes, old school build, old school stuff. I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be an awesome heat.
44, Tyler White, 11. Launched up out of Ohio, 722. Lewis, Glenn Wright, that dogger.
A good look as the light trucks get ready to come into the arena. That is one of the Ohio trucks, first in line. You see the American flag scheme on that one.
Well, I walked around to look at these trucks. I mean, they're not really Ohio trucks.
No.
They're built a little bit different.
Benny Jackson fans, bring them in the ring, guys.
Again, light trucks pulling onto the track. The 26er, we saw him last night. Glenn Hot Dog Wright, right here locally in Owenton. Number 77 sliding into position as Billy Jackson from right here in Kentucky as well. The 00. Do this overlay real quick. We can ditch that. And here we go. Getting ready to roll off with the light trucks. Number 44. Next to pull onto the track, that is R.L. Doss from Kentucky.
actually that's my sled.
You have numbers for everybody to help you build this sled.
This is a cage match, one and done for the trucks.
That is very true.
Chris,
Approaching the 300 mark for folks tuning in at home. Word spread quickly once it got around that the Derby action was about to begin. Just a couple trucks yet to come in. Here comes the shipwreck truck.
I may have missed it, but last night we had some audio problems. I assume we're everything's good tonight, and we haven't heard anything yet.
Say that one more time. I was answering somebody's question.
I'm sorry. Last night we had some audio issues. I assume everything is good tonight. We haven't heard anything to the contrary.
Throw it out there. Ask them. Everything that I've been hearing has been great. There's even people that are going to Walmart as we speak to go get an HD TV to hook up so that they can have it ready for the feature later tonight.
That is awesome.
Thank you. That's
great to hear things are working good for you guys out there.
Yes,
We really want to provide the best service we can out there.
We sunk so much time into refining this from October and when we were at New Alex. We sunk a lot of time.
And you guys did an amazing job that night.
And when we sink time into it, that's code for saying we sunk stupid money in this.
But hey, again, we
want it to be the best. I mean, we're out there for people to take it in, watch it, and enjoy it.
We want our fans and people that Derby fans that
best that it can be.
Yeah, absolutely. We want them to enjoy the experience and just have a good time watching stuff get wrecked. We don't. We aren't.
That was one of the things that Josh and I talked about when we were getting ready to roll out the announcement with the development of the pay-per-view, and we said that we really want to make sure that we put the effort in to make sure the technology is right. Obviously, that's a given. But at the same time, we don't want to get away from what made us where we are. It was a free show. We had the opportunity. So a couple times through the year, we just want to show up someplace and live stream a show.
Yeah, and give back to the fans. I mean, that have supported us. And that's the thing. I mean, we are definitely not doing this for the money. We are definitely we want to help. We want to expand the sport. We want to get guys some notoriety, some of the stuff they deserve as builders and drivers. And again, hopefully you guys are all enjoying it out there. And
sounds like it.
Yeah, sounds like so far we've heard a lot of positive things. So hopefully we can keep it up and we'll have a good time.
Crash Course Live coming to you from the Owenton Spring Nationals Championship night, ready to officially kick off with the trucks cage match. You see on the track this segment of Crash Course Live being brought to you by Derby Inc. Magazine. Derby Inc. Magazine, the nation's only and premier Demolition Derby dedicated magazine. Next issue coming out next month. The current issue that's out, a couple features on David Day, Corey Roman, Dustin, the winner of Razorback Rumble. He's featured in there. Yep.
That was very nice. The Canadian Derby fans
How cool was that?
with a great 2-page spread congratulating him from all the Canadian Derby fans. Really, really classy thing to step up and do. I mean, that was such a huge victory. I mean, that's to come down to a show of that caliber and win it your first time. I mean, that's just a great accomplishment and really great that people got together and did that for him. Of course, the staff of Derby Inc. They do an incredible job, and by staff I mean Chris Marquardt.
There's a lot.
We Jill. Jill with Lancaster Supplies, great photos. Christy
from up in Canada.
She wrote some really nice articles. This last one I've read.
Compton, Cheater Videos had a great story on Josh Hemi Holman and the Power Wheels Derby stuff, and the most recent issue pictures from Nikki Baker as well. And then you can't forget Tony Brellinger.
Yeah, I was going to say Tony Brellinger has been doing a real cool, informative series the last couple magazines. I think that's really cool what he's doing. I know I've even had a story or two in there that Chris thought was okay enough to put in there. So that was pretty cool to see. But
well, the general consensus is that everything is working fine because I cannot keep up. Josh DeBevick, it's pronounced DeBevick, is watching at home. He says everything looks good. Our man Ricky Williams, he's watching at home. I can't believe I did it. Sorry, Danny. Danny Williams is watching at home, says everything looks great. Jamie Duffy weighing in, saying everything looks good. Just waiting for the track to be sealed up, and we can move into the Elimination Motorsports segment of this evening's cage match program with the light trucks on track now, ready to go.
I've always wondered what it would be like to drive a truck in a Derby.
You've never wrecked a truck?
No, I've never ran one.
I ran a Ford Ranger, the smaller, like this style Ford Ranger down here. And
that was a scary
a fire erupted in it. And
I don't know if you noticed,
I'm not very svelte.
Brian doesn't get out of tight places fast.
And I managed to get my unsvelte body through the driver's side window quickly. So it was a good time. That's the only truck I've ran. We're actually having a full size truck heat at our hometown this year. I'm kind of debating whether or not to run it. But like we have a junk run, and it's like Jeeps,
Small
and,
SUVs, Jeeps.
yeah, that's a good time. I had a lot of fun doing that. Astro vans are nasty,
Here we go.
and it's on.
We are officially underway. Owenton Spring Nationals. Light trucks on the track.
I think I may go with a 00 to win this because that number wins a lot in New York State.
00, your pick to win is Jeremy Riley right here in Kentucky. 81 hard shot coming clean across the track. Tags the right front corner of the 00 truck with the aforementioned vehicle that you just talked about. Danny Hancock aboard the number 81. He puts it drive going forwards now. The track might be a little bit too slick for them at this point, but once it runs in, I think we're going to have a real good surface through the course of the evening.
Actually, I think the gentleman driving the 26 we may have met yesterday when we went to check out.
That's Hot Dog. We were over at his place yesterday.
Yep.
Right.
Very, very good, very cool dude. We quickly went from talking about derbies to talk about hunting, so that was a good time. Red flag. I believe there's a bumper on the surface. They're going to stop that quick and get the bumper off and try to prevent anyone from having that come up through a floor and injure anybody. Whoa.
Todd Height is still debating what he wants to do.
Hey, Chris Marquardt's on Facebook. We are good in Marmora, Ontario, Canada, from Tom Moffat. Thanks a lot, man. We appreciate it.
That's a great picture from Brad Klein. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. And the action's back underway. I may have picked wrong with tonight's pick, Chris.
Back underway out here. Just juggling a bunch of different plates on sticks right now. There's people that are asking some questions about what they were working with, trying to help them out at the same time, keep up on what's happening on the track.
Oh, hard shot by the number 11. Oh, another hard shot by the number 44. Pretty much a full track shot right there. This minivan here, this pink 81, he's been delivering some pretty nice shots out there also.
That number 81 doing a great job in there.
Oh, nice shot.
Number 44 takes a hard lick from the 903 Nick King. 44 is R.L. Doss right here in Kentucky. We've lost the U2, and it looks like the 00 is in trouble as well on the top side of the track. Steam now pouring from under the hood.
That's kind of strange. The back of the 81 has actually pushed in and is starting to shelf itself over the rear frame. You know what would be awesome in this class, Chris Marquardt?
Wow.
Chuck Bowman would be awesome in this class.
Chuck Bowman would be a force in this.
He may not win it, but they would know he was here.
No, he typically doesn't, but everybody knows he was there.
Yeah.
Great point. Here comes Bird Dog sailing across the track, swinging a miss on the front of the number 81 of Donnie Hancock.
Got everybody pretty much jammed up in a corner down here. I still believe there's only 2 trucks out. Number 81 and the 112, I believe it is.
That's the U2.
I'm sorry, U2.
We've got the T truck out as well. The T tonight being driven by Andy Waldrop. He's all done. And it's the 81 that's far across the track. There's that the 11.
That's the one I think you said was a U2, bud. Or far end, I'm sorry, my mistake.
Tyler White, the number 11, looks like he's also parked. And problems for...
Got the OG back in New York watching us derby, our buddy Tommy Dowd. Thanks a lot, buddy. Starting to weed them out down. I believe we're down to 6 or 7 trucks left.
Micah Brashear is working on his RC Derby car and watching this show. That's cool.
Ooh, nice shot by the Shipwreck. Pretty much end to end on that one.
R.L. Doss looks like he's parked it. We've also lost the 00 up on the top of the track. The 81 sitting still at this point as well. 44, that R.L. Doss, the 00. Brian's picked the win. I'm going to remind you, Jeremy Riley and
Sorry.
81, who probably going to earn some heavy hitter recognition. Donnie Hancock.
Yeah, he's definitely put on a great show.
At this juncture, really was laying the hits. And the 00 able to refire. Has now occupied himself. Couldn't catch a number on that. Favorite color? I think the only can of spray paint that they sell in Kentucky is black. Look at that.
It's the cool derby color, man.
Shipwreck puts a hard lick on the left front corner of the 26er. Glenn Hot Dog Wright takes some shot. As we see the 903 shoving the 29 around. The 903 is Nick King. 29 tonight is being driven by Scott Risch. Problems for the number 44 as smoke continues to pour from the front of his Ranger. Looks like 81 is out of time. All done for the number 81 of Donnie Hancock. 00, your pick earlier, Jeremy Riley, still laboring down here at our end of the track as we watch the number 77 put another shot on the back of the 903. Having a little trouble figuring out what the numbers are supposed to be on the Bird Dog and Shipwreck vehicles.
Thank you very much to Reg Bono.
Reg Bono, thanks for
send us some great words. Thank you, man. It really means a lot.
'26er breaks off the stick. He's all done. Glenn Hot Dog Wright.
Oh, we got a little bit of a fire burning underneath the 00. Must be spitting out a little bit of fluid to keep that fire going like that. And they come out with fire extinguishers and put the fire out.
Shut up. Shut up.
Hey, Josh, do me a favor. Take your sleeve like this and just do a quick circle around the lens on that camera. Now zoom it in. Zoom in on the car.
Good?
Yeah. Fire under the
00.
00. Jeremy Riley. Tell you what, that 903 Nick King has been doing some damage. He was one of the first vehicles here across the board. He got here plenty early.
See how many refire after this. Usually towards the end of a heat, if there's a red flag, that seems to get a lot of guys knocked out. Just sitting there running for that long, you know, without anything moving. It just, for whatever reason, it seems to put guys out. And we're back underway. I see 3 trucks moving for sure. 4. The 00's back going again. I may do all right after all, Chris.
Yeah, he's fighting the current, but he's still out there in the mix.
Down to 6. Down to
29
6.
showing virtually no damage on that thing.
Except he just popped his rear bumper loose on one side, and his passenger door is pushed in.
That's Scott Rich, the number 29. It's the Bird Dog truck, one of the Ohioans. Here comes Shipwreck with the blue door. Tracking down his running mate. Kind of slides against him. Puts the crosshairs on the 00. Good shot on the left rear corner. Was a little bit behind the tire though. Got the quarter panel.
We have red flag, red flag. I believe we may have our second fire on the 00 truck. Yes, we do. 2 fires and done, I believe, is the rule. Yep. The driver is out of the truck. 2 fires and done. Down to 5. Back underway.
Thought they were going to be in the middle of that. Shipwreck was coming through the smoke in a hurry. He's after the number 29 of Scott Risch, trying to track him down. Didn't pan out for him. The 509 now has him in his sights. We couldn't do anything with him.
The red, white, and blue truck is having a lot of trouble getting around. I believe he's got 2 flat rear tires. Really having a hard time moving. We may be down to 4.
Great shot by Shipwreck.
Very nice shot.
Right through the right rear corner. Great job by Melanie Hansen on the camera. Hitting the number 77 truck. The 77, we haven't said much about him. That's Robin Stump from Ohio.
Pretty sure that's valves floating I hear out there out of the red, white, and blue truck. Yeah, there's a lot of bad news going on under the hood of the 509 vehicle right now.
Nick King trying to limp into join the fray. The pace,
I think we
certainly slowing right now.
I think he may have just had an engine expire. Seems to be some telltale blue smoke coming out of the hood. Nice shot right here, headlight to headlight. Very nice shot.
Headlight to headlight. Bird Dog now trying to shove the 77 of Billy Jackson backwards into. Trying to get a bearing on the number of that truck. That would be Scott Risch, the number 29. We got Shipwreck still in the mix as well. There goes the 77 of Jackson. He's all done.
Swing and a miss. Wow.
Probably not what he was trying to do there.
No, he was bringing a load, though. He was definitely going to make contact. I like to see that, man. Aggressive at the end. Try to get it over with. Make a little, get your win. The Shipwreck truck appears to be having some issues trying to get around out there. The 77 appears, no, it's not the 77. 69 appears to be the aggressor, Chris?
I'd probably put it in, probably in number 29's court at this point. That's the Bird Dog is stuck. Problem for Bird Dog right now.
I think he may have stalled. It looks like he's just trying to turn it over.
He's coming right into your living room. Here comes Scott Risch being shoved to the wall by the Shipwreck entry.
It appears we could be down to 2, Chris. Could be down to the final 2 trucks. I think it's a Nissan and a Ford Ranger exciting cab.
Which has about as much room in the cockpit as Josh's quad cab. Good look at Shipwreck right there.
Togetherness.
Just rocking back and forth. Just trying to get a little bit of room to navigate here. So the Nissan once again backs up, avoiding contact. Is there steering problems on the Ranger?
I believe there was. It looked like he was having some trouble down at the other end getting around. Yeah, he's cranking on that wheel pretty well, and there isn't much reaction with the tires.
It's not responding well at all.
I think this could be a case of if the Nissan makes a hit and gets away from him, he may not be able to.
Being instructed to give him some room. He's got to get back to him. They can't let him go. The Nissan, horrible decision. Don't turn nose to nose. Get some room to work with because he's not going to chase you down.
Yep.
Get some room and then get behind him and drive him right into the berm.
Yep. I would back away now. Make him come for you. I mean, if there's a steering issue,
back away because they are stuck nose to nose.
Well, I think the problem is the Nissan has the rear bumper, and I think they may be sticking in the track. Josh sorted that same problem last night with his the front bumper on his Ford.
Hazel Machalka is watching at home. Jerry's Derby Cars. Everything is looking good in Ohio, and they're going to see us at the Keystone National. That's cool. Thanks for the note. And RTC Demu Demo Derby, sponsored by Cowan RC. Watching at home, building RC cars and watching the podcast. Thanks, guys. John King just messaged me from home. Where's Eric Everling when you need him? And we're back to where we were just a few moments ago. They're side by side, trying to jockey for some angles. The more mobile of the two right now is the 29. That is Scott Risch. Ranger pulling a little bit. Oh, man, he got lucky there. I may have spoke too soon. Steering problems on the Nissan as well? The Nissan, Scott Risch, he essentially backed into a situation where he was going to get hit in the back. Not really sure what the logic is there. He had the opportunity to turn into the right side, excuse me, the left side of the Shipwreck truck.
Hard shot to the rear corner.
No. Goes in on the rear corner. Look at the just cranking that little motor in the Nissan. Scott Rich as he pulls away from, I believe this is going to be J.D. King in the 510. And now, going to escort him the length of the track, shoving him all the way down to the far side. Trying the same strategy to shove him all the way into the berm, but it didn't work this time. Grabs the reverse gear, trying to back into the front end of the shipwreck vehicle. Here comes Scott Risch going into J.D. King's 510. Risch might be in trouble. He was able to rock it free. For a minute there, he was stuck, and now we're back to this side-by-side pirouette that we saw him play down at our end of the track. Now here at the top end, near the entry gate, jockeying back and forth one more time.
Could turn into a fuel mileage race. Oh, I think he broke his stick. I think he broke his stick.
Woo!
Josh Decker.
Josh Decker, ladies and gentlemen.
Happy with the heat he was. We what that one or the winning truck was an extended cab Ford Ranger. I've seen a few of those very tough Ford Rangers. One was a short box red Ford Ranger that was pretty tough. Got tested over the years.
Approaching 350 people watching at home. Thanks for the support,
Thank you.
guys.
Very appreciate it. Great,
Hope
guys.
you're enjoying it. John Pack, Top Dog Promotions, here putting this derby on. We appreciate the support and the opportunities and from John, hospitality all weekend long. It's been a great time. Well, we get the track cleaned off. Why don't we take a moment?
Pay some bills.
Basically, yep. In no uncertain terms. Have a look at this, and we'll be right back with you.
Travel back to the good old days of Demolition Derby at the 2015 Kings of Old School, June 6th at the Broome County Fairgrounds in Whitney Point, New York. The card includes a 2,000 to win Old School class, 1,000 to win 80s and newer kicker class. The compacts and junk run are also on the schedule. Inspection opens at 8 a.m. Derby action begins at 2. Call Brett Relier at 607-327-2705 or Josh Decker at 607-725-2194 for additional details. For rules questions, call Mark Benjamin at 607-215-2149. That's the Kings of Old School, June 6th, Broome County Fairgrounds, Whitney Point, New York.
Are you good enough to be recognized as a reckless warrior? Bo Lockwood Motorsports' 2015 Demolition Derby schedule will now be combined into the Reckless Warrior Tour, designed to give rewards and recognition to drivers that support Bo Lockwood Motorsports. The schedule starts at the 5,000 to win Superstock Championships May 9th at the Jefferson County Fairgrounds in Brookville, Pennsylvania. The tour then goes to the Keystone Nationals, which has moved to the Westmoreland County Fairgrounds June 27th. The Jefferson County Fair Championships follows, with the limited roll cars back in the limelight as they chase a $3,000 payday in Brookville, with the Reckoning 2 following on August 1st at the Clarion County Fairgrounds in Clarion, Pennsylvania. The series finishes with the final encounter September 4th and 5th at the Stoneborough County Fair. In all, there is more than $75,000 in prize money available among the 6 shows and features some of the largest purses in the Keystone State. Drivers will earn points based on their feature appearances and heat and feature finishes, with bonuses awarded for passing inspection and getting a stick on the first try. The season will end with a points banquet where Bo Lockwood Motorsports will crown the deadliest warrior. That driver will then have his selection of one of the 10 prizes from the Reckless Warrior partners. For more details on the 2015 Reckless Warriors Tour, visit their Facebook page and check out blmotorsports.net.
And we are back. Been fun night so far. More action, tons more action to come as we await the arrival of the Pro Stock cars. Pro Stocks, kicker class.
Been waiting for this one. Track's a little more wet than I was hoping for, but hopefully once they get the big horsepower down there, they'll get it dried up some and get taken care of.
thing. It's like, well, you give out something. No one wanted it. They didn't want to talk about cross numbers. They didn't want to talk about the extra fucking gusses. They didn't want.
Derby drivers are funny.
Yeah. It's like, and I can almost see it because they don't want to like give it away to everybody. But what's you're on a podcast? Who cares? Just explain why you like Cadillac. You know?
Marty Seeger heard us talking about the guy that was going to Walmart to buy an HD TV and is asking for instructions on how to do it at home because they want to try it too. I think it's awesome. I mean, it's great.
Good to hear.
That's so cool. We got the first heat of the Pro Stocks on deck here momentarily. Looking forward coming up. You saw the ad there about the Kings of Old School on June the 6th, and you saw the Reckless Warriors ad. We're getting excited to do that. Before we go to Brookville, Pennsylvania, we're going to be in Albert Lee, Minnesota here in a couple weeks for Crossroads of Destruction on the 2nd of May. We'll fly back home, spend a week at school, get ready for the showdown in Pennsylvania with Bo Lockwood and kicking off the Reckless Warriors tour. Then we're going to turn around and take a weekend off. But John King still has a show at Fulton that weekend, and I think Brian Sipple's got a date that day as well at Canandaigua Motorsports Park. The week after that, we go see you guys at the Bash for Cash in Washington Courthouse, Ohio. And then we get to come home, spend a weekend, because we're not going to be able to make the trip out to
Crossroads?
Drive for Five. We're going to
Drive for-
Crossroads. It's Drive for Fives at the end of May.
Oh.
And then the first week of June, we've got Kings of Old School. And then at the end of the month, a real kickoff for the Derby season, the Keystone Nationals in the Pennsylvania area with Bo Lockwood again.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to going to that. I've watched the last 2 years. Chris does a remarkable job with his DVDs, and I've watched those. And great drivers, great builders, great show. I'm really looking forward to go see that in person for the first time. Bo has also said there's some good food around there, and again, being the svelte guy I am, I'm always down for good food. So I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a great show. Potentially some new faces showing up to run that show, big names. I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to be a great show.
Jen, Tim, Alanis, and the kids, the Eggletons up in Canada, are watching and enjoying the show. And then, Marty's got some more questions. Let's see.
I think we might go out and check out the May 9th show from Bo.
Really?
The stock class.
That'd be cool.
Depending on our workload. I mean, it's getting real close to our show. And
that'd be cool. You know, that's one thing we've talked about is we actually talked about it. I don't know, one of the last shows we did is that I really think that the promoters, and I'm obviously not just saying this because you're up here, but we've talked about it. The thing that I like about you guys is that you go out and see, besides your own derbies, you guys try to get out and watch other derbies in other areas, you know, and try to see, you know, if there's a way you can improve or how things are done, or just, you know, I think that's really great. You get, seems, you know, I think it's helped your shows, and I really wish that, especially in our area, some of the other promoters would get out and just see some other things and check stuff out. And I think it's really great that you guys go out and, you know, I mean, you know, support the other derbies, but go out and check stuff out too. I think that's a really great thing you guys do.
Look at this picture from Joey Roth. He's got a to-do list for his wife, Framer, and he's watching on his phone.
Awesome. Very cool.
You got to get outside of your box.
Absolutely.
See other things, how other things are done, how other people are doing it. It does help. I mean, it helps with different parts of the show that's not as glamorous, I guess, as the Derby. It's about crowd control and this and that. And
yep, absolutely.
It's well worth the 9-10 hour drive that we'd have to go somewhere and get home just to pick up one thing that would help us in the long run. And
that's great. I mean, I think it's stuff like that has put you guys in the position you are. I mean, you know, again, you guys have the biggest show in America. I mean, that's, you know, it's amazing. And the way you guys can get the inspections done and get stuff running out, and it does. I mean, it turns into sort of a long day, but, you know, I didn't hear a whole lot of people complaining. You know, as much as you can, you keep the show moving. It's great. I think you guys. I think there's a lot of guys that could learn from you too.
Oh, from where I was standing, I heard a lot of complaining.
Well, you're the promoter. You're gonna.
But I mean, a lot of that.
But I mean, you know, we were around a lot of the guys, and you know, for the most part, you know, obviously you're never. And that's one thing I've learned. I mean, not even a derby promoter, but I know that you can't make everybody happy.
Right.
But
are you familiar with that concept?
But I mean, I really think you guys do an excellent job. I mean, it's definitely well run. I think I think a lot of guys could look at what you guys do and improve.
I can't get over the response that we've got right now going on. Look at this. Jeremy Nash, he said this is how you do it. Keep your 72-inch TV. He's got a projection screen that he's watching it on.
That's
At
awesome.
his house. Brendan Bruss is down in Arizona. He's watching. Tyler Hunsaker is watching. Cole Salmons is out in Kansas.
Yep.
James Laundrie up in Wisconsin.
I just got one from Skip Johnson out in Kansas.
Chris Lancaster, Ed Miner's up there. RJ Phillip ran a van last summer. It was his first time in a van. He got a couple seconds. And this is a venture van that he posted. This is on the Crash Course page. You can see how much the body came off the floor. That's crazy. Ray Stoker is watching. I can't believe it, guys. Thanks so much for that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
We're getting ready to bring those Pro Stocks out. Pro Stocks. It's approaching 10 o'clock. The first heat about to come onto the track, so we'll be wrapping this up right around 5 a.m.
Did you get a roster yet?
No, I don't have a roster yet.
And like you was touching on earlier, as a promoter, all you can do is try to treat everybody with respect.
Right.
Be as fair as you can to everyone, but you have to stand your ground. If you say something, you have to do it.
Have to do it.
No matter if people agree with you or not, you just stick to your guns and it'll work itself out.
So there isn't a roster. They're having a drivers meeting right now.
Okay.
But just even if we can, because we don't have anything to even announce.
Don't worry about it.
No, just
we're good.
Get names.
No, because let it get broken down. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We'll be all right. Nope. There's some ebb and flow going on right now. They're having another drivers meeting as we go. So we are trying to relay as much information as we can. At the same time, I can't very easily run down and partake in the drivers meeting and come back. So we're gonna just kind of hang out with you guys, talk a little bit more with Russ, and what did you think of the trucks, the light trucks?
I like everything that they derby as long as they run into each other. Now the circle track, I'm not too big of a fan. Halfway through it, I'd be mad and want to derby everybody. So
that's why they had to get rid of the figure eight race, because that's what was happening. Is they were turning left too much and ended up going straight through the crosshairs and waiting for one another for head-on collisions. They were going to be flying people out of here if they didn't. If they kept it going.
But all the classes that I see, I mean, there's a need for all of them. There's a place for all of them. So I enjoy watching them.
We have had that conversation with so many different people all over the country about how there's a place for everybody. This part of the country says the only show that they like to watch is full weld. The only show that they like to watch is compact. The only show they like to watch is trucks or what have you. And there's different pockets and there's different ways of doing each of those, from chain and go like we saw at the Northeast Championship, to windshield class, which we saw here, which was a little bit heavier yet, to more of a street stock build, which is kind of what we're going to see in Pennsylvania, at the Kings of Old School, the super stocks, which we're going to see at the super stock show with Bo Lockwood, all the way up through the wire classes like we're going to see at your show, up to the full weld stuff, limited weld like we saw at the Keystone Nationals last year, to the full weld stuff that we see at your show and what we're going to see in the main class here.
Well, I mean, the different classes just fall in for people's budgets. I mean,
Right.
So it can let the guy that don't want to spend any money, street stock class is perfect for him. Go find a car that runs, knock the windows out of it, and run it. To the pro stock cars they got here, I mean, they're not cheap to build. They're very time consuming. So there's a place for every class.
Somebody that you're familiar with just weighed in, Brian Horsley and the ZTR family watching at home.
Yeah.
Another Ohio guy.
Yeah.
It's great to hear promoters say that there's room for everything. I really like it. And like we've touched before, and like you guys just were, is, some people definitely are closed-minded, but for the most part, I agree. I love seeing stuff get wrecked. It's neat when you see a pickup get wrecked, because you don't see it that often. Or you do more out this way, but I think there's always room for wrecking.
You can just nod if this is true or not. There's no need to bring that necessarily onto the show, but that was a question that was directed to me that was somebody had for you.
I don't have my glasses.
Okay, don't worry about it. Jimmy, he doesn't have his glasses on. We're going to have to deal with it later.
Yeah, I'm getting old. I need glasses to read off my phone. So.
That happens. That happens.
Todd Lashin loves hearing his name on the show. Didn't we just mention Brian Horsley?
Yeah.
Okay. Brian, give it 10 to 12 seconds when the delay catches up to your TV, and then you'll hear yourself. Everybody is paying very close attention. I can't believe the questions in different parts of the country that people are picking up on and asking questions about this and questions about that, and trying to get to everybody as we await the Owenton Spring Nationals qualifying heat number 1 for the Pro Stocks. Yep. There's a drivers' meeting going on right now. We're anxiously awaiting what the verdict is going to be. There may be some changes to the program. Some of the drivers were making some suggestions on different ways to run the limited weld. Where am I? I'm in Kentucky,
Pro Stock.
Pennsylvania. The Pro Stocks. So John Peck has brought all the drivers together to determine what the best means of settling the $7,000 purse is going to be. So we're anxiously awaiting what they're going to do with that.
What would you like to see, Chris? Would you rather see one and done, or would you like to see some heats?
Well, I would like the final official car count is what I would like.
Yep.
If there's 17 cars here, I want a one and done, because this much space with 17 cars built like that, it's going to be epic.
Yeah,
now,
that would be cool.
If there's 30 cars, like what it looked like, I mean, it wasn't like there was some sort of vast exodus in the pits. It's not like a bunch of guys got mad and loaded up on the trailer or anything like that. So there's nothing that would indicate that. If we had 30 cars, 2 15-car heats, take the last 7, run into a final feature, I think that'd be a good number, because I think there'd be enough equipment left to do something with, and those heats would be fantastic.
Yeah, I think that would be a pretty good way to go myself. But we'll see what the official word is. Of course, we're kind of speculating up here, and John is
2
down.
15-car heats. If you take the last, basically, cut the field in half and take them, and don't run a consi.
Wow.
Strictly as a spectator, I say one and done. They can run harder. It'll be more entertaining.
Now, see, as a spectator, I would say more is better. And I'm just speaking strictly as a spectator. More times you see cars on the track, the better, especially after these fans are willing to wait out the delay.
And sometimes I think maybe when you have 30 cars, and I we grew up with a lot of cars in our heats, but I think sometimes at that many cars, it's easier for the guys that don't want to drive hard to not drive hard.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You cut it in half, and it's kind of hard to hide. I mean,
it is. The one and done, though, it gives everybody a fair shot. You don't have to work on things in between. But
it also is going to get the fans back home faster, so they're not out here until the middle of the night stuff. Because if we do have heats, assuming then we're going to also have to have a consi, which means that also we're going to have 2 intermissions to give those guys time to fix their stuff. Because 15 cars on this track is going to lead people. Some people are going to be coming Bensward to Ladlehead, and there's going to be damage.
Yeah, there's going to be some junk
Carnage
made.
will be wrought.
But one thing over the years I've noticed, Derby drivers do not change their style of driving. No matter how many cars are on the track, who's out there with them, they do it a certain way every time they get in the car. And
yeah, I agree with that.
I got mixed feelings. I mean, I think in this, Tim Ellison is, what is the deal?
Well,
Not sure. Tim Ellison's asking about the Mad Dog situation tonight. I'm not sure what that was about.
There is a little bit of a change, because, like, I know, I mean, we know drivers, but I think depending on the Derby, like, you go to Blizzard Bash, and those guys are on the gas, in the team show, but those guys, like last year, the guys, the guy that won Mayhem was also on the winning team at Blizzard Bash, and they are 2 vastly different driving styles.
And
so
talked about
and it's we talked about with Bobby Brockway about it, and it's. I really don't think anymore. And I think that you have to change. So I agree with your point to a certain extent, but I also think that sometimes they do adapt a little bit. But either way, let's just get stuff wrecking.
Well, for a team show, I agree with you because it is a more aggressive style.
Yep.
You know, one team against another team.
Yeah.
So it kind of limits the competition out there at once so you can drive a lot more aggressive.
Yep.
Derbies, yeah, there's some strategy in it. But what I'm saying is individual derby drivers
Yeah.
has a certain style that they
Okay.
run. And
Yeah.
if you
Okay, I get
change
it.
that on them, if you take them out of their element, it's a little bit harder on them to get through the derby, it seems like.
Yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying. That makes sense.
Like I said, I think 1 large, 4 5 2 X's, a 3X. I think some extra larges left. So stop down there and get those.
Awesome. I love it when they tell the fire company no more water off the track.
That's at the Crash and Dash Demolition Derby T-shirt gear. Great thing if you can't.
I don't want it dusty, but I don't want it slippery.
I was thinking about running a Power Wheel this year, but I can't find one to fit in.
You need one of those extended frame jobs.
You know, last year when we came out to Bash, it was the first time I actually got to watch a Power Wheels because we hadn't had any around home. It was awesome. I really enjoy watching those kids do that because they have such a good time, and you know everybody gives them a nice round of applause afterwards, and they are just seem to be on cloud nine, and I think it's really cool that promoters do that stuff.
We had them at every show we did last year, and the response
awesome.
was so well. We're going to do them at every show we do this year.
That's awesome. That's great.
And that. I think that versus youth derbies, I think that is going to be what helps keep people, keep the next generation coming to the sport.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, the youth classes are a little tougher. I mean, some fair boards are just totally against it. But we have a
some
pretty
states.
Yeah.
we have a pretty good handful of fairs that let us do them and
Right.
don't have a problem with them. And
Our buddy Leon Rumsey is truly building derby parts and rear ends and watching us. Thanks a lot, man. We appreciate the support.
We got Tim Ellison's at home. He's checking out the show, and he heard us talking about Mad Dog and a car, and he wanted a little bit more information on that, and that's a reference to your show and Joker putting up a mid-70s GM. Right?
As I hadn't heard, the last time I talked to Joker, he said he wasn't gonna. He told me, and this was a while ago, but he hadn't decided, and he was thinking about obviously showing up with a 70-something model car as the award, but that was a while ago. I hadn't heard officially it was going to be a 70-something GM, but
the last time I spoke to him, it was a 70s model. And I was almost positive he was saying GM.
Okay, that's cool.
And the $1,000, and how that happened. Me and him got talking, and Tim.
And that's for the winner of the wire class?
No, that's for the Mad Dog
Okay.
of the wire class.
That's
Make sure
awesome.
that was clear. Win a car.
Yeah, for being Mad Dog.
Replace what you junked.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Your wife can be happy. She can get rid of one and get one back in the same day.
Yeah, that'll definitely make happy
I don't
lives.
think that's ending with happy. Call me crazy.
Very cool. That was a very, very cool idea.
But we were just talking to Joker, and he suggested an old style wire class like that. And
well, you guys had the class last year that was. I mean, it wasn't old style, but it was basically a wire class. I mean, cars were, very, it was a new style, but very quick builds, and I thought they put on a great show. I know Joker ran in it. Our buddy Brett Rallier ran. Dalton Gullo ran in it. It was a good show. I mean, they were out there driving them, and I thought that was a good heat.
we still have the 80s wire class also. Now, there's some differences in the rules. Like in the 80s wire class, you can use your engine cradles. They can't strengthen the car. In the old iron wire class, though, the only aftermarket parts you're allowed to have is tie rods. You can reinforce the tie rods, a steering column, and gas pedal.
Nice.
Everything else has to be factory.
Nice. So does that mean GM motor, GM car?
Engine swaps are okay, but you have to use factory mounts.
Okay.
The engines can't be welded solid. They have to have the rubber mounts in them. I mean, it's just a basic build. Wire it together, go out, run it, and tear it up. have a good time doing it.
That's
On
awesome.
the topic of tearing it up, and you made a reference to team formats a little bit ago. Somebody asking from any new developments with the team show that Smash It has planned for September.
Yeah, it's September 12th. It's not quite full yet. We do have, I haven't looked for a while. I think there's like 10 or 11 teams that's entered already. It's basically our Smash It rules, like the 80s and newer rules at the Bash. But with that show there, you can use any year car, no Imperials. And we added the bumper plate rule where you're going to be able to have a 3/8 thick by 4-inch wide plate from the front of the A-arms to the bumper on the fronts of them.
Wow.
For that show. And so you can have the kickers, that, any year car, 4-on-4. Should be a pretty wild show to watch.
Now, I have a question for you. As somebody who's been around Derby for a long time and obviously promoting, driving, the whole 9 yards, with the way that builds are now, and obviously I'm not, I don't want anybody reading any more into this, but with the way that rules are now, do you think that Imperials against, a tilted, pressurized 70s old iron GM, do you feel that the Imperial would be the dominant force that it once was?
Well, that's kind of a loaded question. Is the Imperial built the same exact way as the?
Yes, if they're built evenly to the same rules.
I think the downfall with the Imperial is they do not turn and they don't move as fast.
Yep.
Other than that, I say the way cars are built now, like our 80s class at the Bash with the kickers, you could run a Ford with kickers and beat an Imperial in it.
Yep. We've heard that echoed throughout the country.
And the reason being is they're so much faster.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that's the same thing that we hear every time too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mobility. That's the biggest. You
guys,
more nimble.
You guys were out at Blizzard Bash. Were you surprised to see as many of the old iron in the team class, because they opened it up and there was more? I thought there was a lot more old iron than there had been. Had been pretty much a Ford fest before, but I thought the old iron, I thought it was tough. I thought it held up well, and I didn't see them really getting outdrove or out being the Fords being that much more agile. I thought it was a pretty fair, between the two. I thought that was pretty neat to watch that.
There was more old style cars there than we expected. We talked the whole drive out there.
Yep.
Well, flight.
Yep.
And then, but there's more old style there than I expected. And yeah, for the most part, they held their own. And Pete Hansen had that was a monster.
Oh yeah, yes, it was.
He does that.
And
Pete sort of
I
does
really
that.
enjoyed that heat. That heat sticks on my mind as probably the best of the Blizzard Bash.
He didn't decide that he wanted to win Bash for cash for some reason. Otherwise, you would have had to inspect one of them.
I talked to him earlier when he just got done inspecting cars, and I started talking to him a little bit. He goes, "Don't even ask. I'm sore after doing this many." I was making fun of him about inspecting cars instead of running.
Yeah.
But the way the cars are built now, I mean, I say the biggest difference is drivetrains, rear ends, drive shafts. I mean, the essentials.
I'd agree with that.
And I say the most important thing on these Derby cars now is a rear end.
Yeah.
The right gear makes an average motor good.
We have nothing to do with it. We're just the TV. Yeah,
apparently Brian Tompkins looks official. Somebody just came up and asked him what they were doing with the pro stocks. We don't know. We are as far away from the drivers' meeting as you are.
Yeah, pretty much. But
yeah, it's nice being here tonight. You don't have to figure that out. I can sit here and watch the Derby.
Enjoy it as a fan.
I mean, if you're in that situation, you running with heats?
If there's 30, yes.
Yeah. It seems like anywhere from 18 to 30 is that weird bubble number.
Yeah.
Where you can't definitively pick one side or another. I mean, you could do, if you have 30 cars, you could do three heats of 10 or 2 heats of 15.
I think like you mentioned, I think there's arguments on both sides.
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
I mean, like you said, at this point, I mean, you look at your fans who it's gotten chilly out here, and most of them been here a lot of the day, and it's going for 10 o'clock. I mean, if you run heats, consi, and feature with the breaks, I mean, you're going to look. I'm going to go all of 3 hours to finish that show. So you're looking at 1 o'clock.
Well, you're going to have 2 heats that are going to be 45 minutes.
At least. And a feature is going to be an hour and a half, so there's 3, and that's without any breaks. So
one thing we have learned over the years is sometimes more heats don't create a better show.
You're right.
Well,
but on the other end,
years is don't talk about these things on the podcast.
But on the other hand, sometimes more cars don't mean a better show.
You're right.
I mean,
That is totally true.
Some of the best derbies I've ever seen. One of the best derbies I've ever seen was 7 cars.
Yeah.
Nobody had a place to hide. There's enough officials around the track, 1 for each car, so you couldn't hide.
Yep.
So.
What's the thing? I mean, I really enjoy, like, when you can get a heat or a feature or whatever, and you get, 3 or 4 just excellent drivers, and to watch them square off and battle. As a fan, I just love watching that. It's just so great to watch stuff like that.
I got 1 minute before I lose my little buddy. Alan was watching at home, and he sent me his awake face and asked for my opinion. My son asked for my opinion.
Let's see the awake face.
If he looked awake enough to stay up till 10 and watch more of the Derby, and unfortunately he didn't get to see him. There's his awake face. Does he look awake enough to stay up? I said yes.
I'm voting with Dad. I think he's wide awake and good to go.
You should stay up with Mom and watch the Derby.
There should always be time for derbies.
Always time. It's like Jello. There's always time for Jello. There's always time for derbies.
Well, he's 5.
Doesn't matter. He's starting young.
He may or may not be grumpy if, tomorrow with a lack of sleep.
Which is going to be...
Yeah, it's Sunday. You don't have to get up early. He's good.
Yeah.
Well, his sister, who's 2, likes to get up at about 5.
Ooh.
And we get to put her back down, calmly, gently, persuasively. Please go back to sleep, darling. It is way too early on the weekend to be doing this. And she'll sleep until like 5:45, and then she won't call us. She'll call her brother. Yell for Alan to come in and talk to her. It's a little challenging sometimes.
That's a funny thing about falling asleep early. I go to work early, so I'm up every day at about 5:15.
Oh.
Saturdays, Sundays, doesn't matter. Don't matter if I'm out until 4 in the morning putting the Derby on. I'm up by 6 every morning. Derby drivers will call me. I go to bed every night at about 10 o'clock through the week. I go to 9:30, 10 o'clock. I'm asleep. I'm up by 4:30. Go to work.
Oh.
Derby drivers will call me at 1, 2 in the morning.
Yep.
And they always start the conversation off the same. Hey, I was sitting in the garage working on this car.
And as you yell vulgarities and throw your phone across the room, I gotta work in 2 hours.
Usually, what I'll do is I'll just tell them you have to call me tomorrow when I'm awake, so I can think about what you're asking me.
Yeah. But you said we could do it. No, I was unconscious. I didn't say anything. I was getting my rest.
Usually at 10 o'clock at night, the rest of my house is in bed, and I'm working on my 3rd project from the evening with a to-do list that's about 20 things left on it.
Yeah, that's happened many nights.
Waking my wife up for the 4th time, and she glares at me and says, "Are you done with that yet?"
Yeah, many times Chris has been on late at night, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Working on this, and then I got to do that, and then I got to do this. And
at 6:30, before you're awake, you'll have an inbox message.
Yes.
Facebook that says, "I got it done."
That is true. That's happened numerous times. Or I'll get up 6:45, and 6:35, or I come out and Chris has got a message and 2 questions, and I'm like, man, I don't know if he's not slept or got his customary hour and 45-minute nap, and now he's good to go forever again, or what. But
that is one of my favorite things to do to Brian. He'll be like, "Well, I'm going to bed," so I'll message him something, and then I'll have just knows how late I'm up.
Oh no, that's not no
stuff together, and it was late. It was middle of the week. It was a school night, trying to get this stuff together and finish up the stuff for Winter Slam. And Brian said he was going to bed, and I was working on this stuff. And Brian gets up for work the following morning and says, "How'd you make out?" And I messaged him back, "Still struggling a little." And he goes, "So what time did you go to bed?" And I wrote back, "I haven't yet. I'm leaving for school in about 15 minutes."
When we get real busy in August, it seems like that. We get home from putting derbies on at 2, 3 in the morning. I'll lay down for about an hour, get up, go to work all day, drive to do another derby the next, and that happens for a couple weeks at a time.
Well, how many derbies you guys?
In my head, I think it's somewhere around 22
in a month, in a day with what? Or I'm sorry, a month with 30 days.
Yeah.
22 shows. That is a
Three shows in one day.
Absolutely. Clash with each other, and everybody's happy at the end of the day.
They're with me, Tim, and our nephew Fatty. But when we get back to the garage that night after the shows, then that's when the argument happens. So we're there until the sun comes up the next morning.
That's great.
I mean, after the bash, we have a couple weeks off. I wanted to go to Bo's show in June. Me and Tim's been wanting to go over and watch the Keystone Nationals.
Yep.
We've always had a show that day.
Oh, okay.
And then this year, it was looking like that weekend was going to be open, was going to get to go. And then at the last minute, the fair convention, a fair board signed with us, so we have a show that day.
I got a question for you. Do you think, obviously the way it's done, I don't know if it's just the way it's done or not, but I think that it would be even harder for you guys to do Bash for Cash in, say, August, because you've had the whole season of wear on you, and you've had the whole season of stress, and I think it would be just damn near impossible to do it that late in the year, to put on that big of a show, just for the stress and all the other stuff you guys would have to go through. Because I mean, by the end of the season, I mean, I know you got excellent promoters, excellent crew, but it wears on you. And I'm sure after that last show, you're ready for a little bit of a break. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, it's nice because you're starting out fresh.
Yeah.
Your mind's clear on derbies. You just put out the rules, 6 months ago. And it's better for drivers. They've had all winter cooped up. I mean, we live in if it was later for you, I mean, for the bash, people don't realize we have probably 75 people work for us that weekend.
That is insane.
It takes a lot behind the scenes that everybody doesn't see, and it'd be tougher to get them, and it'd be harder in the fall.
That was the thing last year. I mean, we were lucky enough. We came down we were there for inspection, and everybody, all the stuff that went on with that many people. It was really neat to get behind the scenes and see that, see your inspection and how you did the re-inspection, and how you inspect. It was neat to get behind and see stuff like that. It's that was the first time I had been in a show, obviously that large, and to see how it worked. It was really neat. I mean, it was cool to see.
I mean, we've had some complaints about using the building on Friday to do the inspections in, and then Saturday when we move into the infield there, we have a big area fenced off. People want to be closer, but just to keep it safe for people, we try to keep people back a little ways.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, cars are moving around. People, when they leave there and have paint, as Chris would say, a black car that's turned pink.
Yeah.
They're a little mad.
Oh, absolutely.
And, so.
Now, another thing that I like that you guys do or don't do is stay right away. You guys don't really have anything to do with the inspection. I mean, you let your crew take care of it, and I think that's really key, especially at some place like that. You let your inspectors take care of it, and I think that's neat the way you guys do that.
We put a lot of trust in them. They've worked out great for us. They do their job. They come and do their job, and at times I feel sorry for them, the grief they're getting. And,
oh yeah.
All of them have derby friends. I mean, we've been around this stuff forever, and
yeah,
and
I mean, a lot of the same guys come back and run every year.
Yeah,
I mean, it's hard not to.
But at the end of the day, if we bring somebody new on, I just tell them, if somebody gets mad at you for doing a job that you're supposed to do,
yeah,
they can't fault you for that.
Yeah. And it's, I mean, the thing that I've learned is that so often in our area, so often if a driver tries to push the gray area, it's almost like the inspector, and then a lot of times the promoter will take it personally, like they're trying to. But I think that's what that's a neat part of our sport, is that there is a gray area, and you can try to play a little bit in it, and it's the officials' jobs and the inspectors' jobs to, okay, you got us, but this is why you can't do it, and then the back and forth. I really think that's a great part of our sport.
Right. Well, if you're inspecting a car and you find something that's not right, I mean, they do it everywhere. Most places. I shouldn't say everywhere. I mean, the driver's going to have a reason why he did it.
Yep.
You have to have a better reason why he can't do it.
Yep.
You got to go within the guidelines of the way the rule's written. People are going to interpret it just a little bit different depending where they're from, who they are, how they build cars. But as long as it fits in the way the rule's written, that's okay. But when they go outside of that, and that happens a lot, but it's just more of explaining it to them, being polite when you're doing it. It has to be fixed because of this reason or that reason. And, just It's about respect for drivers. These guys are the backbone of everything, along with the spectators. I mean, it takes everyone at a derby to have a good one.
Absolutely.
You know, so we kind of cater to everybody, spectators, drivers. But with drivers, you're a little bit more stern with them. You have the rules. You got to stick with it. If you say something, you have to do it, no matter how much grief you get after the derby.
Yep, I
agree. It's happened to me a couple times. It happened to me last year. Some people disagreed with the decision I made, but I told them, and I was like, if I don't do something about this, then it's just going to be worse next year.
Yep, and when we were
car.
When
a car over there.
we went to Blizzard Bash last year, and our real good friend Troy Tagg from California was there, and we got talking, and there was there was some issues out there with some inspections and stuff, and Troy said, you know what? He goes, as an official, what you have to say is, look, congratulations, you did find a gray area. But in finding that gray area, you've also given yourself an unfair advantage. And as a promoter and an inspector, I can't let you go that unfair advantage because it wouldn't be fair to the rest of the guys. And I said, you know what, Troy, that's one of the best explanations I've ever heard. And it's true. I mean, you can't let somebody have an unfair advantage because they were able to do something with the gray area. But that was just, it was a great thing. And it's stuck with me ever since. I'm like, that really, you can't let somebody have an unfair advantage. And I think that's the key.
I talked to the guys that work for us. I've talked to them all winter, and I've been emphasizing is be polite, be respectful. Don't be personal.
No.
Don't take this personal.
No.
I mean, we built derby cars for years. I mean, when Tim ran, he pushed the rules so much. We read everything gray. I mean, that's just the way the nature is. And, you try to get by with as much as you can.
Absolutely.
Don't be mad. Don't be personal. Just make it as fair and even for everybody as you possibly can. If they step too far over the line, you're going to have to send them home. That's just, that's the way you have to take it. And the driver can't really be mad at for you.
No.
They did it. They knew what they were doing when they did it.
Yeah,
so
everything's done for a reason. It's not just an accident.
Right.
Just had an announcement here in the arena. I didn't catch it. I see the driver.
Heat 1.
Heat 1.
Apparently we're running heats.
So we're running heats now.
And we don't have a lineup.
Give them a second to breathe. I mean, we haven't got. It'll be a minute before they get done.
Well, I know, but if we're going to run heats, he could just go down and see if they had anything in the for us.
I hope it's a little warmer than this in May.
Oh yeah. Last year it was about 200 degrees though. I'd like to have it a little bit cooler. Not to complain.
3-4 years ago, it was 100 degrees every day that weekend.
Oh God. Yeah, last year we were kind of and I'm one of those guys. I'd rather have it a little more cool than hotter than the hubs of hell. So, but again, it was a great weekend, and I expect it to be great again. I'm not going to worry about something we can't control with the weather, but I'd rather have heat than have it downpouring and rainy and terrible for everybody. So, I think it turned out good.
Jimmy Crafton was talking. Just sent a message about his Central Indiana program. He's come across inspectors who bring their own torches, and that cuts back on the gray area because if they don't like it, they cut it themselves.
That's awesome.
That's pretty cool. Couple things. People are messaging Jared Stanton having a good time. He's itching. He's watching with his boys, itching to see the pro stock come out on the track. So are we. And Wesley Pitchford, all the guys at in Gastonia, North Carolina Fire Department are watching on a big screen at Station 1, so hi to those guys. Looks like we are getting closer to seeing some derby action here. For some reason, a couple people told me that they were having some chop issue. We're checking the stream, nothing really of consequence at this point. Everything's still looking good for everybody.
This is one of the last cars I seen pull in.
Well, Chris and Brian, it's been nice talking to you.
Thank you for being up here.
Before these cars get out here, I'm going to have to go catch up with my brother and nephew and everybody.
Yeah, because he's probably got all sorts of stuff planned for your show here in a month. So,
because I'm sure we're going to have a lot to laugh about and talk about during this. So it was nice seeing you guys again. And
thank you. Thanks for coming. We appreciate it.
Hanging out with us. We love it. Thanks, dude. There goes Russ Clark from Smash It Demolition Derbies. We got a couple cars pulling onto the track. It's wrong camera. Nobody's looking at the track.
Coming back to join us, the Broome County wrecker, Josh Decker. Broome County wrecker, what's up, buddy?
Back in the game.
What's the verdict? Did you find out anything for us?
Don't ask.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't know where their heats are. No clue. And then I said, okay, could you guys get a list of me at some point? Get out of here! It's like, okay, I'll get out of here. Lady's a little stressed in there. So,
I told you to get out of there?
Yeah. Yep. It's like, okay, sorry, ma'am. I just asked one question.
I think they're aware of it. I think they know that we want the list so that we can tell everybody who's who.
Well, an hour ago, they told me 5 minutes, you know.
Well, you know, one of those things. We have so many people asking what's going on.
Listen, it's
they're doing heats. It looks like
at home everyone's asking, and everyone's asking around here.
Yeah,
like
we're
really
all in the
got
same boat. We're about to find out, though.
You got to pick the pace up. I mean, just dragging it on. It's 10 o'clock. We haven't started heats yet. I mean, I got to say, people in Kentucky are very understanding, very calm, cool, and collected at all times. You know, because I'm yelling and screaming over here, and no one seems to care.
We heard you.
You know how I get.
Yeah,
you know,
I do.
Sometimes I get a little frustrated.
I do know.
And I want people to hear me.
But we peaked right close to 400 before we've even seen the pro stock.
Right.
So hopefully word travels fast. Tell a neighbor, tell a friend that the pro stocks are on the track and we're getting ready to go with the pro stock program.
And there's some nasty iron out there. You know, there's. Hopefully they just drive it as hard as they should.
That's right.
Yes, Rallier, you are right on that one, buddy.
What's he saying? No, I know.
Right? You probably got the
saw that. I can
same
imagine.
text.
I know I'm good enough.
Darren Agard's watching at home. Thanks, Darren. Appreciate it, buddy.
And let me say, too, speaking to the people around here, that in this area, a derby taking a long time between heats and starting late and stuff is actually very normal. And
this isn't uncommon. Everybody here is accustomed to that.
And I was kind of saying down here to Tim and Russ, it's like in New York, everyone would have left already. Everyone gets mad
angrily
and starts yelling and screaming, and they would have left. And the people here are just having a good time. So it's just now here comes this Enforcer. It's a 72 or 3 Imperial. I think it's a 2. Well, it doesn't look like it's been doing much enforcing because it's pretty clean.
Is he really going to hit people
No.
for sandbagging?
No. It's for looks, for sure.
Part of the thrill of being at the Owenton Spring Nationals. Because these cars are awful hard. We could actually answer that question. What's harder? The Imperial. We find that out.
I'm pretty sure that's got a stack bumper on it.
No, it doesn't. They put a beam across it. They got a beam on the back too.
They just
left the grill in.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so there's 16 cars in this heat. I'm going to tell you, no one's told us, but there's only going to be 2 heats because there's only 30 cars, maybe 32. So I'm going to say, yes, we've been waiting, but I think they're just going to do 2 heats and then pull a bunch out of the heats is what I'm assuming right now, and I'm just
Probably
assuming.
like I would say 7 or 8. And
Yeah, I'm just assuming here. But
right now,
you know, like some big names like Doodle got loaded today.
Doodle
did not get in today, and
Wow.
and that's Ben. Ben's been itching to watch Doodle run.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
Ben's been excited, and he didn't get through. But I guess about 6 cars got loaded, 6 or 7. And you know, I also heard there were some guys that didn't even. They went through inspection, got told what to cut, and drove them right on the trailer.
First car that pulled onto the track, he just exited his car. Problems, fatal problems. It's gonna end his night. Tough break.
Oh, that's sad.
Well, he's got a smile on his face. He don't look that mad.
Everybody
Everybody's calm here.
Yeah, there's a lot of
No,
smiles.
so, you know what? You're right. I would not get along good in Kentucky. Everyone would say, like, this guy is miserable. This is the meanest guy I ever met.
Maybe it would help to mellow you out, buddy.
What's that?
Maybe it would help to mellow you out. You'd become
You know
a kindler,
what?
gentler Josh Decker.
We all need. No, I need that. I'm too high strung for Kentucky.
Maturation of Josh Decker.
Yeah, no, no.
Green flag about
Here we
to fly
go.
over heat number 1 for the Pro Stocks here, Owenton Spring National.
Guys, green flag.
Only part of the field knew about the green flag.
Wow.
Oh my God. We're not gonna go like this, are we? Oh my God. Guys. Somebody press the gas. Jesus. We've been waiting long enough. Put a show
We
on.
might have to turn his mic off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been.
You're cut off.
No, don't. Sorry.
I also think a problem we're going to have, though, is I think the track is way too wet for this class. Way too wet.
Well, we
Okay.
already have a car out. It's the Lincoln that the guy got out before they threw the green flag. I like the look of the Harbison car. I saw him coming through on the trailer. Stopped next to the hill for a few minutes. It was a good looking car, and he was back and forth the inspection line about 6 times. It's an exaggeration, Josh.
Yeah. Brian, I'm pretty sure you could run faster than these cars are going.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Josh.
I mean, come on, guys.
Kevin and Austin, Kevin and Austin Carter in Wasuki, I think, Wisconsin. Good to see those guys.
Whoa, I heard a quarter throttle.
Josh, you may not be a favorite Kentucky anymore.
Well, come on. I mean, I've been hearing all day how hard you guys run. Show it. Sorry. Show it to me. Come on. Am I being the jerk here?
No, not at all.
No, there's flaggers. I think that's Chris Polly on the far side of the track who's telling him to wind it up, and we're not doing it.
Our buddy Pork Chop over there trying to get him going.
I heard Pork Chop was almost in a fist fight over there a little bit earlier. I guess there were some really upset people in the inspection line. I don't know what it was, but they were hot at Pork Chop. I'm pretty sure he can handle himself.
Yeah, Pork Chop is a
not
pretty
worried about
big dude.
But you know, the thing here is you're hearing guys with 700, 650 horsepower, 600 horsepower motors. I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't have the patience to drive this slow with that motor.
So I'll give you a rundown on who's out there. Jake Harbison is in car number 2, Dusty Sizemore is in 22, and Aaron Scott is in number 13. We've also got Jordan Kirkham in car number 1. Jordan Stanley is in the 502. The 10 is Joey Adams. The 16 is Tommy Krask. The Patrick Rankin is in the 364. The 1X4U is Billy Myrick. Gibby Shoemaker is in the 974. Daryl Monroe is in the 18 and a half. He's slated to go off in heat number 2. I'm sorry, 18. Chuck Roby, he's out there as well. 16 is Jody Harmon.
There we go. Somebody was on the chip.
Thank you.
Jody Harmon is out there as well in the 16. Kenny Harmon's in the 54. The 22X is Craig Little Dog Bowling. We've got Mike Long from Kentucky in the 01 on the track. And rounding out our field is going to be Michael Wiley in the 927.
I just got a message from Tommy Dowd. He wants to know if the camera's in slow-mo. No, it's not. That's the speed. That's the speed they're running, Tommy. My Facebook is blowing up telling these guys to step on it, you know. And to be honest, I don't care if I'm a bad guy in this circumstance. I mean, all day everyone's been telling me how hard these guys are going to run. I'm not impressed yet. And there's a lot of great drivers here.
Todd Height just said, bring back the white trucks.
Oh, man. Oh, don't even. Come on.
Qualifying heat number 1 underway. 2 minutes in here.
We have one smoking already. That's 50 for us.
Oh, whoa. Oh.
Get after it. Do it. Before that's Kenny Harmon. After him a moment ago.
DJ Brown just said to me their tires are spinning so slow he can read the tread pattern, what ply they are on the side. You're probably right on that. See, the problem with this is half these cars are going to the feature. You only got to beat half of them. Start taking some guys out. Start taking guys out. You only got to take a few out.
I do think also, motors are starting to pick up, but I think the firemen got the track way too wet. I think that definitely is part of the problem they're having. I mean, there's definitely guys starting to get after it a little more. But again, when you have the horsepower these guys do, and the track is as gooey as it is, it definitely isn't going to help any.
I got Ben. I'm not going to. Ben Coulter's got a funny message. We're not in Ohio, and he's right. You know, he's saying Ohio runs a little different. I don't know, Ben. Are you saying Ohio runs harder than this?
Harbison, the number 2, takes a shot from the engine armor car. That's number 388. We talked about him a little bit earlier. It's Jordan Kirkham. He's from Indiana. We're going to see the second car out of the Kirkham stable in the second heat. Number 88, Lloyd Kirkham, will be out there in heat number 2.
You're not even seeing bumpers curling yet. I mean, come on. I'll be driving guys in the back, you know? Just driving them in the back.
Craig Bowling in the 22X just put a shot on the 354 car.
You know, I think I'm with you guys on maybe there's just too much water out there. You know, I think Brian's right on that because they kept saying they wanted to add water to make it tacky, but they've added water 4 times tonight. You know, I mean, when is too much enough? You know?
I think by the time they get to the feature, I think it'll probably be pretty tacky. I think it'll be good. But right now, I definitely feel it's too wet. But I mean, you know, something else. I'll play devil's advocate. I would love to see all 16 guys just come out here and hold it on the boards and junk stuff. But I also understand that there's $7,000 on the line for the winner.
$7,000 going to be paid out at some point tonight.
And you don't want to do something dumb and take yourself out. And I mean, even if you have the best of everything, which a lot of these guys do, there's always the dumb luck that can take you out. You don't want to be the reason that you don't win $7,000. So I can unfortunately, to a point, see why.
But Brian, I can sandbag with the best of them. Okay, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Well, I can sandbag. You're okay. Good point.
Good point. You can't, but okay.
I can sandbag. You're right about that. And I get the pace of a derby. You got to run the pace of the derby. But also, look how easy it is right now to be taking tire shots.
Yeah.
Guys are driving around tire shots just because they don't want to dent their own car. I mean, take the tire shots.
Yeah.
And a lot of guys are running stock A-arms in the front and stuff. I mean, you could be breaking tires off, and you're just not seeing it.
Well, I don't know about stock. because I think you can still plate them, but it's just that there's got to be action in the suspension.
Okay. Yep.
18 is Chuck Roby doing some damage out there. He just shoved one of his fellow competitors around. Making laps. Here comes Craig.
Come on, Craig.
Craig Bowling.
Craig's a good
Two to
dude.
the outside. I thought he was going to go turn up the wick and go after somebody, but he backed out of it when he saw the headlights of the number 974 car.
Oh, man. The comments I'm getting, there's some funny ones here. Some zingers.
Jimmy Shoemaker in that 974.
We feel your pain, Paul Reynolds. We feel your pain, buddy. Yep, we agree, Dave Early.
Dave Early, yes, 100%. Put David Early and Imperial out there, yes.
Let's do that.
Yeah, that would be a good show.
The track is running in some. So we've got another car that has stopped on the track. Smoke now coming from under the hood.
Tommy Crash motor sounds real good.
Another good shot by the number 18 of Chuck Roby. Going through the quarter panel of the number 10. Goes after him one more time. That's that two-door Ford. One of the last cars that we saw pull in today is the number 10, Joey Adams from Indiana.
Hey, if Mike Brown was out there, do you think he'd be running this pace?
No. If Mike Brown was out there, I think he would have a hard time. He'd probably need an overdrive because it would be turning 8,000
Yes,
RPMs
absolutely.
in second and third gear.
Brennan Sangren just said they can't send the Enforcer Imperial out there because they'd have to go junk every single car out there.
I think Brennan should build an Enforcer car to come down here.
He's a good
He
kid.
builds a pretty stout car, huh, Josh?
Yeah, oh yeah. Ask my back.
Congratulations, Wendell Bowman. Looks like he just won another feature.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Congratulations.
Josh, what do you think? 3,000 people here?
What's that?
What do you think? 3,000 people here?
Oh, yes. Yes, there's a good amount of people here. Yeah, I'd say so. I think he said it could hold 4,000 to 5,000, and there's room left over, but I'd say, yeah, Brian, I'd say about that. Dan Bolton makes syrup faster than this. That's awesome. Oh. Dude, the zingers coming across that phone are hilarious. I just got a message that hopefully it's a 5-gallon gas rule, so somebody's not run out of gas. That's funny. All right, I see some sparks out of the rear end of Craig's, number 22, the green and black one. The rear end was just sparking. It might be his pinion brake.
Craig Bowling in the 22.
There we go. There we go. Somebody said I should have ran my car from last night today because my bumper would have stayed on. And let me reiterate, you know, I really respect all the drivers. We're just kind of busting balls here a little bit, you know. I don't want anybody to get upset at me, you know. All right, it seems like a couple cars are starting to step it up here. The My Rick car don't sound too bad, stepping it up a little bit.
Wow, that motor was just screaming.
I got you, Jason Sherman. Funny. I'm glad everyone's still watching with us. You know, it's kind of cool that everyone's at home on the recliner.
We hit on it a few minutes ago. They've got a slick track, and they're going after 7,000 to win. There's 12,000.
Totally understand. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
This is the qualifying heat. You know,
sure.
This is.
Sure.
I'm telling you right now that the reaction that I'm getting from a lot of the people that are messaging me on Facebook about this, I get where you're coming from, but at the same time, if this was happening at 8:30 tonight, you'd have a different opinion of it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I agree with you, but isn't that why? Okay. Well, I guess we won't get into it. What? I mean, I would say to myself, I'd say, well, that's what happens if you don't start on time, because then you start as the night progresses, people start to get a little more tense and stressed, and you're right, Chris. You're probably at 8 o'clock, no one would be complaining. But as you're seeing now, cars are stepping it up. Cars are stepping it up.
We're red flagging it for something. Chris Polly coming out on the track for a brief red flag.
Dude, I'd love to see that Imperial just track shot somebody.
I saw the lights come
with
on.
The lights on and everything.
I got excited. I saw the lights come on the Imperial Enforcer car down there.
Oh, you know what's funny about Derby guys? They're all comedians. You know, like all Derby guys. Probably the best thing we're all good at is ball busting.
Absolutely.
You know? But again, it's all in good fun, you know. And let's be honest, dude. If I had 5, 6, 10 grand like these guys got in a car, you know, at the end of the day, if it's your 10 grand, how hard are you gonna smash it? You know, you know.
And they want to finish in the money.
And this is more of a marathon. You know, where we're from, it's we say it is, but it's not. This is truly
a marathon. Where we're from is 25 minutes.
Oh, definitely. 6-minute heats. You know, and
Green flag back out one more time.
And I get it.
Working through qualifying heat number 1 for the Pro Stocks. Owenton Spring Nationals underway. It looks like we've only lost one competitor since the green flag has come out. Remember, we did lose one of the drivers before they even got to the countdown. He actually did entry. So we are back underway. Number 13 out there. You see him front and center. Going nose to nose with Craig Bowling in the 22K. The first cars here was that green number 2. Right across him in the pits a little bit earlier tonight. It was a pretty good looking car. In that build, that was Jake Haverson from Indiana in the number 2. Engine on the car struggling a little bit. Number 1 is Jordan Kirkham in the 388. 1X4U.
Chris, the guy that's in that engine armor car, there used to be a guy named what's the name of the driver that's in the engine armor car?
That is Jordan Kirkham.
Okay, not who I thought. Okay. All right, now we're getting some cars spinning a little bit.
Yep, smoke coming out of the 01. 01 trying to build some heat under the hood. Mike Long from in Kentucky. Seeing him down here just over the Smash Fire Films logo. That was a good shot. The 1X4U car just put a hard shot on Long's 01. 1X4U is Billy Myrick. Myrick bold letters on the side of that black Crown Vic. Another automobile holding still at the moment, the number 10. We talked about that two-door Ford a few minutes ago. Holding still on the top of the racetrack. Trying to identify him.
There we go.
Adams from Indiana. He's back up and running now. The 1X4U car, Billy Myrick, is backed up a long ways away. Still occupying himself, though, with Mike Long's number 01. We've only lost one so far.
I didn't realize how many Indiana guys were here. There's a lot. How far do you think Indiana is from here? Indiana?
That's a haul.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yep, overall there was 9 states represented in the action.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Weekend.
It's so cool to see everybody traveling. Like, traveling is awesome.
I mean, we've lost nobody here from the stands either. All the fans are still here waiting to see the Pro Stocks. Craig Bowling in the 22 gets shoved into the wall by the 1x4U, 1X4U, Billy Myrick. That rolled the back end on Craig's car up a little bit. Impact the wall. Mike Long. There goes the stick on Mike Long, number 01. The black and gold car, all done. Broke off the stick. Puddle of fluid underneath that car. Might have had a transmission failure. Got a lot of room to run now. Things are starting to thin out. They're not staying quite so packed together. Tommy Kraft now occupying himself with the right rear corner of the one time for you Myrick car. Officials on the top of the track essentially pleading with the driver to get back into the throttle. Good shot.
Nice shot.
Two vehicles across the track now. Good
that motor sound good. That's what I want to hear.
Trask and one of the other competitors out there on the track. Wisely backing out of it is the Myrick one time for you. Craig Boland now starting to step on a little bit harder as he drives into the right front corner. Now I believe that's the engine armor car driven by Kirkham. Kirkham's front tire might be looking at you. No, he's got those working okay. He still has the steering. Thought he lost the steering there for a moment. Joey Adams from Indiana is in there 204 number 10. Oh, look at that. Great shot by Myrick on the front of Bowling's car. Myrick just got knocked clean out of his seat. Smoke beginning to pour out from under the hood of the one time for you car. The number 10 sitting still. He had turned up the pace a little bit and is now paying the price for it. Joey Adams not doing a whole lot in the cockpit to get that car refired either. Steam pouring out of the right front corner. Fluid evacuating the engine bay. Stick broken off. Number 10 is all done. Joey Adams throws in the towel. His evening all done. We've also lost Long, as we mentioned, in the 01. Significant steam coming out of the Myrick one time for you car. Caberson, you see him back into the frame. And the number 2, Tommy Kraft, steaming as well. Aboard the number 16. Just driving out of the frame. Number 13 is Aaron Scott. You see him, he's with a black car with the yellow roof sign and roof numbers at the top of the screen. Haven't really said much about him so far. Got Scott and green letters down the side. Craig Bowling and Billy Myrick have a heck of a war going between the two of them. Bowling chasing the one by.
Here we go. Here we go.
For you. Hard in front, and the one by for you throws it in reverse, trying to stop Myrick, trying to keep him being put out of the park. He was going to land at the cattle gates.
Yeah.
If he hadn't got that thing loaded up. He was along for the ride for a little bit of that trip across.
Whoa! Engine fire! He was on the brakes with it in reverse, wide open backwards, trying to get that thing hoed down.
Man. That was a weird fire, actually.
Shoemaker.
It looks like Craig in the black and green one and does it say Myrick on it? I think they're hung.
Billy Myrick, they are stuck together, yes. And look at there's Craig jumping out of the car, sticking his head out the window. trying to get a better look at what is.
What was that fire? You think it
holding
was?
him
You think it was coolant? It was like a weird flash.
No, I don't think these guys got coolant.
Yeah, I know, it was weird. What was it? Because it looked like it come from the front back. I never seen nothing like that. That was a weird flame. I wonder what that was. Maybe tranny fluid, I guess. I don't.
How's the data, Chris?
Fine.
Perfect.
It's really been a really good night, all things considered, man. We've been able to do quite a bit here tonight. Exciting. Here comes Myrick winding it up on the top of the track. Comes across and
he's got quite the right rear rim bent pretty heavy on that car.
Yeah. That wasn't Myrick. I was mistaken. That was the gentleman who just caught on fire. That was the 974 car, Gibby Shoemaker. Here comes Myrick smoking, and he goes into the back of Craig Ballings, number 22. The 388 of Jordan Kirkham. Backing it up into your frame, the engine armor car, side by side with Tommy Crash. Crash runs into the 22. That's Dusty Sizemore. What goes through your mind at this point of the heat, Josh?
Well, good question. First, you got to assess where's your car? How's your front look? How's your back look? How's your drivetrain? If everything's looking good, me personally, I start looking around for somebody that I want to pick off. You know, who do you start attacking now? Who's been going after you? You know, it's a lot of different ways you could go here.
Do you look at this? Do you assess the situation and consciously seek out guys that are smoking, thinking that the guys that are hot would be ones that you could wear out faster?
Yes. Well, let's be honest. You look for any kind of
weakness.
Anything that you can to get on, you know. And you see someone with a locked up tire, you start attacking a tire. You see sparks out of the rear, you start pounding on the rear. I mean,
I'm wanting to say that the front tires on the Kirkham car are looking at one another.
Yeah, he's definitely got a broken tie rod.
Okay, so right here in front of us.
Actually, we have another car also with a broken tie rod.
You got a broken tie rod, yeah. Now remember, you can run different spindles here, but you have to run stock tie rods.
Yep.
So I'm sure we are going to see a bunch of that.
Smells like they're either spraying lighter fluid, starter fluid, or WD-40 into that barrel fire over there.
Yeah, every now and then it flares up. So it's not much of a barrel fire. I think it's like a small grill, and they've been using that for heat. And every now and then they've been spraying something into it, and it gets quite big. Hopefully the truck that's parked next to it and where they're doing it is theirs.
All right, we just lost a number of car. I think 16 Tommy Crass just threw his stick out the passenger door.
Crass, yes, he
I
did.
believe.
There's no stick on the top of Crass number 16. He was losing water early.
He's a great driver. We've seen him a lot of times. His motor sounded really good, so it sucks to see him out because he should definitely be there in the end.
Josh, I can't see the number of the car, but on the other side, there's a car with it backing up right now. It's got a green roof sign on it. Look at how the back of that car is. It's strange to see a Ford go up and fill the back window like that.
It was. I seen it. It actually happened here on the top end. They got the passenger side corner to come down first, and it looks like it just sucked the whole. It is ugly.
That's the 502.
It is ugly.
Of Jordan Stanley, not to be confused with any of this item.
Yes.
Harbison's doing a good job in that number 2, I gotta say. He's been keeping his nose clean, stick and move. I mean, the back end's starting to go away a little bit on him, but he's been doing all right. He's backed out of the. There's a good look at him, and the green number 2 takes a shot from the 502 that Brian was just talking about.
Now, the car here, 22, has not really. I mean, he's still moving around, but they're going to have to call him soon because he's not really laying any shots.
Well, the front tire is broke off, and he has no steering. It looks like maybe he lost a spring out of the back because the passenger side fender is on the tire. Pretty rough shape.
And by the way, that is Dusty Sizemore in the 22. One of the guys that we talked about at length, saying he's one of them to watch. So at this point, Dusty Sizemore in trouble. Tommy Krask already out. Interesting cycle of events here as we work through qualifying heat number 1 and move towards qualifying heat number 2 for the Pro Stocks. You know, 2 qualifying heats for the Pro Stocks. The enforcer has not yet had to move from his perch.
No, but you know, this is why we derby, because on paper you can say, hey, this guy's going to win, this will be your top 5 guys, but that's why you derby, because tire breaks off early on, the guy's going home early tonight. Looks like my Ricky might have stalled out. He's definitely Brent in front of the A-arms. And I think he might be done.
Where are we looking?
Right over here in the top end here, my Ricky, I believe.
My Ricky, the one time for you. Nose going away and a lot of steam coming up under the hood.
He's turning it over. It just ain't doing anything.
Believe this. He's got it back going again. And here he comes. Oh.
That would have been a good tire shot if he connected.
Great tire shot.
Because the back of that 974 is low. Start snapping the tires.
Huge hole in the passenger door too. As we have to see the 502 again going back towards Jordan Stanley. And, good to see Craig Bowling still out there in the 22. 10 cars left in qualifying heat number 1. Dusty Sizemore, I gotta believe his time is running out.
Yes. Well, again, it's aggressive hit, you know, and I don't know if any of his hits have been aggressive for a few minutes, you know. Looks like we got about 10 cars still going. I gotta assume we take out 2, 3, 4 more, and I gotta imagine they're pulling the rest of the feature. I don't know that, but we gotta be close to the cutoff.
Full head of steam. Got a hold of Harbison. He shoves Harbison backwards.
You know, again, with these rules, they're not plating in front of the A-arm, so you're not going to see a lot of nose-to-nose shots, because, I mean, that's bending rails quick, you know, so I think that's why you're not seeing a lot of that. But again, I'd be driving them in the butt of them because it's all tin. I don't know if you'd really be bending them, packing the asses into them. I don't know. Looks like Craig is bending number 22. It looks like
I was just noticing he's definitely starting to bend.
He's coming up on the passenger side for sure.
Craig Bowling, who we're talking about in the number 22, Gibby Shoemaker. Back end is not looking the greatest on the 974, which is, you can see the right rear corner has gone down and the quarter panel laying over on top of the trunk lid.
Engine armor also has a broken tie rod passenger side, and it looks like he's just kind of
hoping to maintain contact.
Yeah, the 2 cars on the top end here are just really limp, not doing much.
that was a nice shot by the 974.
See, the thing about running these low in the back is as a guy comes at you with his front, he doesn't hit you square on because he doesn't want to get, especially with the stock tie rods and stuff, because these things are so low, they hit them tie rods and they're snapping them so easily. So I think that's, the more I watch, I guess I'm seeing that's why guys aren't just driving them square in the back, which is what I'd be doing. In the corners, at least.
It's just so enticing. It would be. But you know what, though? I mean, in a way, we're sort of being armchair quarterbacks. I mean, you have a couple times, but I mean, I've never run this style car, this style build. So I mean, obviously these guys know what they're doing.
Well, good point. Good point. But also, Brian, I learned that last year, John Peck shows used to be mostly a 5-foot rule. Cars are really hard built. So you got to think these guys are building like that this last year, and now have to detune. You have to step back. So of course you're going to drive. You're going to detune your driving also.
I
guess that makes sense. Looks like
we got an official on the track.
Yep.
The Kirkham car all done. He's been counted out, and I thought for a minute there that the Myrick one time for you car was also in danger of going out. He has since been able to refire, and he's back at it. You get a good look at him going to the left front corner of that number 13 of Scott. And here comes his nose. Is really starting to go away now. It's going for a broke. 974 car hung up, disabled on the number 10, which has long since been out. 974 again, Gibby Shoemaker. All done holding still. The stick is still up on the pillar, but not a whole lot of activity in the cockpit of Shoemaker's 974.
Now really start looking at some of the back of these. Some of these are really rolling nice. Really starting to pack nice in the back, which, I mean, like the Scott car here, both Scott cars.
Nobody said they weren't good builders.
Oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely.
They look real good.
Well, that's what we heard. In the heat, they'd run mostly backwards. They're trying to pack their backs the correct way, and you're seeing that now. Some of them look really good.
Well, if you want to, you can pull that out just a little bit. Touch that, just a touch. There you go. A little bit wider so we can see a couple cars at a time. One time for you, Myrick, still going. Not looking real pretty underneath there at all. The back end's all mangled over on the right side.
It looks like we're down to 8 cars.
974, honing on it, but he has been counted out. There goes the stick on the 974. So, given the case, looks like 5, 6, 7, looks 8 cars at this point. 502, he's laboring. Myrick also in a little bit of distress. That's Jody Hamilton that we were talking about. I misidentified him as the 502. The car with an all-green roof sign with a hard-to-read number. That is the number 16 of Jody Harmon. Both 16s that registered for Pro Stock competition were in heat number 1. Tommy Kraft and Harmon. 974 has gotten free.
Josh, I believe the 974 is losing a tranny. A lot of RPMs, pretty slow. I don't see any tire spin. I think.
Well, and you're
smoke,
seeing look at the smoke inside the inside the cab. I agree, Brian. I agree. Yep. Smoked it. Yeah, 974 smoke tranny.
Only a matter of time now before that stick comes off the pillar on the 974 with a damaged transmission.
Needs an Engelhart tranny. That stuff don't happen.
I believe I can see the fluid underneath it, Brian. Yeah, you can see some fluid under it. Yeah, looks like he broke something.
Dusty Sizemore is all done. The 22, he is idle on the top of the speedway. Patrick Rankin is in that gray number 354. You see just behind the two of Haverson. He's been doing a pretty good job. He looked like he was on the ropes a couple times, but he's been able to rebound pretty strong as we work toward a conclusion here in heat number 1. shot on the right front corner. Delivered on. Blanked on it. We were just talking about it a minute ago. Patrick Rankin, the 354, delivered by the 502 of Jordan Stanley. One time for you of Billy Myrick.
There it is.
Red flag. I believe.
I think I believe it's qualified. That's the heat.
I think that's going to do it.
What was the time on that? Jeez.
A long.
To get to 7.
Close. It was close to an hour. If I did my math right. I think it was
You did.
You did.
I'm cold.
I don't always do my math correctly, as it were.
If you need math help, ask Josh. He's a really good mathematician.
Me?
Yeah. You good mathematician?
No. I'm dumber than a box of rocks. I'm a driver.
Well, all the numbers business you do, you aren't good with numbers?
I got girls on the inside. They handle the money side of it. I'm just a negotiator.
You just send them the orders and everything goes from there.
I'm a closer, Brian.
I can see that with you, Josh Tucker.
I love closing.
Closer.
Oh, man. My boss the other day was trying to tell me, he's like, I'm a closer. It's like, no, I'm the closer. No, I'm a closer. It's like, no, I'm the closer.
That's why you got that. That's why you got that that award you just got here 3 weeks ago.
I used to sell vacuums door to door. I did it for 6 years. They were $2,200 new. Yeah. Well, at the end of it, the last year I did it, all my job is they would send me in at the end. You know, they'd have somebody else show it, and then I'd go in and I'd close deals. That's all I did. I'd just go around place to place and just walk in your house and try to close you on a $2,000 vacuum.
Hey, a request to any of our Derby fans out there that might be watching the race in Texas. How about a little update? Maybe a text or some sort of information to see who's winning. Much appreciated.
Whoa, man.
Chris's pick for the feature win will be in the next heat.
Yep. I'm looking forward to it. I'll be out here in a little bit.
I know who I'm calling as a W.
Who?
Gaffin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think looks nasty. And the guy can drive. You know, he knows his stuff. Pretty sure Brandon Myers built. When he got here today, it actually wasn't running too good, and it was a carburetor issue. And I think they got it locked up.
I think they swapped carbs.
Cole Salmons, that was funny.
Oh, that's funny. All right, let's get these guys cleared off the track.
So, let's hit on a couple things about what we just saw. How great has this track come in?
Yeah, it's coming better. You are right. You are right. And they did start turning it up as it went on. You know, you got to say, towards the end, there was some action going on. The one thing about it is when you start bending, you're bent. You know, I think that they're making them so hard behind the A-arms. It's just every shot is just put a lot of pressure in front there. It's cold in Kentucky.
Thank you, Ryan Hale. Appreciate that. Where's Junior running?
I wonder if Brett's watching. Brett, you still watching?
Brett was watching when it started. He said he was going to bed.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I wish he was watching the skid steers. You need more skid steers than this. We need more skid steers than this.
Chris, are you cold?
Yeah.
All right, just checking.
Yes, I am.
Do you have a coat in the truck?
No, I have a ride home in the truck.
What are you doing?
I have a ride home in the truck.
Yes, you do.
Chris is freezing.
I am chilly. Got cold.
Do you want Josh and I to move in closer and, like a cuddling move to help you warm up? Or
No, not, well, maybe. That got weird.
I'm cold, too. I'm cold, too.
Josh,
I'm double sweatshirt.
Josh, did we plan on wearing the same sweatshirt, or did it just happen?
It just happened, man.
All right, just checking.
Just happened. I don't know who these guys are.
Syopa Racing. You don't know who they are?
Well, Melanie was like, I'm cold. I'm really cold. And I go, oh my God, I have the answer. And I gave her Brian's Syopa jacket. She's like, this is the nicest jacket ever. It really is warm. It is warm. Yeah. She's going to keep it.
I'd
Brian.
actually told Melanie beforehand she could wear it. So.
Those jackets are nice.
Because I'm a gentleman like that. Gentle man like that.
You are very sensitive.
Thank you. Junior's 19th. Hopefully it was a pit stop or something and he's on his way to the front.
Hey, speaking of that, the other day I watched Days of Thunder with my kids. It's the first time my kids watched Days of Thunder.
Wow.
It's...
Great movie.
My kids didn't think so. I'm like, this is the best movie ever. My son's like that.
I think that's Dustin King's favorite movie.
I love that movie.
He's watching at home.
Is he nice? Cole Trickle?
Cole Trickle.
Hey.
What do you mean? I just paid $25 for these wheels.
45.
No, I just paid 25.
I'm getting everything stolen out of my truck. Smash it, guys.
As long as they don't take my tank inside, I really don't care.
They've been a great group tonight.
Yeah.
Tim and Russ just crack me up,
They're
man.
always fun to hang out
Yeah,
with.
they really are. Good dudes. And they've been around. They're doing 40 derbies a year, 4 years. And just to hear where they started.
16 years promoting derbies.
It's pretty
They
cool.
started with 8. And we were up here talking. That's what I told him. I said, I told them it was great that I thought that they, that they go out and check out the other derbies and see how things are. And we touched on the fact that where we're from, Josh, promoters don't do that.
It's a Mopar cradle. Get away from my truck. How about that? I'm going to son of a bitch. Everywhere I go, these guys, they're busting my old Mopar cradle. And they're like, is this from the 70s? He's like, no, I made it last year. It's brand new. That's
When
brand
did you used
new.
to make that?
Is that brand new? I bought that yesterday. Got that for one of the Mad Dogs.
Hey, go harass somebody else.
Everybody else done ran us off.
They cleaned the track off in short order. That was fast. Only got 3 or 4 cars left to remove before we move into heat number 2. I have to keep a close eye on what time the next heat starts.
I know Mike Decker's here. I got a bunch of parts for him. I haven't even seen him.
Yeah, we haven't even seen the slam, man.
I've seen Brandon and Myers a bunch of times, but yeah, I
I
didn't
saw
see
him up there standing with Mel for a little while.
Yeah, we were talking. He helped build Gaffin's car, And
Thanks, Todd.
Todd Height. Hang 10.
The man, the myth, the legend. That's a good dude.
Yeah, excellent. Very cool, dude. '53 in Kentucky feels colder than 53 in New York.
Well, it's because we were sunburnt all day, so
Yes. No, we were sunburnt yesterday. Today we were covered.
Yeah, I'm
sunscreened.
I don't know. It made me feel better about it, but the Dollar General brand SPF 60
70
didn't work, or did it?
I think I probably would have been better if I would just covered my body in off bug spray.
You were into the tent for most of the day. You weren't even out in the sun.
The sun was coming in.
Oh,
right
stop.
over there and
Do we have to call you a ambulance? Uh-oh. I think they just popped the radiator.
somewhat fair skinned. It's all right. They make probably go buy more of those at the vendors.
Absolutely.
Put some bars leaks in it.
What's Ben doing?
Where's Ben?
I don't know. I was going to ask you.
He's getting fitted for flags.
Yeah. He talked about going down and hanging out a little closer to the track and watching, but running the camera.
I'll take it as a no, Ben.
He's been down there, and I'll watch him. He'll touch the camera, and now again, he'll start pacing back and forth, and he's watching. And he's just assessing. So I figured it'd be good for him to be down there so we could pace more.
I think if we got him a remote control for the camera, he could run that with a wireless, and then he'd be golden. He could walk from 100 feet away and remote control it, and listen to everything that's going on.
Like
He'd be
to pace.
perfect.
He paces. He's a pacer.
He is. A pacer, he says.
Like in Indiana.
Indiana Pacers.
Yeah, you just got that, Josh. I'd already been on top of one.
Hammer and Hoosier.
Hammer and Hoosier.
He's probably sleeping.
Yeah.
He needs his beauty sleep.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh,
Go ahead, Brian. What are you going to say?
I
hate you, Decker.
David LeJewitt.
No, I was just talking about how...
That's funny. That's wicked. I wish you could put that up. That's wicked funny. That's so funny. For all the guys that are writing me, I am reading. I can't keep up with it. You know, Chris is trying, but I'm not gonna.
I'm trying very hard.
Chris is talented, more talented than Josh and I, so he's good at doing about 37 things at once.
Yeah, I can do one, and sometimes I can barely do that one.
Yes, that happens.
Yeah, hey,
absolutely.
I'm a driver.
Seen it in person. However
it helps me sleep at night, I'm a driver. I'm a man and I'm a driver.
What do you think about Heat 2? What's going to happen there?
Brian?
Well, I'm going to predict it starts out slow pace, and I think they're going to pick it up sooner because the track is...
Agreed.
The track is
getting more tacky.
But, you know, it's been interesting because we've been at derbies where one heat is slower pace and you go to the next one and it's totally opposite. We've seen lots of those. So, you know, it's... who knows? And really, sometimes all it takes is one dude.
To set it
takes
off.
one dude to just start tracking people. And then you say to yourself...
Bobby Whitaker did that?
Yes.
At Razorback?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, exactly. He changed the pace, you
Completely.
know? And then you start saying to yourself, well, if I don't start picking my pace up, this guy's just laying shots on me, you know? So it's...
He went ballistic for about 35 minutes.
Josh Decker, here's a question for you because I haven't asked you one lately. If you had the chance, would you rather run a Bobby Whitaker GM wagon or a Peter Hansen Riviera?
No, neither one, because he would be walking out with kidney damage in either instance.
Honestly,
yeah,
Bobby's wagon. just because it's Pete. Give me another name and I'll change my answer. No, I love Pete. But I seen one of Bobby's. I mean, Bobby's a wagon. I mean, let's be honest. He was born in a wagon, probably. And you know, we got to see his at Blizzard Bash, and I was insanely impressed with it. So, but I'm a wagon guy. We all know that.
You're a wagon guy?
Hell yeah, but Chrysler.
With an imp sub.
With an imp sub. An Imperial wagon, my nephew says. Zio, I want to see your Imperial wagon. So come on in the garage.
Come with me, young man.
Because my brother used to say to him, he's like, well, there is no Imperial wagons.
There is now.
And I'm like, Zio made one. There is an Imperial wagon. I mean, is there anything more intimidating than an Imperial wagon? Don't say a Vic.
Oh, okay. I was going to say a Riviera.
Alumina. Yeah, that's...
Riviera that Pete built.
If that was sitting next to an Imperial wagon, I'd still pick the Imperial wagon.
Just pure principle.
Exactly.
Pure principle.
We got some of the feature names figured out for who we're going to see. We're going to see the next round of cars coming out here momentarily. Included, that will be Mark Scott, the number 78. Lloyd Kirkham in the number 88. Mark Pittman in the number 5. The 78 is going to be Leslie Chisholm. We've got the Cody Collins in the 357. The number 2 is the 11C of Lucas Coffey. Kenny Wilson in the 11 up. 18.5 Daryl Monroe. The 979 of Nathan Brown. 28 is Aaron Lyons. We'll have to keep an eye on him. The 02 is Matt Long. 18 Jeremy Hicks. The 3310 is Randy Smith. And jumping over to page 2, Michael Kelly. And the 455, or excuse me, the 522. The 43.5 is Gary Harp. Kevin Gaffin, the Punisher, is going to be in the 921.
And wait till you hear his motor.
Sounds just like ours, right, Josh?
Sounds like a Magnum.
See, the problem with me is, like, if I had a motor like this, it wouldn't last. I'd just be breaking it in half and breaking pulleys and breaking, you know me.
That is the number 88 of Lloyd Kirkham
Yeah,
from Indiana.
Daryl Monroe.
Daryl Monroe.
Daryl Monroe.
Right behind him.
And I'll tell you, I've asked a lot of people today, and I'm going to say the crowd favorite to win today is Daryl Monroe. More people have said his name than anybody's. So 18.5, the second car in that black car. Really
Josh, what,
watching.
Chevy, or what kind of bumper is that on the front of Daryl Monroe's car?
74 Impala.
That's what I was thinking. Would you say that's the most prized bumper in the Derby world right now?
Besides a pointy, yeah. Because, what did Lazenby say? He got $600 for a pointy?
A pointy, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's insane.
Here comes the other long car. Gray and black colors on the 02. Number 78, that's one of the two 78s that are registered for competition in this heat. We've got Mark Scott side by side with, gotta find him on there. I was just looking at him a moment ago. Leslie Chisholm. Pat Osmond going in the books for Lucas Coffey.
I'm trying to get Ben in here. Shut up over there. Someone get these Smash It guys out of here. Cracking me up.
They're turning into delinquents.
Oh, here comes Pete. He's pissed. Look at
Ladies
Pete.
and gentlemen,
Peter
Pete
Hansen. Ask Pete who is. Pete, who's winning?
Well,
go ahead.
I'm here to tell you, I just opened my first beer of the night. I'm wore out. I'm burnt. Every driver on the track thanked me for doing such a good job of making everything fair. And I made a fucking deal with Daryl Monroe. Because him and Ryan Songruski and Jason been driving me fucking nuts about Kansas. I told Daryl straight up, you win this fucking show, I'll do this.
wow!
Ooh.
The pressure is
Wow.
on.
Peter, man. Peter.
So, let's revisit that topic for a minute.
Well, I don't think everyone heard Pete, so maybe you want to just say what Pete
The
said.
retired Pete Hansen has been down there in the inspection line, and there's been a lot of pressure from Ryan Songolewski,
Jason Brodzinski,
and Daryl Monroe to go and run Blizzard Bash again this year.
Correct.
But he's retired. He doesn't drive derbies anymore.
So he
he's
says.
Retired.
Right, except for he ran one last night.
Yeah, except for he drove
Correct.
yesterday. He told Daryl Monroe, if you win this show, I'll run
your Blizzard Bash. Yeah, that's.
Wow.
So,
well,
all the more reason for Daryl Monroe to, who, as you said, was a crowd favorite, and I also picked to win this thing.
Pete gave us a 3-hour lecture why he would never run Blizzard Bash again last night. That's so
You know
funny.
what, though?
He broke into our hotel room.
It's so funny. He cracks me up. He's like Brett. One day. It just depends on the day you ask him a question. It's different every day.
Yeah.
You know, I'm all for Pete wanting to drive derbies, but afterwards he can't retire for the ninth
I
time.
know. You got to stop retiring. Melanie, you're on that. He's only got allowed one more retire.
Listen, Jerry Rice.
Green flag's out.
It's either you're going to retire or you're not. Brian Horsley has a pointy for sale, $250.
Josh will take 6 of them.
I'll take them all. $250. You could ask double.
Lucas Coffey. How can you go wrong? Lucas Coffey is getting a lot of love online. And Cole Salmon liking the podcast too, man.
Thank
well,
you.
thanks, guys.
Thank
I
you, guys.
appreciate that. We're trying to do the best we can so you guys enjoy it. We're enjoying the show. We figured it might start out with a little bit of a slow pace, but that's all right. There's a lot of money waiting on the other side of this if you qualify for the feature. There's Lucas Coffey. Good look at him in the 11C. Yellow lettering on the roof sign, purple numbers on the door. .921 is the Punisher. That is the Gaffin car.
Somebody's either burning up a rear end or burning up a transmission already. You can smell it.
Already. 522. That's the Kelly car coming into your frame. As it is Matt Law. Shoves around Scott's number 78.
Yeah, I smell it bad, Brian.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, what is that?
Looking very patient and methodical out there in the 18.5.
That's tranny. That smells like nasty old tranny fluid. But it could be synthetic, because synthetic gives that smell.
They should make a cologne that smells like that, Josh.
Yeah, that's my cologne.
Somebody out there turning some pretty serious R's. They collide in the left front corner of Lucas Coffey's number 11C. The 78 of Chisholm. That is the 78 that has the bright silver doors up there in the top, adjacent to the Smitty car. Working his way back and forth. .979 out there is Nathan Brown, right here in Kentucky. He's the black car with the green fenders and quarter panel. You see backing up, orange trim on the roof side. I'm pretty convinced that the only color spray paint, I said this earlier, the only color spray paint they sell in Kentucky is black.
Yeah. Well, that sounds good.
Great shot right there by the number 28. Came from a long ways away to put the shot on.
Gaffen's still looking real good.
That we just saw a moment ago, we made the reference. You see him backing out of your frame right there. That is Aaron Lyons. We had him on the podcast last Monday from making the bead locks. Just took off his back.
We just
bumper.
lost the bumper.
There it is.
Just lost the bumper.
Also, just got one.
Turn it up.
Just got one parked on the wall.
Nice. Aaron Lyons just jammed that Smitty car up on the wall, and we got a back bumper off that black and blue square style Lincoln. Ripped right off.
Number.
Couple bumpers on the track. Here.
Help? Help?
I'm gonna try this first.
So, looks like we're about ready to redisplay the green flag. Punisher ready to get going already. Rolling start for Gaffin in the 921. Look at how deep the trunk lid on Gaffin's car is canoed.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Made no secret about who he was going after. Nose to nose, the 357 going right after Daryl Monroe. Cody Collins in that black Lincoln, square body Ford. Square body Lincoln. Right after Daryl Monroe's 18 and a half.
have one car piggybacking the other.
Aaron Lyons has some company in his trunk lid right now.
He is stuck there.
He is precariously dangling, if you will, on the back of that. Lyons able to drive it from underneath him. I believe that was Chuck Roby's number 8. Look at the rear end in that.
Oh, man. And that car is done.
That's it.
Broke the right front tire off it. I can't see the number, but that was a Malachi crunch for some of the old school people that may be watching.
Just about to say, look at the rear end on that car. Now the front end is what you need to focus on. He took some serious abuse in that shot.
Yeah, broken upper A-arm, upper ball joint.
Lucas Coffey on the wall. Matt Long just put Lucas Coffey up on the bricks, and Lucas is stuck, trying desperately, frantically to get free. Not working for him at the moment. He's going to dig himself a hole. He's panicked, and that might be the end of the night for Lucas Coffey in the number 11, up on the wall. Nose well up on the concrete. Smoke pouring from under the hood of that car that took the significant blow. Dead center in front of us. From this vantage point, I cannot get a good read on the number.
Wow, off the wall.
Got free. Lucas Coffey
impressive.
Got himself off. Nice job. That was the 357 that took that shot. Mangling the front of his Lincoln. Steam now really pouring out from under the hood of that automobile.
Red flag. Bumper on the track. Red flag.
Being thrown for the bumper. I think having the car on the back of the number 28, Aaron Lyons, did some funny things on the back end of that automobile. Can't quite get a good look at it at this point. But what do you think of the 28 Aaron Lyons car? Do you think having the number 18 pork chop on top of it did some damage?
Yeah, it almost looks like the front end the rear axle may have shifted the whole housing itself, because it looks like the passenger driver's side rear tire is almost touching the door.
Right.
Not really sure.
Certainly isn't affecting his mobility. The green flag comes back out and he took off like a rocket. Jeremy Hicks out there in the number 18. We were talking about him being perched on top. The number 5 still out there making hits. There's a 78 of Leslie Chisholm. And Lyons we were talking about putting a hard shot in the left front corner of Lucas Coffey. 5 coming back into your frame. Here comes the 357. Shot out of the cannon. Right into the right rear corner of Leslie Chisholm, number 78. Backing it up, ready to try it again. The 43.5 holding still up there now. Might be one of the next cars to go down. Gary Hart from Kentucky. A lot of backfire from under the hood of that black and blue. What I believe is the 357. Gentleman Row parking firmly on the back of that number 18 of Jeremy Hicks.
I believe they've become hung up.
Lyons takes a shot on the right rear corner. Pushed up against the wall, but able to drive away from it, none the worse for wear. At this point, fire still coming out from the stacks as raw fuel burns off in an attempt to refire the 357. Yeah, and that's Cody Collins trying to get that back under power. Looks like it wants to go. The smoke turning black on the right side bank, but nothing.
Yeah, there's something burning. All that white smoke coming out of there. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it's not good.
That is the situation deteriorating, is what that is. They got into the Imperial at the far end of the track. That was Matt Long in the black and gray car driving down and ended up tagged the left front corner of the Forfeit car. We got stationed outside the track. Aaron Lyons trying real hard to put a shot on the number 18 of Jeremy Hicks. Jeremy able to drive out of it, avoid the contact. We still have the number 78 of Mark Scott on the track, and the number 88 of Lloyd Kirkham, the other engine armored car. There's Gaffin reappearing back into your frame as we see the Kelly 522 backing it up a little ways. Just like we're Kelly in the 522. Able to refire Cody Collins in the 357. But there's definitely something going wrong, as that power plant has turned into a popcorn popper as he drives through the trunk of the number 78. That is the Scott engine. Mark Scott, number 78. Much going on inside the cockpit of the 367 car. Looks like he's all done. We've also lost another black and blue team car. It was a new style Ford. Right front tire laid right over on it. Doors pushed in. Significantly just off screen for you. The 979 still out there doing brown. Nathan Brown.
How's Daryl Monroe going? Chris looking all right? Daryl Monroe looking all right to you out there?
Daryl Monroe looks fine. No cause for concern on the number 18.5. Lions just got a piece of the 02 of Matt Long. Lions turning around, trying to go right back after him again. Lucas Coffey looks like he might be labored a little bit. Hard to get a good bearing on what's going on with the number 11C. It's just the fact that he was toning down the pace briefly. And he took a shot from the number 979 of Nathan Brown. Gaffin's 921 looks like it might almost be stuck underneath number 78 of Scott as we see Kelly come across the track and put a shot on the 979 of Nathan Brown. Looks like 18 of Jeremy Hicks. Get away from trouble. Backing it up in 18.5. See what he does when he turns it around. Throws it in the drive gear. He sees it sideways sitting, number 18, trying to chase him down. Couldn't catch up to him fast enough to get a real candidating blast. He had a lot of real estate to make up between himself and
red flag is out.
Oh, Jeremy Hicks. Red flag flying now.
Our buddy Jason Brodzinski just sent in a question. He said, I missed what Pete said at the beginning of the heat. Jason, Pete said that if Daryl Monroe runs the show tonight, he will be running with you guys, that Pete will be running with you guys at Blizzard Bash.
Brodzinski, Songolewski, and
Monroe
and Pete Hansen all possibly teaming up for Blizzard Bash 2015 in Topeka, Kansas. In the event, Monroe wins the feature tonight, brings home the $7,000 payday here at the Owenton Spring Nationals. So at this point, yellow flag was out, red flag was out, green ready to be redisplayed. There we go. And Monroe picking up right where he left off, right after number 18 of Jeremy Hicks. Here comes Lyons now, backing up a long way to get a hold of Kelly. Shows Kelly towards the blocks, but opts out and chasing him all the way out of the park. Monroe, as we said, on a hot streak, part of the winning team at Blizzard Bash last year, won Medal Mayhem as well. Great run in Sturgis here in January past, so we're still riding that horse, if you will. We hit a big one of the guys you could see as the feature winner here a little bit later on, and I picked him, I'm sticking with it. I'd love to see him come away with a win here. Lucas Coffey, another guy that's going to be a contender. We've also got Gaffney, he knows with his car as he backs up, chasing down a shot on the number 18. Looks like maybe some sparks just came out from under the hood of the Gaffney 921. And he drives down the track. We're panning over to watch Monroe now going after the number. He is not, he's just relentless on the number 18 of Hicks. Backs it up. Tom Process is going to a hard lick on the right rear corner of the Hicks car. Aaron Lyons got a hold of him and put him right up in the air. Here comes the engine armor number 88, Lloyd Kirkham. Trailing in. Shot on Leslie Chisholm, also doing work over at the entry gate. There's another look at the engine armor car, number 88, Lloyd Kirkham. Car of Nathan Brown sounds really strong. He puts a shot on the right rear corner of Matt Long, number 02. 78 of Leslie Chisholm, looking for some room to work. Not a car is up at the top of the track. All kind of circling around the number 18 of Jeremy Hicks. The Scott automobile pulling out of there. Again, that's Mark Scott in number 78. Coming up on about, I think we're close to 35, 40 minutes now.
That was a chip.
Listening, Kenny Rosno?
He doesn't run those anymore. He just starts out without it.
He puts them in for the start and then throws them out the window. Harold Monroe pulling up with a little love tap on the number 28 of Lion. Kind of feeling out what's going on with the number 28. Grabs the gear, threads the needle. Monroe still looking out that driver's window, waiting for a shot on the number 18. He's going to get it right here. Puts it on the doors of Jeremy Hicks, number 18.
Buddy Pork Chop over there trying to get the boys to turn her up a little bit.
What did Jeremy Hicks do? Jeremy Hicks is in the black and yellow car up there just along the wall, and he has been a focus of a lot of attention here the last 5-10 minutes or so. Now Gaffin is on him. Lyons backed out of the shot. Could have put a shot on the right rear corner of the Gaffin car. Chose not to. Backed out of it. The 78 of Chisholm also driving into the scene. As you see the number 02 of Matt Long backing up. Puts a shot on the right rear corner of Lucas Coffey's number 11. Kelly's still out there in the 522. Coffey working on the top side of the track. There's an opportunity to turn up the wick a little bit. Inflict some damage and continue on through qualifying heat number 2 and 4 of the Pro Stock cars. As we approach the midnight hour here at the Owenton Spring Nationals, turning it into a 3-day weekend.
Glad I don't have to go back to work till Thursday. May spend Monday getting caught up on some sleep.
Long, driving a long ways away.
After, of course, I take the kids to school.
And I think we've lost the number 18 of Jeremy Hicks down there, wedged into the concrete barriers. He is not very active behind the wheel as we speak. Monroe,
I think he's climbed out.
He has been counted out. Number 18 of Monroe puts a hard shot on the right rear corner of Scott's number 78. Engine number 88 of Kirkham still staying busy, poking away on the number 921 of Gaffin.
Staying busy. That's a good term, Chris. I like that. I used to use that in boxing back in the day. Staying busy, throwing punches.
Still got, looks like 11 cars on the track.
What are they getting down to, 7 or 8?
Haven't seen that mass die-off yet. No instances of mass Crown Vic extinction.
First heat, they went down to what, Chris? Last 7 or last 8 cars?
I think they took the last 7 out of the previous heat.
Be interested to see if they're running the cons here or not. Gaffin really appears to be trying to use primarily the back of that car, saving, trying to save the front, or possibly his run in the future. I think Josh hit on it, in that they have kickers, but they're not. They're from A-arm back, and it definitely helps. But once they start to bend, I think they belly up quick. So guys, as Josh said, guys haven't been as willing to hit, headlight to headlight and take the big shots at the front.
And they're being surgical at this level. They're trying to wait for the good
tires. And generally, I mean, they'll take a shot on a front tire or a rear tire, but I think they're looking for more fronts. With a stocker.
They're waiting for a shot to hit the front end, especially with these rules.
Yeah. I'm sure most of these guys are probably running 40 spline axles. So unless you're coming with a bus, it's hard to break those things.
Can't say it hasn't been done.
No, absolutely not. I mean, it's possible, but it's you're with these rolls, especially the way they have them rolled, you're a lot more likely to knock off a front tire.
Lyons just put a good shot on the back of Monroe's car, but Lyons is the one that's holding still in the wake of the impact. Lyons having a little bit of trouble keeping that 28 running. He was on the shot clock a few moments ago, and now he is sitting idle. Got it refired. Here comes Matt Long's number 02. He had a full head of steam. He came around the corner, but he ended up hip checking the number 18 of Jeremy Hicks. That broke his momentum. He had to lift out of it.
Chris, would you say that the back of Daryl Monroe's car is just starting to fold precisely the way he wanted it to?
Yeah, Monroe's car is looking pretty good. He hasn't been overly active at the back of it. He's been making some real smart shots, as we see. The 979.
The bumper's just starting to get that.
Just starting to tick over, yeah. 979, we talked about him a little bit ago. That's Nathan Brown. He just put a hard shot on the left front corner of Matt Long's number 02. Smoke now pouring from under the hood of Long's number 02. Tries to shove his way through a knot of traffic. Lucas Coffey mired in the midst of that, along with the 921 Gaffin. And we see the 979 car one more time backing it up. Monroe's car is looking pretty good. Here comes Gaffin again in the 921. Driving out of the frame. Hooks it to the left. Doesn't look too interested in listening on it. Drove around. I thought he was going to go right into the nose of Mark Scott's number 78. But he didn't, and he turned around and went backwards into the front end of the 02 with blood in the water on Matt Long's number 02.
It does look like Gaffin's...
Everybody's starting to look at him.
It looks like the Gaffin's rear frame rails, especially on the driver's side, are starting to go down. That could end up, being a detriment here as the heat progresses.
And he's got that low, really low to begin with.
Yeah, that was designed for axles and tie rods, if I was to guess.
Mark Pittman is the number 5. We haven't talked about him in a while. There he is, dead center, spins it around 180 degrees, and does the same thing that everybody else has been doing, ganging up on the number 02 of Matt Long. Smoke continuing to pour from under the hood. 979 of Brown, staying busy on top of that 02. 02 just trying to get away from all this activity. Focus solely and centered on him. Situation going from bad to worse on the number 02. He had the 5 waiting in front of him and the number 78 of Scott coming from behind him. Chisholm and 78 now side by side. Gaffin with that 921 backs into Kelly's car. Good shot by Long on the number 5 of Pittman. Chisholm just put a hard shot on Lucas Coffey, I believe. Long in trouble at the top end of the track, and here comes... He was hung up, I think, on the number 43, who's been disabled for quite some time. And then we had the number 921 of Gaffin come in and tag him, and it freed him and got him unhooked.
Hey, I was just talking to Russ and Tim from Smash It, and they're picking on Gaffin out there. They're calling him Farmer Gaffin because he's out there plowing dirt with the back of that thing. It looks like the one passenger rail's down in the dirt.
Approach midnight. Heat number 2, drawing to a conclusion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars still out there. Aaron Lyons looks like his evening is all finished aboard car number 28.
Red flag, red flag, red flag on the track. Yeah, I got Gaffin's rear, driver's side rear frame rail. The bumper is almost touching the ground.
Yeah, he sees it. He's looking at it right now. Is it me or is this heat's taking a little longer?
This heat's taking longer.
Yeah, yeah.
And cars are out early. A couple of them are. What did they take out of the last heat? 7?
I think 7.
Yeah.
So I want to thank the 281 people still hanging out with us.
Yeah, that's awesome. At midnight and still watching. Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Hey, it's Saturday night. You know, what else are you going to do? Sleep?
Sleep.
I know. I'd love to.
Sleep. Maybe eat. Eat would be cool.
Overrated.
If you want to go find something, go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I got up. I'm pretty sure my legs would break from being, frozen.
Yep. A little bit.
Yeah.
This reminds me of the last time I was in Kentucky, actually.
Exactly.
We sat next to the,
Absolutely right.
that exit.
Yes.
We were Sturgis.
Yes.
By that
That's
exit door.
absolutely
I mean,
right.
that was the winter, though. I mean, that was
in the negatives that day, I think.
Experience. That was kind of cool.
Was that when you slept in the camper and the water froze overnight?
Yeah, that was the time.
All right, just checking.
That was a good time. Loved it. I wanted to cuddle with anything that had heat.
Just think of all the incredible derby stuff you learned on that trip.
I learned a lot.
Where was I?
Where were you?
Yeah.
In the hotel.
Oh.
Duh, you were in the suite with a hot tub.
Sorry about that.
At one point, Josh messaged me and said the hot tub was a little too warm for him.
Did you have to go out and put ice in it?
Actually, my hands were so cold I couldn't get them to text.
So cold your phone shut off?
It was so cold my phone shut off. Josh dropped his in the hot tub, but thankfully he had another one, so he just activated it.
It's funny.
Josh, were you over here when Pete made his announcement?
Yes.
All right, just checking.
Yeah.
I knew you left. I didn't.
Brodzinski just messaged me. He goes, I got in the middle of that. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, he sent me at the same time, and I answered over the broadcast from.
Track came together pretty nice.
Yeah, they definitely it was a little too moist to begin with, but I definitely think there's some tack out there now. Wish we would take a little more advantage of it.
Number 88 going to work on Long's number 02. Mr. Coffey joining that fight. And he takes a shot in the left rear corner from Nathan Brown. Chisholm's car really been opened up on that right rear corner. Look at that. Really exposing that wheel. And here it comes. 522 of Kelly. Swing and a miss on the number 88 of Kirkham.
The Bevic's all mad at Pete. He goes, I've been asking Pete to run Keystone with me. He won't do it.
He doesn't have, well, unless we've mentioned earlier, unless he's been building already, he doesn't have time for Keystone this year.
That's true.
He doesn't even have time to read the rules for Keystone this year.
No, that's for sure. he could read them. He just wouldn't get the interpretation that he wanted, properly done in time to do it.
Laren Lyons. He just got the flashlight window. That's all he needed. Laren Lyons officially all done in car number 28.
He put on a pretty good show. He drove pretty hard throughout the
Drove
heat.
very hard. Absolutely. And he said he was gonna when we talked to him on Monday on the show.
Yep. Yes, he did.
I'm surprised Long is still going. It looked like he was in some pretty dire straits earlier on, but he's been able to rebound from that, recover, and he's still carrying on. Marching towards his goal as being one of the final cars running, so he can qualify for the 7,000 win feature coming up here in a little bit. Josh, I don't know if you got word, but what the plan is right now is what the plan is. After this heat, they're going to release all the cars from impound, and those guys are going to be given an hour and a half to work on the car.
I'll start swinging. I'll start swinging. Absolutely not. Packing up. See ya. Let us know how it ends. No way.
But guys, just listen. We got to keep everything in perspective. If we don't get out of here till 3 o'clock in the morning, we only got to drive in the dark for 3 hours. By then the sun will be coming up. It'll be that much easier to stay awake.
That's a great point.
It's not. It's not a good point at all.
You got to look for the happy side with everything, Josh.
Saturday night, Josh. What else did you have to do?
Anything.
That's terrible.
Uh-oh. Another red flag. Another red flag. We have
we got a bumper on the track.
On the track.
There's a back bumper hanging out over there. This is going to be a short stoppage.
Josh, is Daryl Monroe's front end starting to come up? Or is it just the way the car's built?
Actually, I don't think it is. I was looking at it myself.
Daryl parked on the A pillar of number 78.
That's a guard in that motor, or a guard in that car, right, Chris?
Yes.
Aaron Scott, yeah. Aaron Scott's number 78.
Yes.
Behind them, that is the 88 of Lloyd Kirkham. Engine armor car, and the 979 just off your frame. You're going to see him momentarily when they throw the green flag. I anticipate a rapid forward assault. Nope, threw it in reverse. Not going to see him. Monroe, the hood, it looks like it's dimpled back into the hood opening as well. The nose might be going away a little bit on that car.
No, the front of it looked funky when he was in the lineup. The hood looked, because we actually went down as he was starting to come through. The car was starting to come through inspection. I remember looking at it and thought the hood looked a little funny. Which, I mean, that a lot of those cars, I think it was that style car, Josh, that came with the aluminum hood that had to be replaced, right? And you had to fit something on it for a derby, basically.
Yep.
Number 5 of Pittman puts a hard shot on the left rear corner of the long number 02. Chisholm was carrying a lot of momentum, but he ended up tapping the brake before we got up to Kirkham's number 88.
Wow.
Kelly going for it. Turning up the wick as he chased the number 02 into the fight. This isn't over either. Kelly's still hot on the trail of Long's number 02. Categorically small rear tires on the Kelly's automobile. It's all about stance, right?
Yes.
It's all about the bass.
Back.
Tell him, Josh. Sing it.
Exactly.
Don't do that.
I'm not singing that stupid song.
Long, the opportunity to return the favor.
Uh-oh. That was a little nerve-wracking.
Long able to return the favor as he drives into Kelly's car. Kelly now getting some space away from Long. Chisholm turns his attention to the number 522. Gavin's still out there in the 921. He'll be pulling in your frame. There he is, black and green number 921, putting a shot on the right front corner of the Scott 78.
Maybe I'm crazy here, but if we look at Gaffin's car, driver's side rear tire, I think something's broken. It looks to me like it's shucking in there. It's on the back. You can't see it.
Control arm or something, Josh?
Yeah, I think so. The lower. I don't know. The back tire looks like really close to the front. You know, real close to that back door. So I'm not sure. I guess I got to see it.
Well, do you think it could be an illusion from the back end being shut down like it is?
Yeah, it could be. It just didn't look like it was in the right place to me. I guess it is. It seems fine.
He's done an excellent job of keeping the nose of that box-style Ford clean also.
Yeah. Thanks, Leon. Man, Gaffin's right down in the dirt right now. That bumper's scraping dirt.
Nothing, a little skidster work wouldn't cure.
Chisholm turned it a little bit too tight and ended up stalling his momentum, getting nosed into the dead car. And Long came around the corner and put a good shot, but he ended up hitting the door, missed the rear tire. Even though that whole body hasn't been opened up, he missed the rear tire. Long's got the O2 refired again.
I guess I was wrong. Gaffin's rear looks good.
You know what I think it is too, Josh, is I think that it's been hit on the front side of the tire also.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of stove the body up in.
I think you're right. It just looks weird by the eye.
Lucas Coffey, we haven't talked about him much. He's being escorted around the west end of the track now by the number 5 of Pittman. He's going through the middle of the screen, and we see the number 979 coming through as well. Nathan Brown is out there running and moving. Looks like the field is done working with Scott as 3 cars now teeing off on him. Monroe, hard shot on the left rear corner, and then the 921 of Gaffin put a shot on the left front corner. Scott now backing out of there, trying to go after the number 18.5 of Monroe.
We're getting the hecklers are coming back. They want the pace to be picked up, I think. Yeah. And I'm kind of with you guys. Okay, like right now we got 9, 10 cars left. They're going to take 7 or 8. I mean, I'd step it up a little bit. Me personally, it's like you only got to break 1 tire off, and then you're in the feature. I mean,
Where are you going to run that truck that you've got? What's the plan with your truck?
Actually, I was planning on running at Bo's Team Derby. Is what I bought it for. just with so much going on in my life, I don't know if I'll get to it. You know, it's something I want to build. I just don't know. It's on the list, trust me. But I wanted to build a new Magnum for it and put all my protectors in it, and we'll see what happens.
Josh, Joker said to put you in one of these cars and let you show them how to hit.
I don't want to say show them how to hit, but I would at least step on it until I'd be first one out, but I'd step on it. Trust me, I'm not saying I'm a better driver than these guys. But, you know, I mean,
think of the patience and self-control that you have to have
absolutely,
to do this.
Absolutely, Chris.
You got to keep your eye on the prize. There's $7,000 waiting on the other side of this.
This is a true marathon.
Overshoot it.
Agreed. I understand what you're saying. See, where we come from, half the cars out on the track at any given time are ladle heads, as Ben would say, and don't care about winning.
Right.
But here tonight, every car here wants the $7,000. So you got to understand that. Hey, we've all been in derbies where we were going slow pace and there's another guy out there junking cars, and you just let him go junk cars, you know. It's but somebody's got to do it.
That's Jim Beatty.
Yeah, Jim Beatty. I love running with Jim Beatty. He'll clear half the field.
Daryl Monroe still looking real strong at 18.5. There's the 88 of Lloyd Kirkham, engine armor car, and Lucas Coffey. Smoke coming out from under the hood of Coffey's number 11. We've lost Long's 02, Matt Long, all done in the 02.
Down to 9, right, Chris?
You know, Jason Sherman has a great point. He says,
I think we're down to 8 because we lost Kelly as well.
Jason Sherman says, think about how much derbying, the fans get their money worth in derbying. For the $10 that you pay to get in here today, for everyone watching at home, it's free. You go to the NFL to watch a game, you pay $500 for tickets. It doesn't even last the hour that the heat lasted. You know, so people, you kind of sit back. It's like, yeah, for the money, you actually are definitely getting what it's worth, you know? Good point, Jason.
Jason's a smart guy.
Yeah, he's good shit.
We got to get him on the show again.
Yeah, I like Jason.
I saw Jason 2 weeks ago. I was at an auto auction. I drove a car down for our buddy Kyle Collinsworth, and I'm standing there. Somebody goes, "Hey, they'll let anybody in here." And I turned to look, and it was Jason. And we sat there and talked for probably an hour, just about Derby and life and everything. And it was really cool. And he mentioned that he'd love to be on the show again. And I told him I extended the offer. Anytime he wants to come up, he's welcome. He did a really nice job when he was on at the banquet, and good guy. A lot of good things to say and a lot of good thoughts. And
he's going to be on the show May 2nd.
Yeah.
He's traveling. He's traveling to Crossroads.
Yep.
The great thing about him is he's a flat footer, true and true.
Oh.
I mean, when he ran V8s, to me, he's a V8 guy that went compact because he runs compacts now, but it's for the pure fun of it because he's tracking everything out there. And I like him a lot.
Talking with our buddy Rick Clark. Him and Ron are down south doing a little scouting.
You talking about Rick Clark?
Yeah, Rick Clark and Ron.
Let's not forget, Rick Clark won King's of Old School raffle car.
Yeah.
So he will be at King's of Old School, which I'm super excited about watching Rick Clark.
Josh, do you think it's going to be a safe bet to say that he may have something to do with how that derby turns out at the end? Do you think that's a safe bet, buddy?
Now, wait a minute.
Absolutely.
Now, wait a minute. About 2 hours ago, you were talking about how you can't just go off of what it says on paper. That's why you're on the business.
Yeah, you're right there, Chris.
But
if
there's
it's
also,
on paper,
there's
Clark's going to be there at the end.
Yeah, there's also some things that usually they're there.
I remember we had the marathon night at Blizzard Bash last November, and it was getting so smoky that we were struggling to breathe.
Yeah.
At least here we're getting a fresh dose of fresh air.
Yes.
I think you and Josh are just soft because I never had a hard time breathing, and I didn't think it was that loud. So I think you guys are just soft.
And I don't think you talk nearly as much as I did.
True.
Yeah, you definitely were on the mic that night, buddy.
You are a machine.
Well, the funny thing is, though, maybe it's not funny, but I think we were all talking, but we couldn't hear each other. I'm pretty sure we were over the top of each other.
It was way too loud in there.
Live and learn. Everything will get better. Oh man, Josh, did you see those cars just drive by each other?
I actually was thinking the exact same thing.
If that was back home, we'd have headlight to headlight. We'd probably both be out, but we still would have headlight to headlight.
No doubt.
And that's why that's why both of those drivers are still in contention for $7,000.
And we're up here talking about it. You're right. I have no doubt.
Well, look at Gaffin. He goes and does a loop. Me, I'd flat-footed all the way across the track, and he has the patience to slow it down. You know,
and that's the thing. I mean, you know, you can say what you want, but chances are, you know, well, obviously, one person tonight is going to take home $7,000, and you can bitch and complain about the way they drive and do this harder and do that harder, but you know what? They're the one going home with $7,000 and a big trophy. So
the bank doesn't care.
Yeah, the bank doesn't care. They'll cash that check, whether they say you sandbagged or you're on the gas, man. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, for coming to the shot again. Chisholm's still out there in the 78. 979 also still in the mix. Nathan Brown. I got to believe that Nathan Brown's going to the feature at this point. His car's nose is looking just about perfect.
I think your pick for the feature win is still looking pretty good, Chris.
Yeah, he's doing just fine. Something is awry in Pittman's number 5.
Stuck. He's spinning tires.
Stuck.
Yeah, his tires are spinning.
Flying out of the left rear corner.
Oh yes, there is.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, he was just hung up. Look at all the mud.
Out because the whole quarter panel is wrapped around the tire.
But also look at all the mud packed in there.
Pace is picking up.
Yeah. You know, they're getting some. Yeah, they're getting.
Ooh, good move by not to hit the driver's door there. They're getting what?
I mean, does everybody in a car eventually get to the point where you're like, let's end this?
Yeah.
You know, you're sweating, you're hot, you're tired. It's like, let's get this done.
Sometimes, though, I think the farther down you get and the closer you get, it may be just the opposite. You don't want to make a mistake that costs you the chance.
I've definitely had that. I mean, you're right. It could go either way. You're absolutely right.
'78 of Scott appears to be having some troubles.
Mark Scott's in trouble in the number 78.
Nope, never mind.
But while he was sitting there idle, dead in the water, they really opened up the left rear corner on the number 78. Smoke now pouring out from under the hood of the number 5 of Pittman. The back end really collapsing bad around the wheels. There's 11 Lucas Coffey. In hot pursuit is Nathan Brown and Gaffin in the 921, the Punisher car. Daryl Monroe, 18 and a half, still out there holding his own. Five of Pittman laboring over there on the top of the track. He got it refired, grabs the gear. With the love tap on, the number 18 and a half of Monroe. Monroe pinched in a little bit now as the 78 of Chisholm behind him, and it was the Scott 78 in front of him.
Hey, Josh, did you look closely? Did you see anybody that's running a standard setup here tonight?
No, I didn't see one.
The 11C is definitely showing some heat issues.
Ooh, just missed.
We're gonna miss. 36.
Again occupied with Chisholm in the number 78. Nathan Brown coming across the track. Comes across the back end of the Chisholm number 78. Opens it up a little bit, turns it around. Just trying to bully his way through the left front corner of Chisholm number 78. And here comes Lloyd Kirkham's number 88, doing some damage on the right side of that Chisholm car.
Yep.
Ooh, bad shot right there. Delivered on the left rear corner. They're really starting to focus on the left rear corner of Gaffin's car. Mark Scott occupying himself fixated on that left rear corner as that frame rail continues to drop down further and further on the 921 door skin, been ripped just about right off of that car. And Scott holding still now. Scott holding still.
Somebody lost the tire.
Delivered. Folded the bumper right over on the Scott number 78. He's trying to rock his way out of the crosshairs. Currently still getting a hold of him is the number 921 of Gaffin, turning him sideways. Waiting to see if anyone else can capitalize on this. Scott not able to get away. Now he grabs it, throws it in reverse. Gaffin staying right on top of Scott in that number 78. Scott now returning the favor, shoving him backwards.
What's Daryl Monroe doing? Just straight up waiting.
Lining him up for that shot.
He's taking his time. He's got 60 seconds to work with.
He's got to be in the 50s.
What?
He's got to be in the 50-second range. I mean, he hasn't hit nothing. He sat over here for a while. I mean, he's a smart driver. He's still got to be aggressive a little bit.
Thanks, buddy.
I think all we got to do is lose one more car.
Oh, yeah.
Christmas coming early for Chris Marquardt.
Yes, it is. Still waiting on the conclusion to find out who the final driver is transferring to the feature event will be. I'll tell you what, even though this has been longer, I think that these cars are coming out of this heat needing a lot more work than the first heat.
Yes, absolutely. I agree.
That's the question. Do you go in and try to get it done quick and maybe cause more damage, or do you go into the thought of, because I mean, obviously the longer it goes, the more hits you're going to get, and you're going to end up, what's the happy medium?
Not only that, Brian, but what about temperatures?
Yeah.
The training's hot, motor's hot, rear's hot. The guys that have been sitting in the pits for the last hour working on their cars, their rear end cool down, their training cool down.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's going to make a big difference at the end of the night. Kevin Gaffin just broke a
upper ball joint.
Ball joint, something.
Right front wheel just came off, and there's a good look at it. And he took a bad
tire shot.
Gaffin could be in trouble, and he's going to work under the dash now.
He's reaching over.
Bullied around by Scott's number 78. Some fans along the wall showing some serious distress as Gaffin is in trouble. He's got it refired. Another hard left front tire shot from Scott. And that might have damaged the other front tire.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Gaffin's in trouble.
He's in a precarious spot right now.
Leave him alone. If I was the other guy, completely leave him alone.
Yeah,
he's not going to get out of there.
Get away from that right now. Make him do the work.
He's not going to get out of there.
Gaffin feverishly working under the dash.
Now it looks like a shifter problem, maybe.
7. We're down to 7.
He's struggling. Come on,
this
Gaffin.
is the thing, though. That A-arm of the upper ball joint will let that pop back up. As long as he can keep moving it and it doesn't flip over.
They come back up. They come back up.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
They come back up.
I've seen these Fords heal themselves a couple times in situations like that.
It's a small trick. I actually seen Bobby Whitaker do one time, and it's a trick that not a lot of guys do, but I actually know that Gaffin did it, and that's the reason that tire pulled back up.
Well, the left front may be in more trouble than the right front because it is laid right over. Yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say that rim is probably just about on the A-arm.
We are very close. I mean, a bunch of cars are really limping right now. And the next one out, I'm pretty sure it's the end of the heat.
Left front tire is no longer turning on Gaffin's car. Turning as spinning or turning as...
It looks like the left rear is almost pitched out at the top and pitched down at the bottom. Like something's bent on that too. We watch Scott staying busy with, I believe that's Monroe that he is occupied with. As Gaffin puts a shot, a soft feeler shot on the driver's side of Monroe. Nathan Brown still out there. 979, Lucas Coffey in the 11.
Josh, I'm going to attempt to drive like this at your show.
Yeah, right. Ben Colder is saying he's surprised how calm and cool Gaffin's been, because usually Gaffin is out punishing, and he's very kept his cool tonight, but he's in some trouble right now. Let's see if he can milk it through the rest of this. Brian, Todd Siopa sent me a message. He just wants you to know that I am a better driver than you.
What's that?
Todd Siopa said I'm a better driver than you. It's in writing, so it's got to be true.
Well, this is the thing.
He also said stop spilling ketchup on my sweatshirt.
Todd is a very smart man, and he knows that, in order to keep you productive and going on the cast, he has to keep you happy and stuff. So
that's true.
I understand what he's doing. He's doing a nice thing, and Todd, I really want to help you or thank you for helping keeping our show going tonight.
Hey,
but
drivers stick together, Brian.
It's like I asked you earlier, Decker. How far do I have to drive to knock you out of your seat?
I'll pay your way into any derby I'm going to. I'll pay your way in.
All right.
I will pay your way in.
But among retired derby drivers, you're agreeable to be number 2.
Yeah. For a guy that's...
on the cast, I mean.
Yes. Yes. Well, Ben. You're forgetting Ben.
But he's going to be active soon.
Oh, true. That's true. That's true. Gaffin's still struggling.
But he's still marching.
Look at 78 struggling.
That's Chisholm right there. Leslie Chisholm. He is limping trying to get that thing to do anything for him, and he's got nothing.
I don't think he has throttle. I think his throttle's broken. It's running, and when he puts it in gear, it spins slowly. I don't think
running, and it's hot. Look at the blue flames coming out of the stacks on Leslie Chisholm 78. And then Monroe parked firmly, just laying on that right front corner. And we still have Nathan Brown. We still have 88 of Lloyd Kirkham.
I got a bunch of Minnesota guys saying they're getting fired up because this is not Minnesota style.
No, this would have been over in 6 minutes.
Yeah. Minnesota runs entire derbies in the time this heat went.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That includes rebuild time in the pits and toe-off.
Yes. Yes.
But again, that comes back to where you're standing in the country. That's their style.
They're gonna break Gaffin right now.
Don't hit him.
Gaffin sounds like he's having some motor issues now too.
Yeah, it's definitely breaking up.
Seems some smoke out of the cockpit. That could be a transmission.
He's having other drivers steer him.
It's smart driving. Yeah. Well, no, it's also making contact.
Yeah,
when that guy comes and hits you, you're back in. Yep. Back in. I'll wave guys in all day.
But I'm telling you, though, he is in a precarious position with the front bumper down like that. I mean, if somebody was to come in, I think they go right over the top of that bumper and start cleaning out pulleys and water pumps and cam.
Again, Brian, you got to think they're worried about breaking tie rods, so guys don't want to go over the top of things in a Vic. In a Chrysler, I wouldn't even care.
Yeah.
Monroe turning it up a little bit, too.
Yep. Darrell's still looking really good. Very mobile.
Wall sort of jumped out and back from there.
Yep.
Lucas Coffey was wedged in there next to the Kirkham car momentarily. Now Brown turning his attention to the number 921 of Gaffin. Here comes Chisholm.
Hey, just so everybody knows, there's guys in Hawaii watching.
Really?
He watched us at our first original Blizzard Brash. His name is Ian. Ian, I'm going to screw up your last name. Rochello? How do you say his last name? All the guys from
Rochelo, I think.
What is it? Schofield Barrack Army Base in Hawaii.
That is awesome.
Guys, love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your service, and thank you for watching us, guys. We really appreciate
Absolutely.
that. That means a ton.
There's 5 cars left. Or excuse me, there's 8 cars left. Sorry.
That's so cool. Hawaii. I mean, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. What time is it over there? It's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, I know. He's like, go all night.
It's like Friday. It's like Friday night. It's like 8 o'clock Friday night, man. They're golden.
That's funny.
Gaffin's got to move. We also got Leslie Chisholm on the clock. And
Monroe.
Monroe is stuck in the grill of the Chisholm car.
Gaffin is stuck.
Counting Gaffin. Gaffin is on the clock. Now remember, Josh, you got to make aggressive contact, so Gaffin has to hit someone. It doesn't matter how many times they hit him to get that clock to reset.
I think it's about done.
Yeah, he's about done. Gaffin's stuck right there.
He'll get that together for the concert.
But look at Monroe in 78. They have not moved. I mean, they're they're not doing anything
78
either.
is going to get sunk here momentarily. He's got quite the trench being dug. I almost think that Monroe's helping drag him back out. The way that they're stuck together.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
No, Monroe's pulling the Brett Rallier.
He's just not letting him out.
Yeah, he's just not letting him out. And every time he moves, he counteracts. And
well,
they're telling. Boy, I'm not for sure if that was a signal or not. It looked like Porkchop told Gaffin to take the stick down, but now, a little bit.
The thing about holding somebody is a lot of times the guy will go and press the gas when you're holding him, and he'll bury himself.
Yep.
And just you leave him. Or sometimes it gives you the extra second to back up and give him a good track shot. And I think that's what Monroe was trying to do down here.
Trying to get that window to open.
But the two of them are just kind of hanging out. I mean, this is really kind of slowed down. And
as these cars labor and struggle and have come apart more and more, yes, I agree with that. We have lost on that page. That's it for Gaffin. Gaffin's all done.
Come on.
Gaffin just got the flashlight. He needs to take the stick down.
That's it, right? Down to 7?
That should be it.
Bring us down to 7. Oh, Josh, I got to say, they decided this heat they're going to run it down to the last one.
I'm going home. Call me a cab.
Monroe in the gas.
Monroe really getting after it on the left front corner of that number 78.
Letting that guard motor eat.
Let's say Gaffin qualifies. I don't know if he'll have enough time to fix all that.
No.
It's 6:30 in Hawaii. Just started throwing the beers back, they said.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll never forget the first Blizzard Bash we did. Ian watched us that night, and I remember him saying when watching all the way from Hawaii 2 years ago, and just the fact that he's still watching us from way out there is super cool.
Very
super cool. Thank you, man.
It's too bad, A, that there isn't derbies in Hawaii, and B, somebody doesn't have us come out and podcast from there.
Are there any Chryslers in Hawaii? Boxcar Imperials? Are they out there?
No, I think they sink the Boxcar Imperials to start the artificial reefs. Them and aircraft carriers, that's what they use.
I wonder if there's any old cars out there.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I'm kind of interested in that.
Everything that comes off there, I would assume, has probably got to be shipped back to the mainland.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm sure there's no junkyards. I'm sure there's...
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Ian, is there any junkyards out there? What's going on out there, derby-wise? Nothing? I'm not quite sure why Gaff... I mean... I don't know what we're trying to do here because he's not being aggressive. I mean, we're dragging the end of this on.
Well, I mean, he's earned a stay of execution. I think what he's doing now is just trying to stay busy enough to where he can get to the future.
Okay, finally, guys are leaving him alone.
Yeah.
Leave him over there. He ain't getting out of it. Just leave him for 1 minute.
Yeah.
he has taken some punishment. And what Scott is holding still as well down here along the wall, because he's being pinned in by Pittman. Lucas Coffey as well. In the
driver door shot. Driver door shot. Just hit Monroe. 78 hit Monroe right in the driver door. And Monroe's going to step it up. Guarantee it. He took it right in the driver door.
See all the people that are still hanging out with us here live at the Owenton Spring Nationals. John Peck and Top Dog Promotions hosting the show here at the Owen County Fairgrounds, Owenton, Kentucky.
Chop is counting them. He has not made an aggressive hit. He may be the last car.
I don't understand why guys are keeping him in. Yeah. Unless they're his buddies trying to keep him in.
He's still over there counting. So, I mean, it may be down to...
Just because they're hitting him, it's not resetting the clock.
No. Pork Chop is counting right now.
It seems to be. and again, Gaffin's my pick here. But when a car is that, I mean, it's just... Whoa, 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 Monroe. Is that Monroe blowing that? Nope.
No.
Who is that?
Monroe's over here off to the left. That is...
That's it. We're done.
The sticks are down.
It is over.
$7 hours and 42 minutes. Man, good heat.
What was that?
They just called Josh Decker to the announcer's booth.
No. Remember what happened last time? Nope. Sitting right here.
Josh is dropping friends left and right in Kentucky.
Story of my life. Everywhere we go. So now we got to think. How long are they going to make us wait? It's obviously going to be 20 minutes, half an hour to pull cars out in a feature.
And the question is, are they running the Consi?
No. Please,
1
no.
in the morning. That heat lasted nearly 2 hours.
Oh, good Lord! I gotta stretch my legs. This
2
is
hours?
That was maybe 11:15 or so when that got the green flag, and it's 12:44 right now.
Jesus, Brian. Are you going to the truck?
No, I'm just trying to...
Brian, you gotta see Brian. He looks like he's struggling. Hey, turn my truck. No, we're all set. Thank you. Hey, good job out there, dude. What ended up taking you out?
I'm about to get Josh's truck started up.
Yeah. I can't do it. I can't get in the truck and start it up because if I start to get, I couldn't get in the truck right now because I can't leave all this stuff here because we're live still. But I couldn't go get in the truck to warm up because I wouldn't want to get back out.
Really? They are running a Consi. Yeah. Yeah, Craig just come over and told us the great news.
I think we could probably broadcast right from the back seat of Josh's truck. If
I'm
really
going to turn it
enough.
on just so Melanie can warm up, actually. Melanie, I want to turn this on and you can just jump in.
Watching as we get cars cleared off the track.
See you later. Good seeing you. See you, man. Thanks. This is too much for me.
Still going here live. Trackside. Owenton Spring Nationals. Still got a consolation event and a feature on deck for the Pro Stock cars. 1 in the morning. Still got a long way to go before we find the conclusion and crown a champion of the Owenton Spring Nationals Pro Stock ranks. It's been a great time so far.
You want to go up here? Whoa, 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 man down, man down.
Man down.
Man down.
So
Man
I was just kind of running through my head, looking at what we've got left for data. We can handle several more hours, but we have to give this heat repair time to get ready for the feature. We have to do the consi. We have to give the consi cars that qualify for the feature repair time, and then we have to do the feature. Is it conceivable that this goes for another 4 hours?
No.
Yes, it is conceivable.
Well, what should I say to that? Because, I mean, no offense, but Derby shouldn't be going until 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, we wasted a lot of time tonight. And, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes dragging something on is just not beneficial. I mean, tonight we wasted hours of time in between heats and stuff.
But at the same time, they're going to argue the other side and say it was in the interest of fairness, in the interest of parity.
No. Come on, we've been to enough derbies.
Oh, sure.
An inspection is an inspection, and when it's got to be done at a certain time, it should be done at that certain time. And it's just not, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong here, but you have 4,000 people that paid money to come see something start at 7 o'clock, and it's 8:30 and it still hasn't started. And I get it. They're used to it here, but I don't know,
Interesting experience so far. Josh Anderson watching at home. Josh, man, thanks for joining us. Our buddy Eric Patterson out in Delaware.
See, I'm nuts about the time thing. I mean, if event's going to start at a certain time, it should start at that time, and then. I mean, this is all these people's time, so it's to string it out. I don't know.
Dustin Ingram going.
Dustin Ingram's watching?
Yeah.
Nice, man.
Yeah, he told us that we sounded like morons earlier.
Oh, okay, then never mind. Dustin. I understand. I agree with you.
It cut out.
Half the time I say dumb stuff.
Let me see here. I got nothing that indicates that we cut out.
Nah, we're good on our side.
Austin Lee said that he had a problem with it cutting out. Whoop. Sorry, Austin. Let me go back to you.
Yeah, poor Melanie's been doing the camera for us. We got to give a shout out to Melanie because she's up here freezing. I had to go warm up my truck, and I said, just hop in my truck, warm up, I felt bad just keeping her up there filming that whole time. I could tell she was getting cold.
Joey Roth is enjoying the show at home.
What? Who got kicked out then? Okay, well, we're getting news that Gaffin did make the feature.
Gaffin is going to the feature at this point. He has got a lot of work to do.
I was going to say, you better get a whole group of guys out there.
I have no indication why that would have cut out. Just if anybody else can just give me a high sign that we're still good. Anybody?
I got some guys tapping out on us.
Huh? Tapping out?
Yeah, it's bedtime. I understand, man. Hey, it is what it is. Appreciate you watching as long as you did,
Good.
I'm thinking I'm taking a nap myself.
Appreciate the feedback, guys. Thank you. Just letting me know if we did have anything that we needed to be concerned about. It doesn't appear that
I'm
it
cold.
cut out.
You got to be freezing, dude. I got more sweat. You want another sweatshirt?
No, I'm good.
I got my sober
I'm
jacket.
good. I'm good.
You want that?
What?
My Sopa jacket?
No,
Okay.
we're good.
All right.
Nope, we're all set. We're good. We got more action coming up on the track here in a little bit.
Then we got to drive home. You know, it's.
I am seriously considering. If you guys want, I am all for. The thing is if we go and stay in a hotel tonight,
It's for 4 hours.
right?
It's a waste of money.
We might better drive as far as we can.
One
get
of us,
and-
I'll muscle it. I don't give a shit.
I don't know, man.
I'm a champion. I'm a thoroughbred. My old lady was saying the same thing. She's like, "You're not driving home
Everybody's
tonight." It's like,
weighing
no, I am driving home tonight.
Everybody's weighing in, saying that they're good. It's
Okay,
awesome.
thank you guys.
Bad company in Nebraska. That's cool.
Nebraska.
Yep,
We
Nebraska.
got a lot
had
of
bunch
states.
of people in Nebraska that were watching. I love it.
Is there anyone watching at a bar like last time? Remember what they
I
had?
know, remember that?
Someone
That
at
was
a
cool.
bar watching with 25 people. The bars are closed
Scott
around our house
Zisselman's
anyway.
asking what happened. We're still waiting to find out who the winner is going to be.
Ziz is watching. Come on, Ziz, we wanted you down here today. Waiting for you.
Adam Fushi's watching as well, but Dustin says nobody's going to care about that. Dustin Ingram.
He actually wrote that. That's awesome.
That was pretty funny. Scott Zisselman's asking what happened. We just ended heat number 2. We've got a constellation event coming up here pretty soon, and then we're going to move into the feature program as well. So that's what's happening right now as we work through Owenton Spring Nationals, which is now solidly into its 3rd day after we had Friday's pre-race program where you got to win a heavy hitter award.
Oh, super awesome, man. Yeah, last night was like,
Is there a shout out? Let's see.
Man, it was
Brian
awesome for
Horsley's
me.
weighing in quickly.
Don Duffy's been watching since 6:30 in Waterloo. He said he hasn't had a problem yet. He's been on us with 6.5 hours.
Wait a second. Shout outs on the live feed from Japan and Korea.
What?
Not sure what that's about, but that's.
We talking about
That
Horsley?
would be outstanding. I think Horsley might be.
We got some people in
enjoying
Korea
Saturday
watching?
A little too much.
You've been drinking.
Sir, are you the one that was selling a pointy for $250? It appears you need to have your temperature checked.
Are you okay tonight, Horsley?
This has been a lot of fun, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it has been fun. Tim Ellison, still hanging in there, nice and warm in there. That's great to see.
Thanks, Timmy. We're freezing.
Dave Murmred watching. Everything's good out there in Minnesota. Jim Sinecrope's still hanging in there with us.
Nice.
Back at Finger Lakes 1 headquarters.
Nice,
Nothing's
Jim.
cutting out. We're
That's
good.
cool.
And Jesse Keel says, "You look like you need a blankie and a nap. You just finished up something."
Jesse's always ragging on me. Jesse's a really good dude. Performance
you were pissing
runs.
blood last time you saw him.
Yeah, exactly, Jesse. I've always had a great time with him. He's a super cool dude.
It's good to see that the track is almost clear, but so is everything else.
Okay, let's look at the crowd. I mean,
We lost.
this is
we
what
lost.
happens at 1 o'clock in the morning. There's 35 people.
Trevor Slee was watching. That's cool. Love the comments, guys. Thanks a ton. Don Duffy, dude, he's been watching since 6:30. Hasn't missed a beat. Thanks for hanging in there, Don. Austin Lee is all fixed. Good. Austin's all set to go. Got his problem solved. This has been an incredible night, Josh.
I'm not saying that, Joker. I'm not saying that. Joker's always got good lines. Nope, not saying it.
Brian got his.
Brian has his 1983 New York Giants sweatshirt on. The last time they were good. Don't worry about the Falcons. They had Deion Sanders. Prime time.
Which is only slightly newer reference than his shirt.
That's why I like the Falcons. Old school Deion. High stepping.
You're all about old school, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, Josh, I
Yeah.
just got word from the pits. They're going to run a consi for the first heat cars and then a second consi for the second heat cars.
Bah, bah. Where's that wall? Let me hit my head on it. Yeah, what do you got to say, Timmy?
I forgot. Tim didn't have any friends. He was taking applications for friends. But he's got friends now.
Nah.
After putting on my extra layers, I opened up the door on Josh's truck, which is now running, and the warmth was very inviting. But I knew.
I was just say, tell Chris, maybe just take 10 minutes sitting there and chill out.
But the only problem is once you're in there for 10 minutes, you're not going to want to come out.
But like right now, my joints are cold. You know, like my knees and my, like that'll at least take that.
So what
out
you're
of
saying
you.
is you're soft,
sensitive.
Just checking.
That's you as Pauly D.
Pauly D? Oh my God, that's awesome. That's awesome. I can't stand New Jersey. Except for guys in it. Guys that are like it. The Jersey Shore.
Crazy.
I mean, I don't know if anyone has ever been to New Jersey, but don't.
Easy.
Don't
do it.
How bad is it when I'm the one that's got to reel people in from the edge?
I haven't had my earphones on, so I don't know what you're saying. I'm talking to myself, really. I have no idea.
Has anybody seen Pork Chop's kid?
Nope.
No, they went home a little while ago.
Did
They took them to the hotel.
Oh, Pork Chop's wife take the boys back?
Yeah. It's been a long day for them kids. Them kids have been here since 9 o'clock 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's a long day for those kids. He was cracking me up.
Yeah,
Earlier, me and Brian were down there, and we're like, "Oh, you ready to go?" And he's like, "I can't wait to get out there. I get crazy out there." Sound like your old man.
Yeah.
You sound just like your dad. So funny. What you got up here? What? I'll take it. Thank you. Yeah, I'll take that. Huh? Is this your heat win?
I wish it was.
Oh, is this actually for us?
Yeah, that's Josh, put that away.
No.
Wow.
No. He'll never get it. Don't worry about it, Craig. I was like, boy, that was nice. That was a nice walk.
Wow, that's very.
So you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Nice. You want me to have him sit right here?
Yeah, come and sit down. Somebody who's not freezing their knuckles off.
Yeah, I'm not too cold. I've been slinging the sledgehammer for a while, so.
So how's everything looking back there? Craig Bowling sitting down with us, number 22.
It's
coming out of heat number 1.
Yeah, heat 1 was a little rough. wasn't too bad, but this wall at this track is it's got a curse on me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Every year I run up on it, I'm breaking something. So this year I ran down here, busted ball joint out, and bent frame rail up a good piece. So
you bringing it back around for the Consi?
We're ready to go right now.
Yeah,
I'm ready. So
how much time are they giving these guys that haven't even come off the track yet?
You know, I'm not for sure. I'm fortunate enough I don't have to be in that situation this run. So I'm not for sure how much time they're gonna give them. I like to see everybody get in, but it is 1 o'clock in the morning.
Right. Indeed it is.
Indeed it is.
When the locals are saying that.
Yeah. It's cool out. So this afternoon was great.
Yeah, that sun went down and it got chilly.
Yeah.
Today was a great day. I mean, it really was an outstanding weather day. Are they changing the motor right there on the track? Is that what's going on?
I think they're going to pull it out and stuff a new one in.
Maybe they're fixing the rear bumper now as we speak. Get the frame rails picked up. Is that Gaffin's car?
So you guys wrap up here. You're heading north, aren't you?
Yes,
as soon
sir.
as we're done, we're leaving. We're heading home.
Jeez. Well, take shifts, I guess.
Yep, that's what we're gonna have to do. There's gonna be a couple people that get in the car right away, and as long as they break it up a couple hours each, be able to make it home.
Yeah, and the way some of these cars are getting drug out of this ring, I don't know how many will make it back to the Consi. So.
But that last heat was almost 2 hours long.
Oh yeah.
They were out there a while.
No, I was out back working on my car, and I kept going, man, they're running for a long time. I was like, man, they got to be running out of gas soon.
So it gets down to a gas mileage race. You gotta.
Now, do you anticipate the feature pace will be quite different than what we saw in the heats?
Well, I mean, now it's getting down to the nitty gritty. So, but it's probably going to be, there'll probably be some guys, if they have a Consi, that limp in here and the feature out of the Consi, they're probably just going to. I look for them just to try to finish their cars off and
Right.
do what they can do and make a little name for themselves.
Sure.
So. But other than that, yeah, it'll probably be. I hope it's a little faster pace.
So now after the Consi, there'll have to be another intermission before the feature, correct?
I would think so, yeah. And I'm not for sure. I don't know how much time John will give these guys. I'm sure that, he'll give them, try to be fair enough to everyone. So.
And that's tough. I mean, we were talking about that earlier. About what would be best for the fans to see all the cars on the track at once or to run heats and then a Consi. And I think either way, I really believe you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't. 'Cause some people are going to say, okay, let's run them at once.
What was that extra drivers meeting for? What was the discussion that was going on in there?
Maybe John won't see this, but I missed that drivers meeting. So, I run a lot of John's shows, and it's about the same speech every time we go in. So,
well, there was a second meeting before the first heat was scheduled to come out.
Really? Yeah, I kind of when I drew my heat, I just went on and got to the car and buttoned some few things up and got ready to come in. So,
well, we've already got this end of the track closed up. So hopefully we'll be seeing some Consti cars, but I'm not entirely confident of that.
I haven't heard an announcement yet, so
haven't heard anything.
Hopefully it's soon.
A lot of cars on trailers heading for the gates.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few, which there's actually a few of them that I think that guy even ran. So
sign up for the consolation heat, please come see us at the announcer's booth. We have 5 drivers right now. If anybody else is going to sign up for the Consi,
looks like
please come up here and sign up.
We may not run a Consi.
I was going to say, if there's 5 cars, I say put them in the feature and let them run.
Yeah, I think let's shove us in there and get to work.
That would be my humble opinion. I'm not a promoter, but if I was, that's what I would do.
Yep.
That's the way I feel about it. Let's.
Distinguished a number of our topics already, Brian. So what are we going to talk about in the post-race show at 4:30?
I think if I was the producer in charge of the on-site activities, I would say, hey, thanks for coming. It was great seeing you, and then see how fast we can get this stuff packed up and headed for New York.
I got it. I mean, I hate to be a jerk about it, Brian, but I'm not going to rush through packing this stuff up because if we leave anything here, we can't turn around and get it.
I agree.
Shoot me an email with your address. I'll get it to you.
That's why when I meant how fast we can pack it up, I meant how fast you can pack it up. Will we sleep in the truck until it's time to go? That's pretty close to what I meant.
That's what I heard.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Did the car hold up the way that you wanted it to? I mean, I know you tried some new stuff at the back end.
I did try some new stuff that I've been kind of toying around the idea with there for a while, and so we Line-X'd the back of it, and it held up pretty good. Better than I expected it to. And
really,
my humps are still straight and everything else. I took one bad lick down here, but that's derbying and part of it. So I didn't even pull that frame rail out. I was afraid if I did, I was going to start ripping the frame.
Right.
So
you don't want to do that.
I just I left
just
it where
plated
it.
And,
well, I wish I could. I was looking around for some plates there for a second. And I'm like, I don't think that's going to fly.
Everybody gets 4 fix-it plates per rail.
That would be great if that was the case. And sparks will be flying here behind you. But I was afraid the frame rail was going to rip a little bit, so I just kind of left it alone. And feature, I'm just going to try to pick my shots and use it wisely, and we'll go from there. See how things hold up.
How's the minivan look?
My buddy actually ran that. I haven't even seen it. Well, actually, there it is right there.
I think it got the driver's side front tire leaned over on it pretty good.
Yeah, actually, the van itself was pretty straight, but I think he got an axle there on the driver's side front wheel. So, but that's only his.
Why didn't you Line-X that one?
Well, that van actually, there's a local repair shop here in town, and he had it in his lot that I guess someone couldn't pay the repair bill, and here you go, keep it. He was going to scrap it. I said, I got a buddy that wants to run one of those. Let us run it. We'll bring it back to you. Then you can scrap it. So
right. Perfect.
He was kind enough to do that for us. So it wasn't too bad.
Right.
So you got to run a free, basically a free derby. He didn't have much money in it. I think he put a brake line on it, and that was it. So
Can't go wrong with that.
So yeah, that was his second derby I think he's ever run in. So he's the bugs kind of bit him.
If you notice that generally happens, you do one or two of these, and it's real hard to walk away after that.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Now he's went out and he's bought a roof sign.
Yeah. Now he's getting serious.
Yeah.
Now he's getting
when
serious.
you get the roof sign, it's time to start derbying, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, it is 105. We're waiting on a consi, and we have the second round of trucks pulling into the top ring of the track here. We just had one guy leave at the other end of this wagon, and there was a guy waiting, and he hadn't been on that spot. Oh,
he's going over the hill.
Oh
boy,
that's brave.
This is about to get real.
That is brave.
Hang on, some of this.
There you go.
Man, this is a steep hill that we're situated at the top.
Did a pretty good job,
Oh, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna ruin the truck at the bottom of the hill.
I'm ready to tell you.
Degree hill. He did a pretty good job, didn't he?
That grass gets a little wet with them street tires. He's gonna have a hard time getting up out of there.
Guys, it's been a pleasure talking to you, but I'm gonna head back to the pits.
All right.
Thanks, man. We appreciate
Thanks
it.
for coming up and hanging out with us
Chris,
a little
thank
bit. We
you
look
guys.
forward to seeing you in a little while.
Yeah.
Best of luck in the
for coming down.
Yeah, well, no problem,
Yeah.
man. We had a ball.
It was great.
Tons of people watching online. It's been a good day so far.
That's great. That's great. All
I'm
right.
talking about Sunday.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. You
Well,
guys
thanks
have a
again.
good one.
Have a good one, man.
Bowling.
Thank you.
Driver number 22. We'll be seeing him out here in a little while in that black and green car. So, Brian, what do you think of Kentucky? We've said a lot, but have we said it all?
Really, I don't think there's anything we can complain about. I mean,
I'm not
we've-
even suggesting to complain.
No.
It's been a
Just
great trip.
let me finish my sentence.
You're getting testy in your old age.
I am. Just we have been treated so great here. The fair board, John Peck, the promoter, Pork Chop.
We told them about our audio situation yesterday. They had essentially an electrician on call so that we could relocate closer to a pole that didn't have power run to it yet.
Yep. Yeah, they
we didn't have to do that, but I was like, that's pretty sweet.
I mean, we from where we were set up last night, there's a concrete slab here. It's actually a slab on top of a slab. They went and got a wagon for us, towed it in, secured it so it wouldn't roll. We said, hey, we want to try something different to try to improve the quality. And anything we need. And they found the nice gentleman that owns this truck we're sitting on the back of, and got it moved down here for us. And just actually I didn't even tell Chris, during one of it might have been the first heat, John Peck walked by and tapped me on the shoulder and said, hey, you guys need anything? We have been treated so well. So many nice people here. And again, we've busted some chops on the pace, but we've also touched on the fact that there's $7,000 on the line to win here, and these guys have a lot of money in their cars, and you don't want to make the mistake that knocks yourself out. I mean, you get to this, a show like this, you want to be there at the end, you want to have a chance at winning. So, I mean, would we be happier if they just lined up and drove one end to the other wide open? Yeah, that'd be fun to watch, but. I mean, sometimes you got to sit back and look at the drive and look at the what I'm looking for, the plan. Each driver's plan and what they're trying to do, and it's I've really enjoyed it. Hopefully, we can strike something up with John, and I would love to come back. I mean, this is a beautiful facility,
Great facility. I'm looking forward to doing more stuff with John in the future.
Absolutely. I know he's got a indoor derby in December, and that would probably be cool to be at.
Yeah, we got to finish that. We got to talk about that.
But it's like I said, it's great. We've been treated like gold. People, everything. We just got a thing. There's still over 200 people watching at 1:00 in the morning, which is just amazing. Thank you for everybody that watched at all, and thank you for the people that are still here watching us.
Yeah, it's unbelievable the support that we've felt this weekend has been amazing. And again, this is something that we've been working on, but we didn't want to tell anybody about it.
No.
Because we wanted it to really be a genuine surprise.
Well, and it's twofold. One, as a whole, we've wanted it to be a surprise. But two, Chris wanted to make sure that the product we had here was the top that we could do at this show. He didn't want to come in and have technical issues, and even though it's free and it's not costing our fans or the viewers any money, he still wanted to make it the best experience it could be, because after all it's it's the fans and the drivers that push the sport. So hats off to Chris, and we've said it 100 times. Chris is very dedicated to his sport, very dedicated to anything he puts his mind to. So hopefully this, is just the start of something huge.
We hope so. We're looking forward to doing it again here in a couple weeks when we go to Albert Lake, Minnesota with Crossroads of Destruction. Paul Nielsen up there. He's been watching at home.
I'm going on a limb right now. Sam Bandow wins the Imperial Show, Crossroads of Destruction. That's my pick. Put
It's
it
a
on.
safe bet.
Put it on. Write it down. Sam Bandow taking the win.
And then May 9th, we go to Boat Lockwood Superstock Show in Brookville, Pennsylvania. And we come home for a week, and after that, we head on off to Washington Courthouse, Ohio, to hang out with the guys over at the Bash for Cash. And we come home, take another weekend off, and then we go to the June 6th show, Kings of Old School at Whitney Point. And after 2 weeks off, we go to the Keystone Nationals. This is all different versions of the live stuff. Some is just podcast, some of it's pay-per-view, but
Some of it's free per-view, baby.
You got some. I don't know. You never know what could happen.
I'm really looking forward to Bo's first show of the year.
Yeah, it's
I
gonna be
think
a ton of fun down
that's I like the rolls. I like I like the I like the guys that are coming. It's going to be awesome. Our buddy Jeremy Gard just got back and sent me a message. If you watched earlier and it was 60 out and I didn't have 6 layers on, buddy, you would have seen it, but it was there. Your Daryl Monroe just made it to the feature. Motor, pretty much impeccable. So thanks for watching, though. We appreciate you tuning in this time.
Tuning in and on his boy's 11th birthday.
Yeah, on 11th birthday.
Dan,
That's
happy
awesome.
Birthday to him.
By next year, I'll probably be honing cylinders and torquing head bolts.
Yes. The right bowl age of 11.
No, next year it'd be 12.
Oh, 12. I would love any type of indication of what's going on right now. I'm sitting a little bit in the dark, as it were, as we try and calculate if we're doing consolations or if we're going into features or what. There are no cars lined up at either entrance to the track at this point.
Yeah, I don't hear much going on in the background.
All I hear is a sledgehammer. I hear one sledgehammer.
Yeah. Chris.
Yeah.
Who wins the Reckless Warriors Tour?
The whole thing?
Everything. Who walks away with the first draft pick out of the prize bin?
Well, Pete Hansen's running the whole schedule, right?
I believe so. I think I heard he's got 8 Rivieras at his disposal.
Already built. No, you got some really good drivers that are signed up for that. We don't know who for sure is going to go through and follow the points, depending on how they finish at that Superstock show. They might decide to follow the whole season just because they finished well. I gotta kind of go with David Day is due.
Yeah,
David Day is due. I'd like to go with him, and I think Corey Roman's another guy who's sitting on the edge of a lot of big things, and his consistency. That's the big thing with this is consistency and playing within the rule book.
Absolutely. I think it'll be interesting to see who's at the first show.
The stock rules show is going to tell us a lot.
I think you're to see who's who's. I think that's kind of going to tip the hat as to who. And I mean, maybe somebody says, "Hey, I'm just going to run this to see how it is," and it has a great run, and the stars align, and and then maybe that would be somebody new into the mix, but. Definitely think it's a great idea. Definitely think it's gonna be a good show.
Coming up on a 1:15 local time, waiting for either the 5 consolation cars to make their way out here. They're going to run it down to the last one of those, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, probably.
Uh-oh. Zach Anderson, that's funny. Stat of the day.
Absolutely. We'll keep that one to ourselves. What do we have? 30? Just over 30?
Just over Sega.
How many pro stocks?
Pro stocks, there's 32. 32 pro stocks.
32 pro stocks, Jeremy, if you're listening. If not, I'll type it in.
If you can get your finger to thaw enough.
Chris, I think you and I are the only ones that are in the cold. I think the rest of the crew is in Josh's truck warming up.
Yep, that's the fact. But what they don't know is that the windows are open on the right side.
Oh. Chris, we got any spots to play, or are we caught up for the night? Or are we good?
On the plus side, before long, it's going to begin getting warmer again because the sun will be coming up soon. Yeah, we can play these. We haven't played this one yet. We'll go ahead. I don't think we've played this one yet. I don't honestly remember. It's been a long day.
The Crash Course would like to thank DerbyParts.com, an industry leader in aftermarket parts. DerbyParts.com has become the go-to source for builders looking to make one stop for all their derby needs. A proud partner of the Reckless Warrior Series and a title sponsor at the Bash for Cash, DerbyParts.com offers products from the top manufacturers in the industry, including fellow Reckless Warriors partners Brian Nearett and Big Rock Derby Products, and performance aftermarket standouts MSD, Edelbrock, Schonfeld, and Samson Tires. Inventory includes cradles, ultra bells, sliders, flex plates, pedal kits, mounts, fans, radiators, adapters, tanks, and much, much more. DerbyParts.com truly offers one-stop shopping for builders ready to perform at any level. Go online and check them out. From bumper to bumper, you can find it on DerbyParts.com. Demo Derby Masters offers a wide array of stocked derby parts and accessories that have all been derby tested. Demo Derby Masters also offers custom fabrication, meaning your homespun garage idea can become a finely produced reality. Their team of engineers and Demo Derby drivers have designed, manufactured, and derby tested all parts to ensure quality and durability, even under the most extreme conditions. DemoDerbyMasters.com also carries a full line of helmets, fire suits, gloves, and belts, and Kaiser's own branded oils and fluids. Parts are manufactured, housed, and shipped out of their 140,000 square foot facility located in Coopersville, Michigan. Order online at DemoDerbyMasters.com or contact them by phone at 800-472-2464 or email info@DemoDerbyMasters.com.
And we're back. Little note about DerbyParts.com and our new friends, Demo Derby Masters. Ryan is feverishly typing away on his cell phone.
I don't know about feverishly.
Well, you're trying to generate heat any way you can.
I did go for a little bit of a walk when I put on my layers and got the blood flowing. That was kind of nice.
Guys, I'm doing the best I can to keep up. Thanks, Austin. I know I lost that paper. There we go. Austin's the man. Austin Chrysler letting me know.
Melanie's walking away with my jacket on. Hopefully she brings me back something warm to drink or good to eat.
Man.
Cars coming to the track.
Cars coming to the track, finally. This is outstanding news. This is Tommy Krask. This is one of the non-qualified cars.
So you think Alan's still up watching?
No. No, he was not. Racine, Wisconsin. Chris Hinkey's up there. Try to just breeze through a bunch of those comments quick and get caught up as best I can. We got one guy out here for the Consi. The call has gone out for the 5 Consi cars to report to the track. We got Tommy Krask out there, and that's all so far. Who exactly is Brian?
I know.
Brian Horsley asked me who exactly is Brian. I'm believing Brian is Brian Tompkins. He's the guy that's with me on the podcast. Or there's Brian Horsley, who we've been talking to off and on through Facebook. Those are the only two that I can think of tonight, but I'm not exactly the freshest right now. Still holding right around. All those folks hanging in there. They want to see the end of this thing. They've come this far. They want to stick it out. We appreciate it too. Everybody, you know, sticking in there, riding this thing right to the end. We're anxious to get there as well. Still waiting on those Consi cars to get out here. We got one. There is not a lot of activity going on in the pits. Yes, I do.
Chris, on our way down Thursday, whatever day we left.
Jaden Ellison is watching at home. I can't believe that little guy's still up.
We stopped at a big truck stop where we left Ben's truck, and Chris not only had 2 roller dogs, he had 2 Red Bulls. Correct?
2.
Yeah, for the ride. So that was Chris has got guts of steel.
Yep. Except for when it comes to wheat.
Then
I'm a 4-year-old girl. Mike Ritton and Brian Horsley are now your friends on Facebook. You have made it to the upper echelon of Derby prowess.
You bring people together,
We do.
Chris. I'm proud of you. I hear a car running.
I hope everybody at home heard that too. Got as excited as we did.
I think if 2 cars show up, they back them the opposite ends of the track and hold them on the boards and hit wide open in the middle.
No.
You don't like that idea?
Just leave them in line and bring out the feature cars.
Even better. That's why you're the boss, Chris, because you have incredible thoughts like that.
I know it.
Especially at 1 o'clock in the morning when you probably only got 2.5 hours sleep since, last Sunday.
I also am bordering on hypothermia.
I'm telling you, the couple extra layers I put on definitely is better.
All right, I'm looking for 8 cars in the country.
8 cars in the country, Chris. How many think they're taking?
Car 16, Mike Long,
2, maybe 3.
Jordan Kirkham, 388. Michael Kelly, 522. Gary Hart, 43 and a half. Randy Smith, 33 to 10. Matt Long, 02 and Airlines, car 28. Bring them in the ring for the consolation, fellas.
You ever watch Duck Dynasty?
Religiously.
Okay. I'm pretty sure Mountain Man is the track announcer here. Did you hear that?
No. Jason Sherman and his nephew still up watching.
Crazy. Somebody get that kid some candy or something.
Get him some sugar.
Get him to the finish.
IV it. Our buddy, Troy Tagg, the California King, sent us a message that says it's 10:30 and the temp has dropped to 60 degrees. Brr. With a smiley face. Thanks, Troy. You were one of our favorite people in Derby World, right up to that text, Troy Tagg. Thanks a lot, buddy. That's great. I just think it's great that Troy Tagg is outfitting the entire Crash Course Derby podcast crew with cars at Bash for Cash this year. That's awesome. Right, Troy? Hook us up, buddy.
Your phone's about to go off.
No, I'm pretty sure Troy is sitting there laughing at the moment.
That's not the person I was talking about.
Oh.
Messaging you.
Oh.
Josh is the only person that gets cars.
Yeah.
But trust me, he's not listening right now.
No. You know the worst thing about answering the phone, like texting and stuff, is that short amount of time, your hand goes numb.
Yep. It goes numb. Frigid cold. Well, the firefighters have given up on it.
Yeah, that's not looking so good, buddy. Well, we have 2 cars.
Aaron Lyons making the call. I'm here for the consi. His car's looking pretty good. Looking like it's in pretty good shape, too.
You know what would make my day? Is if I knew that one of these cars was running a Mopar.
No.
I know, but it's still make my day.
What are you looking at? Let me see.
I'm just trying to figure out how to run all this cool stuff you have up here.
Yeah? You want me to give you a crash course on how to run a podcast?
Absolutely. Can you give me a crash course on how to run the crash course?
Yes, I can give you a crash course.
Awesome.
Call Chris.
Just easier that way. Knowledge is power. Just so people know, I could feel Chris shivering like he's shaking the whole truck. It's definitely gotten a little bit chilly out here today. But we're still here.
Yes.
Bringing it to the people that want to watch it. Thank you for the 185 or 187 that are still watching. That is amazing. We are very happy. Thank you for the support. Here's Pork Chop. Maybe he's got some guys are putting on Carhartts. Pork Chop isn't because somebody stole his, but
size medium pork chops or size medium Carhartts were not found.
No. There's still guys walking around with short sleeve shirts on. They are way, way, way tougher than I am.
They are all that is man.
Oh, he went and got a sweatshirt. Chris, I think maybe you should get up and walk, buddy.
Can't.
I think you can.
All right.
I'll sit here and talk to myself, and you just get some.
Worry about it.
Well, I would.
I'll stop sugaring now. I mean, I'm not joking. When I was talking to Josh about the potential of this thing extending for another four or 5 hours, I was serious. And right now, we are right on pace for that.
Well, before when I said that if we went till 3 o'clock, it would only it would be 3 hours for the sun to come up. I'm pretty sure the sun's going to be up before we leave.
Yeah, very, very, very likely.
I want to thank y'all for staying here tonight.
It appears as though the rest of the crew is getting out of the nice, warm, comfy truck to join us out here.
We are coming up on an hour since the conclusion of qualifying heat number 2, waiting for the start of the Consi.
Are you serious?
Totally serious. It ended at 12:44 and it is now 1:32. And there's not drivers in their cars on the front stretch right now.
You want bed? For what? I just moved my neck to see if it would still work.
If it would, move.
Looking for 3 more cars, guys.
Come
Bring
on.
them in the ring. Got the guys.
Flag.
Bring them in the ring.
That was out loud in case you wondered.
Yeah, that thought didn't stay in my head at all. I'm all for being positive. I'm all for being upbeat and finding the silver lining, but we have pissed away a lot of freaking time tonight.
That's
called it. One, two, three, four, five, six. So we're missing 2 cars for the Consi.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to the Consi. Waiting 2 more cars. 2 minutes on the clock.
Yes. And my 2 jackets ahead of my truck to bring.
you see where
Sweeney's out there. We got Matt Long out there as well in the 06, taking his spot on the front stretch lineup. Tommy Krask, along with Aaron Lyons. One of the engine armor cars out there, and two of the others I'm having a little trouble. Oh, it's the other Long car, the 01. That's Mike Long in that black and gold number 01. Only car that I can't quite identify is one on the far end of the track.
I got a real nice jacket too. See where that is. Yeah. I sent her a text. I said, bring back something to eat or something warm. We'll call it payment for the jacket. Oh. Mental note. Oh, hot cocoa.
Here's another mental note. The concession stand closed.
No, it didn't.
They closed at midnight.
I think if Josh put in a call, they'd deliver because, you know, he is Josh Decker. I wish I had my hunting clothes on now. I think if we set this wagon on fire right here next to us, we'd be warm. What do you think, Chris? Set the wagon on fire?
Yes. Do that. Yes, do that.
All right, GM.
This is taping right now, right?
Yeah, they're all running. Yep, they're all running. We haven't shut anything off.
Yet.
And,
You all tell them we're taking 5 out of them 8.
huh?
Any drivers?
Yeah, I'm watching it close. I was joking with Josh. If we go, I think we can probably safely get to about 3:30, and then we start piling over.
Yeah.
We're
not
don't
piling
do that.
over, just
no, because you're always right about stuff.
I'm just going to go out on a limb and say if we're still broadcasting at 3:30.
No.
Oh.
They have another hour of repair time for the concert.
No. No, they don't.
Josh, look at the clock. It's been an hour since the end of the last heat that just ended.
Oh, man, Ben's right. We're going to be here at 3:30. Son of a... God.
Easy.
Oh, yeah. 40 minutes. I'm going to say 47 minutes.
Yeah?
Chris, time it.
I can't imagine these drivers don't get a little frustrated that they do all this work, they get out here, and there's nobody in the stands to watch you.
I wouldn't care. I'd demo in front of an empty stands.
I can't
Doesn't
hear you
matter.
with my earphones on.
I demoed on 81 going through Tully one time. Nobody was watching me.
I'll do the camera, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go for it. Green flag out, Tommy Krask. First one off the line right next to Aaron Lyons in the number 28. Aaron looks like he's probably going to be a weapon. And as he came out at a high rate.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what we've been looking for.
Yeah, get after Aaron Lyons. Spun it around. Couple of we talked about Matt Long and Mike Long, the 01 and the 02. Tommy Krask. I think that was the 380 of Jordan Kirkham, the engine armor car that we see on the track. That's Kelly. It was one of the vehicles that missed those 522 of Mike Kelly, and then the Smitty car. One of them that I believe 3310, Randy Smith, who got put up on the wall. And that car has already started.
Oh! Yes. That's the best shot I've seen tonight.
That is an outstanding shot. Hopefully this will come around and set a tone for the feature, too. That was the number 02 of Matt Long going headlong into the number 28 of Aaron Lyons. We saw both those cars move following that impact.
Inverted the bumper. I'm not sure what kind of bumper was on that 02, but it is now pointed at the radiator.
Great shot right there. Looks like Smitty is already on the clock. He's being moved because Aaron Lyons is pushing him. Nothing coming out of the stacks. Good zoom in job right there. There's a good look at that bumper and what it did to it. Flat that baby right out. We got somebody pinned into the wall. Aaron Lyons pinned into the wall by Smitty. Smitty was all gone. Here it comes.
That's what I'm talking about. Where's that been all night?
Yes, sir. Matt Long.
Where has that been?
Finding the skinny pedal in the consolation round. This is waking everybody in this place up. Keep it going. Everybody follows suit. The Longs are making junk. Doing everything they can, and they are going after Aaron Lyons. Look at how flat the nose of the number 28 has got. Engine armor number 388. That is Jordan Kirkham from Indiana. He's turning up the wick a little bit as well. Smitty still laboring out there, has not been told to just remove his stick at this juncture. However, we gotta believe that he is pretty close to being all finished. We have a. Okay, I see what's going on. I thought that we might be having a stoppage. What they're doing is saying you got to give the O2 some room. O2 is on the clock. Matt Long on the clock. He's got to get freed. Where is Mike Long in the 01 to come and help get him out of this jam over here on the berm?
Where's our buddy?
Which buddy?
The 22. Wasn't he in the Conti?
Yes.
I don't see him out there.
He's not out there. I don't know what the story is. His block may have frozen. Tommy Crash still out there in the number 16. So the O2 has gotten free. Still pushing the pace. Going right after Aaron Lyons again on the left front corner. And now Porkchop quickly warning the O2. Watch out for the driver's door impact. Smitty able to get that car refired. Again, pulling it back from the brink. Another heavy shot. Aaron Lyons under heavy fire.
Yes!
Great shot from Smitty now. And standing that nose just about 90 degrees over those A-arms on Aaron Lyons, number 28. Here comes Mike Long and the 01. 388 is Jordan Kirkman. By the way, side note, I can't feel my toes. Here's another.
Oh man!
Look at the nose on the 01. That thing is jacked right up. Aaron Lyons hit again, being shoved into the barriers. That is a 43.
Oh!
Tremendous shot.
What a shot!
The number 02, Matt Long, out here with a purpose.
Man, he waited.
Both of the Longs, the 01 and the 02, eviscerating the nose of their Crown Vic as they go after Aaron Lyons.
Wow!
Still going at it. Tremendous shot. Here comes, everybody pay attention here. You're going to see a black and gold car in just 1 second. This is getting serious. Here comes Mike Long in the 01. Hard shot on the left front corner of that number 43 car. That is Gary Hart from right here in Kentucky. Here comes the 02 again, turning up the wick, pulling way across the track. He's in a different zip code right now. He has officially left Owenton. Aaron Lyons all done. The 43 is now under heavy fire. Shot on Gary Hart right rear corner from the 02 of Matt Long. Smitty looks like he's got to be pretty close to being done. The stick's got to be coming off of that car. He hasn't been doing much, really struggling out there. I know I've mentioned that before. That is another good look at the nose of Mike Long's number 01. Turns it around. Target acquired. Comes in at a high rate of speed on the right front corner. Piles the number 43 of Harp in on top of the number 20 of Lyons, who is officially out and eliminated. Counted out. He's all done. Jordan Kirkham in the 388, the engine armor car, chasing around that number 43 of Harp as well. Tommy Krask really, if you think about it, Krask has had an easy trip right now because everybody's been wailing away. He's just been kind of driving in and out of the traffic, not doing anything, and his car looks pretty good shape right now. Krask spins around the number 01. Here comes the number 43 of Harp. The bumper hanging loose off the front of that ugly looking car. Oh!
Get away from the fence with a stop battery.
Okay, so we've got a red flag situation right now. The reason being for what you just saw. Josh, good camera work on that. Diving in there close and getting a look at the bumper.
Get on the out the fence. We'll stop it.
Guys, it's really late. It's really cold. It's too cold to fight.
Nah, there's nothing to warm you up quicker.
having a conversation with one of the officials right there, or excuse me, Aaron Lyons having a conversation with one of the officials as another gentleman expresses his displeasure for the situation at present, and apparently not happy with Aaron Lyons' early performance in the consolation event, and apparently also a fan of the long crew 01 and 02.
That's the best derby of the night.
Absolutely, without a doubt, this is the best we've seen all night.
Headset so you can hear what we're talking about. I came to Kentucky and all I got as a souvenir was this cold. That was some good hitting.
Yes, that
and
was.
He's still moving. I mean, look at that. Look at the nose on the 02. There's the bumper. They're trying to get that off of the front.
So you can hit just with the core support.
I want to see the 02. The 02 over there. There he is. Take a look at that. That's the guy that was doing all the damage. Look at the back end, just folded all over. Shots he was making was remarkable. That is Matt Long in the 02, and then his running mate Mike Long in the 01. That was the number 43 that we just had a brief look at. Zoom in on that. See if we can get a good look at the nose of the number 43 and where the situation is with the what used to be a bumper hanging out.
Absolutely.
In the feature, they should all go to the feature. That's the best run of the night. Those are the guys you want in the feature. Put them in the feature.
We've red flagged it. We're still under a red flag situation. What happened?
To be honest, Ben is 1,000% right. All them cars should go to the feature. They're the hardest hitter of the night. Every single one of you're in.
I haven't dropped any.
Ben was calling a 15-minute consi. That was faster than that, I think. That was faster than 15. It was awesome to see some guys stand on it. That's what we wanted to see.
It's not over yet. They stopped it for a fight.
Oh, I thought it was actually going to be done. I can't believe the gray and black one is 02 is still moving, dude. He was laying crazy shots, and he still has steering, which is just boggling. But a lot of the fronts of these are just, and Aaron Lyons at the beginning, he was honing on it. That gray number 28, and man, it's just, I love watching guys get after it sometimes.
Sometimes we always like them watching.
It's just money.
That's all this is, money. They print more every day.
Yeah. You got a job?
Just let's tackle this a little bit. I had one message of a guy that said he was having a little bit of a lag problem, and it cleared right up for him. We have streamed a ton of data to your computers at home. You got to have a bandwidth system at your house when you're pulling this stuff down that's going to be able to handle as much as we've asked you guys to do. So if you do get a little bit of a lag, you're welcome to wait it out. We've got no minimal anything at drop frames. Our speed hasn't fluctuated below what we sort of identified as minimum at all. If you do get a situation, I think we've had 4 people tonight that had problems where their screen went black or it lagged. My advice to them was to just simply refresh their browser, and it came right back without a problem. Just hit the F5 button, and you should be just fine. There's nothing to indicate on our end that you guys are having any trouble. So again, shoot me a note if you're having anything. I'll try to handle your case one-on-one. But for 5 people of the upwards of 200 that have been watching this thing all night long, I'll take that.
Upwards of 300, buddy.
Yeah, upwards of 300.
Well, you know, we got to like high five each other, even though we're so cold, because it's what a great weekend we had. We went out, we tested some stuff. We wanted to kind of, this was like kind of a for fun, give back kind of weekend for us. I think it went really good. I mean, both nights were good.
And Sunday's been great.
Yeah, Sunday's been great so far.
Good point. Hey, you're right. But just I'm really excited about how great the cameras look, how great we follow everything. You know, I've had a lot of fun. I think things are looking real good for us, and we got a bunch for anyone watching now. I mean, we got a bunch coming up, so you're gonna be able to just follow us all spring long.
You're hitting a bunch of those.
Yeah, and you know, May 9th at Bow Show is going to be huge. You got to watch that. I'm running old Chrysler. You know, there's going to be a bunch of Chryslers out there. And then you jump to June 6th, King's Old School. And there we are again. We're going to be on pay-per-view.
Moving them on to the feature.
Yeah, everyone's going. I just heard them say it.
Awesome.
Great.
That's how you do that.
And
you reward them.
In an hour, we'll be ready to go.
And that's not true, right?
Yeah, please don't.
No, don't do that.
No,
somebody screen grabbed it already. Look at that shot.
Yeah,
I was
just
zooming
got
in
it
and
sent to me.
stuff. You know what? That was
doing a good job. You
Was
were
I
doing
okay
good,
though?
weren't you?
I was. I was enjoying.
Josh, you are great at everything you
shut
do.
up.
Just
you know
great.
that just pisses people off when you say that.
No.
But I agree with
If
you.
it does piss anybody off, talk to me about it. Don't talk to Josh.
Hey, you know, my mom, every time I see her, she always tell me like how great I am. And you know, people say you got such a big head. It's like, yes, because every day I see my mom, she always say, you are the best at everything you do. That's a real mom. Any moms listening, tell your kids they're the greatest. Because my mom did it and I loved it.
Melissa, if you by some ungodly way have lasted all night, do not wake Alan up to tell him he's just wait till he wakes up in about 4 hours.
Leave him a note under his pillow. Tooth Fairy says you're the greatest. So we did Easter eggs. Well, no, I'm not even gonna. Never mind. No, I was gonna tell a story, but actually, I'm thinking about it. I might
Yeah, probably shouldn't.
Yep, I was gonna tell an Easter story.
Yeah,
but,
probably shouldn't.
Yep. Exactly. Even though it's very late for
We
children
got a
right
fight
now.
breaking out. Oh boy.
Is it the girls in the pink?
Yep.
Man,
Here comes the.
it's always makes me laugh when women start fighting about a demolition derby. It's like, ladies, sit down, please, shut up. You're not even on the track. Now, if you're on the track as a woman fighting it,
She's
you
still
can't fight
up.
for your man. You can't fight for your
My
man.
wife is a trooper.
I think mine's up still too.
Is she?
Yeah.
Is she watching?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mine went to bed like 6 hours ago.
She's got to be insanely bored.
Said we'll,
That lady she doesn't. She's not going to sit at the derby all night and watch
said
it.
we'll leave you a key. I said no, dear, you don't understand.
No, you don't understand. I'll be
By
there
the time we
around
get home,
lunch.
it's going to be light, and I'll probably
No, it'd
pick the
actually
kids up
be
from
dark
practice.
again.
Could be.
It might be dark again.
I can say that I feel like Josh Decker tonight because I've had about 6,000 friend requests, which is awesome. Thank you to everybody.
Yeah, I had a
appreciate it.
bunch. I didn't even.
Bad company. Thank you, Zach Anderson. I got your
Yeah,
number.
nice. Appreciate it. Wait. Let me see that again. What I missed the last sentence there. Yep, exactly. I thought I read that right. You're the man. You're absolutely the man. Spread the word. Spread the word.
That is what I want.
Yeah, that's what you need at the end of the
Right
night.
Daniel Stephen LeBlanc. He said that he hasn't missed anything. He's had a little bit of a hiccup up there, but nothing, and nothing of consequence. And that's, dude. When I was testing this stuff
at 2 o'clock in the morning,
there was no way that we had even come close to streaming this much of data for this long.
Let me say, if there's any promoters still up.
Paul Nielsen. He was
Yeah,
hanging in
Paul's
the
been awesome. Yeah. He sent good messages. Thanks, Paul. Well, Paul's already on board with us, but you got to be crazy not to be. I mean, we got guys from different countries, Hawaii, states all over the place.
Oh yeah, Canada.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, we're Canada.
I want it,
Definitely.
Canada.
I heard about Japan and Korea, and
I know.
I can't back that up as fact, but that would be freaking
Just
cool.
say it.
Wait a minute,
Just
I
say
missed
it.
that. What?
Yeah,
Somebody
Horsley was
said
saying
their
that.
buddies were watching Korea and Japan or something.
Which could be military guys. I could see that. Yeah.
Totally,
definitely.
That would be awesome.
That's how the magazine was discovered in New Zealand.
New Zealand.
I didn't know the magazine was in New
Well,
Zealand.
I can't talk to you on the show. This is something that's
Is what you talked about me one night?
You're moving to New Zealand?
Just stop. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Very cool.
That thing.
Yes.
It's going to be on the dash.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Awesome. Chris Marquardt is the man.
Fact.
I am also a Christicle right now. Go ahead and take that, Jared Brown. If you want to Photoshop my face on a popsicle, go for it.
Oh, I'm very sure I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Very
Are you
sure.
more hungry or more tired?
Tired. Way more tired. I would sleep before I ate. I would sleep before I ate. You know.
Priorities. Hashtag priorities.
Absolutely.
I was trying to give you guys something to look at what was going on. There we go. I picked the wrong camera. I'm sorry, folks.
Would you leave it on mine?
Josh, I went out on a limb and predicted that Bandow wins the Imperial show when you guys go to Minnesota here in a couple weeks.
No doubt.
We got to get those cars back out here. I mean, that pace definitely picked me up.
Oh, I had a smile. I was excited I was excited.
Dude.
I know, it's late.
Come on.
Late. I'm sorry. You know,
Horsley was saying that's what they're saying live chat on YouTube, Japan and Korea.
Awesome. Dude, that's crazy.
Now, Horsley, is Horsley still with us?
Yeah,
Horsley's still watching. Good. Horsley, these people that were in Japan and Korea weren't also trying to sell you sunglasses, were they? They show up in the live chat every now and again.
That's funny. No, that's funny.
We have to ban those people.
No, that's super cool. That's super cool. Nah, Bandal sent me some pictures of his Imperial today, actually, Brian. And every time that guy sends me a picture, it's just like.
Smell that?
Oh, that's rubber. Yeah. That's what
No.
made me fall in love with Derbian.
No, I don't like smell burnt rubber.
I agree with that.
Not like that.
Josh, I think I got the same picture just now you had.
Imps?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty.
Bandau imps.
Pretty nasty. Well, I seen something. I go, what are you doing with this? And he's like, it's not a trick. I'm like, tell me what it is. And he's like, no, really, I just haven't cut it off yet. And it's like, oh, I thought I caught you on something. Someone else was harassing me today. Like, all you do is love Bandau all the time. What's so great about Bandau?
That's not what they said.
Well, they use a lot of worse words. No, I'm just kidding, Sam. But I said to him, Sam's the man, you know.
Japan.
Mopar, thug life, you know.
We like the English teacher with a redneck heart. Doesn't get any better than that. And we like Edward Pickering from Kagoshima, Japan.
What? Dude.
And
that is so cool.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Brian, thanks for that message.
Can you guys
That's
friend
cool.
request me?
Yeah,
So, Aaron,
absolutely.
Those guys friend request us, please.
If I got this right, Aaron Kenny must be the guy that's in Korea.
No, I think it's Edward Pickering.
Okay.
Is in Japan. Oh, I'm sorry, Japan. I didn't see the Korea.
I didn't see that, but that was cool. And
Yeah.
then JC Demo Models, I used to know that guy.
Facebook us.
Yeah, please.
I want to know. I'd like to.
anybody out of country that watches us, even just tonight. Please let us know.
Please. That's
very,
so cool.
very cool.
Yeah,
That's exciting
Facebook
stuff.
friend me and
Because we want to be able to go back and let John Peck, and tell him that you watched it.
yeah, dude, that's seriously.
Yeah,
do that,
do
please.
Tell
Friend
John-
John Peck and send him a message. Just said, just so you know, we were watching. Holy cow! I don't know how far away that is. What are Korean demolition derbies like?
Pretty sure they don't exist, bud.
How about Japanese?
Yeah, probably not existing there.
Well, I don't know about
Korean
that.
Demolition Derby. Josh would have Brian towing him around in a rickshaw.
I was just. Yeah, awesome.
And Pete Hansen shows up with a tilted rickshaw, and then runs Josh over.
Of course.
You know what I think would be cool too if we got some banger racers from England.
I
That
actually
would
have
be
some on my
awesome.
Facebook that friended me, and they actually watch podcasts before. I know banger guys have watched podcasts.
They actually have started an event Sunday, ran it, finished it, and decided there's enough cars left.
Josh-
ran it again.
Josh Elliott, laugh out loud, not selling sunglasses. United States Air Force,
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
stationed in Ulsan, Korea.
Badass, man. Very cool.
Yes, thank you for your service and thank you for
Definitely.
watching us.
Both
So
of those.
cool, man.
It was Ed Pickering and
Josh Elliott.
Josh Elliott. Dude,
Tevin Francis, they got new tech over the break and they're using it to try it out. And some of it does matter on the arena's internet.
Very cool, guys. You know, I got to say, like, guys that do go into the military, because I think I'm, you hear me all the time, Chris. I think I'm a man.
Yeah, you tell me that a lot. You also remind me how I am not.
Okay. Well, like, military guys truly are, like, they're the next level. I'm just an everyday man. That's, like, really next level, because these guys stop their life. I'm serious about this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I think about it sometimes, because I used to think I wanted to be in the military, but as I got older, I realized, like, I don't have the balls for it.
I'm going to go ahead and paraphrase what Josh just
Go
said.
ahead. Say it the right way.
I'm going to paraphrase it. And Josh says, I call myself a man.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to insinuate that I am any less of a man, because I'm going to identify myself as an everyday man. And as the people that are in the military are like supermen.
They are.
Superheroes.
I don't know. Like, I'm like,
They're superheroes. You're just like an average, everyday, run-of-the-mill hero.
well, like sometimes we just said there's no derbies in Korea. Okay, let's think that our lives didn't have it, and really, let's be honest, we owe it to them. So, and they stop their life to help other people. And again, it's kind of been a thing for me lately. But people that are doing that, other people don't recognize it enough. You know, because all we talk about is negative. It's like, well, you know what? There's some very great people doing. Not us. I'm talking about people in general, the news and all that. And there's so many people in the military doing great stuff for us, and the fact that you guys are watching us do it is so cool, man.
Yeah,
Cool. Thank you.
The fact is, the way the world is today, there's a really good chance that if you sign up to go in the military, you're going to see some sort of action.
Sure.
You know, and I mean that takes a set of testicular fortitude. And
again, WWE.
Thanks. You know, we've talked about it many times. Yes, I watch WWE.
Still,
I have a 12-year-old and an 8-year-old.
Oh my God, Brian.
I lost my train of thought.
Brian, seriously? I mean, Ravishing Rick Rude and Ultimate Warrior, I understand that. Big Boss Man, Jake the Snake. But now you're talking about guys that are like, they sing and stuff. It's like a play. It's horrible to watch.
We're talking
as Chris and I have mentioned before, I was so really interrupted. You know, huge supporters of our military. You guys, we really appreciate it. It's great that you guys, you know, like Josh said, I hate to agree with him, but it's great that you signed up and are doing that for us, so we can do stuff like sit here in the cold and talk about demolition derbies.
But to be honest, most of my life I just do fun stuff all the time, and you know, like. No, I'm being serious. Let's be honest. My life is, you know, I love my life. Most of the time, I've had some stuff I don't, but, you know, these guys are stopping what they love to do to go just protect us. I don't know. That's a lot to ask people to do. You know, it's very noble and it's so cool. You know, I wish I had the balls to do it.
I don't particularly have a favorite wrestler. My kids watch it. I watch it with them. If I had to go with a favorite wrestler, it'd probably be somebody old school like
Andre the Giant, Hulk Hogan. You like the model Rick Martel. I can see it in your eyes. That's your guy. Superfly Jimmy Snuka.
Josh Decker will probably not be on the podcast Monday night because he's gonna have a hard time walking.
Bushwhackers.
So
they went in the Hall of Fame this year.
Yes, they did. I remember when I first started watching wrestling, Superfly Jimmy Snuka was like the cool,
he's badass jumping, you know. Actually, old school wrestling I loved. My dad wouldn't let us watch it. We used to have to like watch it secretly, and then my dad would come and we change the channel because that's fake. It's like, Dad, who cares? You know.
Yeah.
You didn't have a favorite?
Slick Rick
from way back.
I'd go with probably Superfly Jimmy Snuka.
Yeah.
Mouth of the South Jimmy Hart.
Remember when Roddy Piper broke a coconut?
Roddy Piper.
Yeah, Roddy Piper was the man.
Yep.
Actually, a quick story if I can get it in. I helped coach football for 20 years. Listen. I helped coach football for like 20 years with my former high school coach. He and his family went to Florida on vacation, and they stayed in Tampa. One of his former players runs a hotel down there. They said, hey, look, you look right across this bay, which is where the hotel was. That's Hulk Hogan's house. They're like, yeah, it is. And so they went over just to drive by to like take pictures. Well, they get out and they take a picture, and Brooke comes out and she goes, hey, how are you guys doing? And they got talking. She goes, my dad isn't here today, but he'll be here tomorrow. Come back. He'll come out and take pictures with you, hang out the whole 9 yards.
Really?
Swear to God.
That's so cool.
So they went back the next day, sure enough, and Hulk was actually inside, and they were shooting a commercial, and in the commercial he was yelling. So they heard him yelling, and they're like, oh my God, he's pissed. He doesn't want to come out here. But he came out and took pictures with them all. He was like 20 minutes, hung out,
God,
shot the breeze. I have pictures on the computer. I'll have to send them to you sometime.
That's so cool.
But it was, it just, came out and but he knows where his paychecks come from.
When I get that famous,
and we are down to 100 viewers.
Sorry.
No, that's
Jeremy Gard, Ultimate Warrior.
Definitely, Ultimate Warrior was
the Berserker.
I'm always the Ultimate Warrior.
Yes.
I got a new Nintendo and it wasn't working. Well, you can go buy this thing for $12 and it makes your Nintendo brand new. It's real quick. So I got 400 games, Well, I was just playing my old lady in wrestling the other day. Who am I? Ultimate Warrior. Old NES. I'm Ultimate Warrior.
Wait a minute. It's cold.
Hey,
it's
whatever you do, don't dump that box on the ground.
It's cold and it's 2:00 in the morning. Did Josh Decker just tell me that him and Katie were playing Nintendo WWE wrestling?
Oh, absolutely. We put the kids to bed. Yeah, definitely.
Was it Wrestling Challenge with Ultimate Warrior on the cover?
Okay, yes. It's the one where all four are on it, right?
How about, listen.
One of them is all four on it, and then one of them is like Andre the Giant, Hulk Hogan, and Ultimate. There's two of them I have. I have two different.
How about Super Tecmo Bowl with Bo Jackson?
Got it.
He is unstoppable.
See, I'm Dion.
Reruns for 5, so you don't ever make tackles in?
Along with quarterback Eagles. Remember quarterback Eagles?
Yep. Randall Cunningham. And linebacker New York Giants because Lawrence Taylor didn't know either.
Anyone wants to come to my house and play some Techno Super Bowl, let's do this.
You're going to get beat.
I bet I don't.
I bet you do.
Okay, let's do this. I'll put some money on it.
The problem is Josh doesn't let us come to his house.
Nah, not a lot. But I got Contra.
Oh, I loved Contra.
Contra. Up,
Contra was
down,
my
down,
favorite.
left, right, BA, select start. I've been doing it all week. And 30 guys. I've been doing it all week.
Jason Brodzinski is a Hacksaw Jim Duggan fan.
Yeah, oh yeah, got to. I love Hacksaw. Remember when he fought the Russian and he hit him with a 2x4? See, I used to watch that.
Guys, we're trying to give you something. I don't know what else we can
We
talk
ran
about
out of stuff to
Derby.
talk about.
Igor the Polish strongman for Zach Anderson.
Yep.
The Polish strong.
How can you guys not be talking about the Macho Man for
Oh wow,
Ben
that's
Coulter?
hey,
God rest his soul.
you're right. Yeah, that's Macho Man was awesome.
Nobody.
Oh
nobody-
yeah.
Did anybody else see the Macho Man having a heart attack in a Jeep and crashing his Wrangler off the road?
No,
Yeah, that was bad.
was it a
It was
YouTube
rough.
video or something?
Huh?
Yeah.
No. What? No.
What are you talking about?
That's how he died a couple years ago. He had a heart attack when he was driving his Wrangler.
Contra's awesome.
Apparently, Jeremy Gard thinks so also.
Oh yeah, dude, come over to my house. We gotta play it. Come on. We gotta play it together, 2 players. Me and
Mankind.
my boy just cannot get in the rhythm of it. You know, he doesn't understand spread.
I don't know. It's going fast.
I actually used to love wrestling. It's funny.
I used to too, man. I'd love to watch it.
When we used to have Royal Rumbles, I used to go to my cousin's house and like, man, Royal Rumble night was like crazy, 30 men. You know, it's like we loved it. And I used to have the plastic with the you had their action figures and that.
Dude, I have the whole set of the
I had them. Yeah.
Yeah, I got all. Yeah.
yeah. Oh my god, I love that.
I should not be admitting this. This will come back to.
But back then, wrestling was cool, Brian.
Yes, it was because they were all on. You know what the thing is?
Yes, they were all on steroids and cocaine. You're right. That's what they were all on. It was way
Now
more
they're just on
entertaining.
steroids.
No, there's anybody big enough.
No.
They could cut promos. And they
Oh
could
yeah,
talk.
and that's the thing.
Dude,
is, it was
it's so
all
drama-like,
and it
it's
was
weird.
all off the. It was all off the cuff.
Old school.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean,
know.
now a lot of it is scripted and rehearsed.
Without a doubt, it's to me like I don't watch it, but sometimes you just stop or it's a commercial. But it's they're like actually like having like a soap opera. Yeah, I'm not into that, huh?
What's wrong?
I'm a man.
Storyline. You got to hook them somehow.
I want them to wrestle. We're watching wrestling. They used to wrestle. They don't even wrestle anymore.
I saw John Cena had Dean Ambrose in the STF, the Hall of Fame night of Raw, the night after WrestleMania. He had him in the STF, and Ambrose's head fell out of it, like it wasn't supposed to.
Yeah.
So John Cena still had his arms out, totally selling that he's got it. Ambrose picks his head up and puts it back in the STF.
Oh,
It's the
jeez.
low angle of the camera and everything. I'm like, that's bad.
Brian Horsley, Josh loved the Bone Stock. He was Mad Dog, so
Yeah.
worked out pretty much the exact way he wanted it to.
Oh yeah, it was awesome, man.
Back when we started this 8 hours ago, we talked to you about that.
Do we? I'm delusional. Yeah, no, actually, I loved it.
To hit Pete Hansen and see him hang on to an invisible.
Let me tell
steering
you,
wheel.
can I just stop for a second? I back up. I'm all the way on this side of the track. I look
There I
forward.
was.
There
I
I
look
was.
forward through the smoke, and all I see is an ugly wagon, flatback Chevy wagon, starting to buckle down. And I took that. You know? I took that shot.
Tommy got upset. We took this off the rails. It's good we're getting back to Derby conversation. So go on.
What, he doesn't like the Rockers? Shawn Michaels, Marty
He
Jannetty?
probably likes Marty Jannetty. Nobody likes Marty Jannetty.
Those are the
Tanner
days,
Stamper
dude.
says John Cena is his favorite.
Feature heat guys, bring them in the ring.
Thank
5 minutes,
God.
bring 'em in the ring.
2:08 we're starting. 2:08 it is right now. 2 o'clock.
Don't do it. Ben,
Don't.
please.
Yeah, don't say
For
it.
the love of God, Ben, don't put a time on this.
No, Ben's usually right, though. He's been right.
That's why I don't want to.
Well, I already know
don't
what he
wanna
thinks.
know. Like I
He read
know,
it.
but I don't want it to be told to me.
Okay.
Jared Brown says we need more crash courses like this with Demolition Derby, wrestling, and video games.
The video game topic comes up a lot on 31st Lap, which is the other show that I host on Finger Lakes 1 on Thursday nights. And we talk about racing games. We'll get together, Mike Mallett and I will get together and we'll play World of Outlaw Sprint Cars 2002.
That is the coolest game in the
We've played
world.
that a ton. You know, and about, you get a couple drinks in, and
Oh,
it turns out that I am not Steve Kinzer. I cannot drive a sprint car.
I remember way back in, sorry to alienate our Derby friends, but way back in the day, you'll enjoy this, when Matt Shepard was just a youngster getting into it. We actually had a Nintendo or PS out in the shop, and we'd play it on this little TV. He's like, "Did you guys know that at Bristol, if you run down the pit lane, you can flip your sprint car all the way up into the stands?" So he showed us how to do that. It was like the coolest thing. And We all loved that game.
A lot of times, a couple of my derby friends, which would be my boy.
Yeah.
Because I don't have any.
I know the
They
feeling.
Come over to the house. We'll play
Yeah.
Test Night. Remember Eva Destruction for PS2?
I was just playing that also. My son has it in his bedroom.
Yeah.
I love that, dude.
I love
Yeah.
that.
Well, I was just playing it.
I hear the
I got
rumble of engines. I'm thrilled to see these cars for dozens of reasons.
Okay, let's call some winners. Come on, Ben. Winner. Who we calling as winners? All right.
I'll tell you in a second.
Tell them on a second. You got to see who comes out. Well, you got to see how they fix them. You got to see how they look coming in. You got to say this: if anyone has a bent rail, I don't think they're going to win. You think you could start with a bent rail and win? No. Yeah, Ben's right. So you got to. I mean, Daryl Monroe looked really good. Here comes.
I'm sticking with Daryl Monroe.
Right.
Tommy Crash looks.
Tommy
like
Crash looks good, but he also had to run heat and feature.
Heat and Consti, but he didn't have to do a lot in the Consti because other guys were land-based,
True.
and he kind of
True.
was able to just cruise.
All right, I'm gonna go take that camera then. Right?
Yeah,
Cool.
take the headsets.
I hope Melanie comes back shortly because I really like that jacket back.
Yeah, she said she's gonna.
Yeah, I know.
I told her to keep it.
Of course she
That was
did.
nice of you, Josh.
Well, I was, you know.
Brian Horsley says I'll bring a PS2 to bash if someone wants to challenge
I
him
will
at
run you
Eva
over,
Destruction.
Brian Horsley. I will run you over. Brian, by the way, Brian, if you need the 4-way splitter, I've got one so that 4 people can play at one time on that game.
Uh-oh, that didn't sound
And
good.
we can have heats.
Josh, quit touching stuff. You're gonna get fired.
Josh isn't gonna get fired.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's just shorting out a little bit. It's fine.
Oh. Zach Anderson predicts Lucas Coffee top 5. I think right now I'm going to have to go with Josh Decker's pick. I think Monroe's going to be tough to beat.
I agree. I think
Monroe's going to be tough to beat.
My phone is gonna die very soon.
Mine's been full.
Nah, I'll do it when we're riding home.
Yeah, we're going to have a long time to do that.
I got time. So there's our the 22 car that we were looking for. Craig Bowling, he's on the track. We have the 16 Atomic Crash that we talked about is also out there. Let's see, that was the
Ooh, I smell some.
502 that just came out.
Josh, you smell that? Dink and doink. I think for the new school, I'd have to go with Stone Cold. I don't know. My eyes are frozen. I can't see that far.
That is Mark Scott coming out onto the track in the number 78, the 354 on the track. Out there qualifying from heat number 1 is Pat Rankin. Lucas Coffey in the 11C. Feature start, answering the bell. And that's the 13 of Adam Scott also pulling out onto the track now.
This is not going to be good.
What's not going to be good, my friend?
That truck tipping over in front of us.
Pay no attention.
Unless it does go over, then hopefully Josh gets it on the camera, except Josh is gone. Oh, excuse me.
Josh just realized he hadn't updated Facebook in the last 10 minutes and had to run and do that, so he'll be right back. As you can see, he's coming back with his phone, and I was correct.
You're welcome, Zach. You guys help us through. We were running into some dead space. Glad you could entertain us and we could entertain you, buddy. Thank you for still watching.
Appreciate the back and forth, man. Thank you.
We were getting on down near the low part of the tank right there.
Jake Harbison coming out on the track next. So on the track, we've got Jake Harbison in the 2. The 13 is Aaron Scott. The 78 is Mark Scott. The 502, Jordan Stanley. The 11C, Lucas Coffey, who's going to be a tough one to bet against. The 16 of Tommy Crass. The 354 of Patrick Rankin. The 18 is Chuck Roby. Nathan Brown's in the 979. And the 22X is Little Doc, Craig Bowling.
And Brown, 979. Tommy Crass, star 16.
He's already there, sir.
01. Kirkham, 388. Michael Kelly, 522. Randy Smith, 310, 3310. And Matt Long, 02. Bring them in the ring, fellas. This is your feature winner.
That's Kelly, Mike Kelly in the 522, pulling into line. I think that is the 388 of Jordan Kirkham that just pulled into line. That one.
Thank you, Tommy. We appreciate that. Thank you all for freezing your asses off and doing this for all of us. Put in a lot of hard work and hours. Chris puts in a lot of hard work and a lot of hours and makes us look really good. But thank you. We appreciate the support.
Oh man, I cannot believe this. The Punisher car is out here.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Look at that. That car has been through a war. Kevin Gaffin, Punisher car, 921. You're having a good look at him right now. Went through a battle in the qualifying heat number 2. Able to, I mean, is it fair to say that he defied a lot of odds right there getting that car out here?
Oh, I had no shot. I didn't think they had a shot. That's a great team effort right there, man. That is very impressive.
Missing one car, and it's the gray one down there in the end next to Daryl Monroe at this point. It's the only car that I missed in the lineup. Let me give you an ID on him. Once again, take you through the Demo Derby Master starting lineup. Jake Harbison in the 2. The 13 is Aaron Scott. Mark Scott is in the 78. I believe it's the 388 of Jordan Kirkham that is pulled in down there. It might be both of the Engine Armor cars for that matter. Throwing a little oil in real quick.
Gaffin topping off the tranny.
Continue on, Jordan Stanley in the 502, and Lucas Coffey's in the 11C. The 16 is Tommy Crass, 354 Patrick Rankin. Daryl Monroe in the 18.5. The 18 is Chuck Roby. 979 is Nathan Brown. Little Doc, Craig Bowling's in the 22X. The 522 is Mike Kelly, and the 921 is Kevin Gaffin.
Yeah.
They're still up with us, they're watching us. I mean, it's this time right now. I have guys related to Blue Talk saying they're still up, still watching, enjoying it, loving it, and
We try to have fun, and you know what? When we screw up and make mistakes, we try to laugh at ourselves and have fun with you. Really, I mean, the way that we've always pushed this is we don't want to be here to entertain you as much as we want to be
bringing you
in
the show.
Computer. We want to be in the computer, sitting on the couch watching the Derby with you. You know, that's exactly what Monday's always been about on the podcast. That's why everybody thinks they know you and makes.
Jimmy Crafton saying a sleeper would be Nate Brown.
You know what? Not going to argue with that point. I think that Crash car is in real good shape. I mean, pretty much everybody we figured was going to be in the feature right now is. Even for Crash going out as early as he did in his heat, remember, he had problems. Tommy Crash, yeah.
I just want to say it was really cool that I can't get back to everybody. I probably won't get back to everybody, but I read your message. I got them. I appreciate it. I just can't. I don't know if there's a way to get back to all this.
I had an alert that Derby Inc. magazine has had 63 new likes tonight. So a lot of people heard about the magazine. There is a Derby Inc. magazine. It's a Demolition Derby dedicated magazine. You can get it on shop.smashedempire.com. You can find Reckless Abandoned gear there, DVDs, and all sorts of stuff related to the podcast as well. Shop.smashedempire.com. One of the few. I have one of every issue.
I have one of every issue.
You were in the first issue, and you didn't have to beg for that either. Lunatic.
Yeah, imagine that.
You said you had to. Yeah, you gave it to your mom, and she cut it up.
No, my old lady did.
Oh.
No, my mom, but then she ended up putting it in a poster, so it was okay.
Going out?
Huh?
Is this going out?
What?
Yeah, I can't hear Josh. Is it going out over there?
Oh, yes.
Oh, so I've been talking the whole time. No one heard me.
This was picking it up.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I just want everybody to know I did get their messages. Loved it. Appreciate everybody watching still at 2:00 in the morning. And
our viewer rate number, what's advertised, is going up again. So apparently people got the message that, hey, the feature's about to start and they're coming back.
Okay, remember,
cool.
if Daryl Monroe wins this, Pete's got to run Blizzard Bash. I'm pretty sure he said it on air.
Yes,
now,
he did.
It's a fact then. It's like a handshake. So I'm sure there's people pulling for him, and I'm sure there's people pulling for him not to win. But some good iron. What do we got out there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10,
We got
12,
14
14,
are
15.
identified, and I think the other one that's missing is Lloyd Kirkham. Down there on the far side. You see the gray nose and the black body down there at the far end of the track next to Daryl Monroe.
I'm going to scan through all the front bumpers, but again, we're looking for a guy that wins that I don't think is going to be someone with a bent that's bent early, you know?
78.
Leslie Chisholm.
Leslie Chisholm, there we go.
We actually just got a question about him.
What?
They said nobody's talking about him.
Yes, because he wasn't on the track yet. He is due out.
Yep. He's supposed to be out right now. I believe they're doing a quick
That is
check.
the 78 that we're just looking at right there, Josh. That's the Scott 78. That's Mark Scott. The 78 that's coming in right now that they're putting the flashlight under. That's Leslie Chisholm. And I think that's everybody. There's a good look at Leslie Chisholm as he's pulling into line. Josh, if you could do me a favor and go down to Daryl Monroe's car and look next to him and zoom in a little bit so that we can try and figure out if that is, in fact, the other engine armor car. We can identify that or not, and not really based off of that.
You can't tell by his helmet? Come on, Chris.
I think it is, but, I mean, not going off a helmet. I'm just going off of the fact that it looks almost identical to the car sitting next to it that's from the engine armor camp. I'm thinking it is, but he'll back off the line in a minute. We'll figure that out for everybody. Viewer numbers going up. Excitement level going up. Lights off in the concession stand. But they're all done. But we are ready to crown an Owenton Spring Nationals champion. John Peck, Top Dog Promotion, Owen County Fairgrounds, Owenton, Kentucky. Excited to be here, be part of the Spring Nationals, bringing you this free Crash Course live stream. You can catch a Crash Course every Monday night at FingerLakes1.tv, FingerLakes1.com, 6 o'clock Mondays. That's Eastern Time. We talk about all things Demolition Derby, from RC cars to full weld modifieds. We've had those guests, and they're the people that you want to hear from. Appreciate all the support that we've had through the course of tonight, pulling this thing off for you. Everybody at home, you're going to be able to watch this on demand tomorrow. If you want to see more of it, you want to watch it again, it's going to be available there for you on YouTube. Look it up anytime. Here we go. Ready to get this started. And in fact, all that build up, I was wrong. They have not moved anything in to block the gate at the end of the track. But I guess that's just how it goes sometimes, Josh. Let's close the gate and get this feature started. I'm telling you, that is Mountain Man.
Kick the tires and light the fires. Oh, that didn't sound good.
Nope.
Pretty sure somebody just tried to start a motor that was running.
You'll have that.
Yeah. It is, 2 o'clock in the morning, at 2:30 in the morning after all.
Getting some heat in the motors. We are just about ready to get going. Just like to say thanks to everybody for tuning in. The Crash Course Live, as soon as this is over with, we're probably going to be getting right out of here so we can start heading on our trip home. So thanks a lot to everybody that's helped make this possible. CyberRacing.com, Bulldog Motorsports, Reckless Abandon, Bash for Cash 2015. Of course, John Pack and Top Dog Promotions, DerbyParts.com, Reckless Abandon, Derby Inc. Magazine, and everybody that's been tuning in. Thanks a lot. Countdown happened. Green flag in the air. We're ready to go. Crown a winner of the Owenton Spring Nationals here. Pace a little muted as they back off the line. Everybody keeping pace pretty much in sequence. Lockstep coming off, hits the center of the track, and everybody turns around, bumpers backwards, noses to the outside wall. Anticipate the pace picking up. See some stuff get wrecked for $7,000.
4 o'clock. 4 o'clock.
That's right. That's right. Successfully used up all the bandwidth. 2 days.
Good thing you don't need that again till next month.
Yep. I'm going to need more bandwidth.
Oh, that's on the personal data list?
Say that one more time?
I said, is that your personal data list?
No, I bought this new specifically for this trip.
That's what I was thinking.
I told you I was having trouble with my phone?
Yeah. Well, my wife's asleep, so if that runs out, we'll use mine. Worst thing she'll do is yell at me. This is where I would honestly like the officials to stop it and go out and say, look, guys. And I remember, I'm the one that was advocating why they're driving slower, but I would really like to go out and say, look, guys, we get it, but let's put on a little bit more of a show.
But crash with a cannonading blow. Oh. Hear that motor sing. Japan and Korea.
What's that?
Japan and Korea, man.
Yeah. Hawaii, Canada, California,
North Carolina,
Washington, Pennsylvania.
Lucas Coffee got a hold of Leslie Chisholm, shoved him down into this right-hand corner, but didn't get quite good enough hold of him to send him up on the blocks. Leslie Chisholm now escaping.
Gaffin still using the back of that Ford. He they got the passenger side rear corner up, and he's still using it.
Team 406 is building their Mandan cars right now. Austin Moore, Eric Taddy, Caleb Torrance, and Ryan Eckerson all watching online right now. I'm trying to get to all your messages, guys. I'm doing the best I can. Sorry.
Nice.
Tim at Smash It, I am cold. Thank you for noticing.
That's great. I'm sure they're nice and warm in their car on the way home.
They're probably already home.
Yeah, good
Think about
chance. I think they said it was only a 2-hour ride.
Yeah. This is the longest I've ever wore headphones in my life.
I don't know if you're going to be able to walk when this is over. I don't know if you'll be able to get up and walk when this is over, Chris.
Counting on someone carrying me. All my eggs are in that basket.
Well, it's not going to be Decker. And if you're not throwing the rose petals for him to walk on, how's he going to get to the truck?
Got turned around a little bit there. Did the number 2 of Jake Herberson. It's 77 in the car where Tim is riding.
Oh,
Which is nearly 60 degrees warmer than what we're in right now.
I think they call that karma, buddy. Karma will get you.
Come on, guys. Let's crown a winner. Kevin Gaffin. And the 921 comes around. He's being told to pick up the pace now.
I've only seen one car with, and it's Gaffin's, with 9-wire use. But I guess most of them are folded up pretty well in the back where you really wouldn't have to use it.
Holding up just about perfect.
Red flag, red flag.
That's not good.
Red flag.
Somebody's going to get a talking to. Because we certainly know that it's not bumpers falling off on the track right now.
Uh-oh.
In Daryl Monroe's window, having a quick chat with the 18.5.
Maybe this is the talk that we mentioned earlier. I would like to see more than 2 cars get it, but...
Number 18 of Chuck Roby. The number 78, driven by Mark Scott. Monroe got a hold of Scott.
Chuck Roby really starting to turn up the pace after that quick talking to. Goes after the right front corner. Oh, the number 78 of Scott. Backing it up, trying to wrap out his next hit. It's Roby stayed right on Scott. Well, we had a brief moment where the pace picked up a little bit, but we've kind of settled back into a little bit more of a relaxed state. Everybody's still on the track. Nobody really showing any signs of wear, tear, or labor, other than the number 921 car, who was in significant duress going into the coming out of his qualifying second heat that was on the track earlier tonight.
Yeah, we really got to give Kevin Gaffin and his crew. I mean, they basically rebuilt a car and brought it out here for the feature. That's just incredible work by all those guys. That's really, just the dedication is incredible. Great work to those guys for getting them back out here and running in this feature.
Who's going to be the one that breaks away from the pack? Who's going to be the guy that decides to turn up the candles first?
That's tough. I mean, right now, every one of these guys thinks they're going to win $7,000.
Absolutely.
Right now, and maybe it'll be somebody that
shouldn't be out there if you think you're going to win $7,000.
You know, maybe it's going to be somebody that pops a radiator and says, "Man, you know, even though I have a great motor, I don't have much time left. I'm going to take somebody with me." Again, you've made it this far. You don't want to make the mistake that cost you $7,000 or the big trophy. So I'm sure there's one of those too.
It's up in the announcer's shack.
Cool.
Lucas Coffey just took a shot in the left front corner from the 388, one of the engine armor cars, the Jordan Burton car up in Indiana. We might have our answer. Engine Armor, Team Engine Armor looking to turn it up right now. Lloyd Kirkham and Jordan Kirkham trying to push the pace a little bit. Patent, right? In the back end, put a shot on one of the Engine Armor entries. Left front wheel broken off the number 22 of
Upper ball joint.
Bowling. Bowling in trouble. Left front wheel has been taken off of the number 22.
He's trying to get that to pop back up like the Fords are known to do. There we go.
That's a problem for him.
Yeah. That could be the beginning of the end right there for him. We have our first car out, the 22.
Greg Bowling broke the stick off. He's all through. And he's out of the car already. Kevin Gaffin getting some room to work. Oh, I thought he was going to go for it, too.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a nasty shot.
Oh, he found the shot that he was looking for. He wanted to find the 502. 502, the recipient of that shot, Jordan Stanley. Scott number 13 hasn't been very busy over there on the top side of the track. I'm not sure if he's got some steering problems. Left front's looking a little wobbly in the wheel well at this point.
Daryl Monroe still looking tough.
Tommy Trask, hard shot on the back end of, I think it was the number 78 Scott car. Mark Scott, the number 78. Leslie Chisholm in the 78.
Daryl Monroe with a big shot.
Mike Kelly, 522, driving out of the frame, followed by the Harbison car.
Man, look at Daryl Monroe inverted the bumper on the front of the 78. Nice shot by Gaffin. Very nice shot on the number. Is that the 50, Chris?
522.
522.
Mike Kelly just took a hard shot in the nose.
Gaffin appears to be having maybe some shifter issues or something inside the car.
I'm not sure what's going on in Gaffin's car. It seems to be popping out of gear.
Wow! The Scott car just lined up Daryl Monroe for a shot and missed and hit a Jersey barrier at a high rate of speed. And now Daryl Monroe is on the right front fender, peeling it back.
The number 13 Scott car. That is Aaron Scott in that car. He's trying to get the 78 a little bit of room to breathe, but now the 18 of Chuck Roby is over there working along with the number 18.
Oh, man.
Hard shot, putting the rear end way up in the air of that number 78. Giving him a little bit of a hand. Sheer panic. And that computer screen went black as it went to sleep for a moment. Total panic.
We were jealous of the computer screen.
Gosh, tighten that up a little bit. Pull that in a little tighter. Zoom in some. There you go. That's good. Way up in the air. The 78 of Scott almost on the roof of the harvesting car. That gave Monroe a chance to come a long way across the track and tag him right in the nose. Now Scott shoving Monroe backwards across the track. Up to the southeast corner. Here comes the 979 of Nathan Brown. Usually play the role of spoiler through the course of this feature. Certainly was impressive in his qualifying heat earlier tonight. The car looked like it was in pretty good shape. Good shot, goes right into the quarter panel of Aaron Scott, number 13.
Right over the rear tire.
Right front corner showing some damage on the number 13 of Aaron Scott.
I believe we only had one car out so far, Chris?
One car, yep. And we're looking real aggressive. Piles the number 13, that is Aaron Scott. Trying to pin him up against the number 22. We can get him stuck so we can unload on him.
Daryl's definitely picking and choosing.
Yep.
And he chose that one well. Looked to me like it was time to start shipping people.
Yep. Monroe just went after number 78. Here comes the 979. Shot out of the cannon. Met in the middle, line of 354. That's great. Freight train of cars coming across the track. We got one of the engine armor cars, Monroe, and then both of the Scotts, nose to tail. Monroe's just sitting there with his arm on the window, not even stressing it.
Sunday drive.
That works on multiple levels, given that it is now officially Sunday. Red flagging it, presumably for the tire that's out there in the middle of the track.
Oh, who lost the tire, Chris?
I didn't catch who lost it, but it's right by the Roby number 18. I don't know if it's a tire or if it's a whole wheel.
Fourth job. Make sure when we get down to the 6th car, you can let me know.
That's the one, and it is a whole wheel.
We need another 6.
Man, we got a car down here smoking heavily. He could be the one. Maybe he'll say, you know what? I'm steaming. Let's turn it up and start rocking stuff.
That is the, I think that's the number 78 Scott machine.
Yes, you are. You're correct again, Chris. He and the other Scott car and Daryl Monroe have had quite the battle going on.
Been an entertaining trio to watch.
Roby's slipped in once or twice and landed some nice shots also.
Oh.
Got to fix the end of the wall down here. It's
So we'll be back with you in 25 minutes.
Oh, excuse me. I yawned on air. I apologize.
I've done that a million times today, just so you know.
Yeah, I know. I didn't try
Don't
to hide
feel
it,
bad
though.
about it.
Well, the camera's not on us, but unfortunately the sound is there. I apologize to anybody that's still watching. I was just told by Josh Decker I can't yawn like that. He's going to be the first one to sleep in the truck before we even leave the grounds.
Green flag ready to be put back out on the track. And we're back underway. Look at what's left of Scott's cars. Daryl Monroe finds the back end of it one more time.
Josh, give me a thumbs up. But if you got down to that point in the show and you saw your motor smoking like that, would you just hold it on the ground and take somebody out? That's what I'm talking about, buddy.
And Monroe one more time on the Scott number 78. Continuing up that pace.
Ooh, thick black smoke. Thick black smoke.
Might be it for the number 78. And I think that was Leslie Chisholm might be stuck together.
Yeah, I think you're right. Man, nice shot by Daryl Monroe.
On the other Scott machine. Daryl Monroe tagged him hard in the left front corner.
Lean that tire right over.
It's laid right over now. Here comes Roby. Spinning him in a loop. Leslie Chisholm comes to his rescue and occupies Roby momentarily as Scott navigates away, only to find a waiting Tommy Crash to go after his nose. Monroe, good shot on the left rear corner of the Harbison number 2. And Chisholm follows suit, putting a shot on the left front corner of that same entry. Nose starting to go away on the Monroe car.
I don't know. It may be just starting. Josh and I were talking before, and the way it had been built, it kind of looked like it was already up. So if it is, I think it's just starting. Obviously, there's a ton left. That motor it hasn't produced a lick of steam. I got to say, Daryl's probably the odds-on favorite right now.
Tommy Trask coming across the track. Good lick on the number 2 of Harbison by
Nice
Tommy
shot.
Trask. Tell you what, I do like the look of these Vics when they don't bend up, how the back ends when they roll perfect and the noses get all short and back. Right back to the water pump.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool look. And you don't see that as much with the cars that have the longer kickers, or even the cars, by some rules where they allowed the 14 inches of plate. But with this rule here, you definitely, they start bending ahead of the arms. They look like a derby car when it's done. You know what I mean? The stuff looks junk. So, but yet they can still compete and still maneuver. So.
Rolling on towards 3 a.m.
Yeah, good to hear.
Green flag still out?
Green flag is still out. Chris, they removed the tire, but there isn't any cars that are moving like they lost the tire.
Yeah, I don't know where it came from. Somebody must have unearthed it.
Oh, Gaffin appears to be producing a lot of smoke. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. The 11 car is the one that lost the tire. Right front tire gone. Lucas Coffey.
Right front tire.
There you go.
Good look right in the cockpit of the number 502. Jordan Stanley. Hard back-to-back shot coming from the Punisher.
I think maybe he's decided it's time to start hitting. Time to start junking stuff. That was a nice shot he just laid in right there. I wonder if he's having tranny problems, because it looks like the smoke is coming right from the midsection of the car. We saw him put some tranny fluid in ahead of time. I wonder if maybe he's having some tranny issues. Gaffin is setting still. I believe, yep. Ken Gaffin is out. Broke his flag. If I had to guess, I would think probably tranny issues.
Ben's pick is out. Kevin Gaffin.
But again, all the credit to him and his crew. I mean, they without a doubt had the most work to get back into his feature.
Oh, hands down. He had a long way to go just to get that car back on the track.
Very, very impressive by he and his
502's
crew.
in trouble. 502 Jordan Stanley was just against the wall. He looked like he might be getting put up on the block.
Oh, man.
What a shot that was. Number 13 of Scott just took a heck of a blow. And Lucas
another one.
in some trouble as well. Daryl Monroe going to town on the front of number 13 of Scott. He's going to get it again, too. Could be some steering problems. But, oh, right. His left front got laid over. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So he's definitely...
That thing is... Oh, man. The hood's TP'd.
Monroe gets a hold of him again.
If if it wasn't, if Daryl's front end wasn't moving before, I think it is now.
Yeah, I concur. A lot of smoke coming out from under the hood of the number 11 Lucas Coffee. The number 13, that is Aaron Scott. Thoroughly occupied right now with Daryl Monroe Jr. in the 18.5.
I mean, we have to give Scott 13 some credit too. I mean, that car has taken just a wicked pounding.
Absolutely.
Both front tires laid over, hood TP'd, and he is still going. It isn't steaming. I'm assuming maybe he lost all the water already, and that's why there's no steam. But
he didn't have to run water.
Yeah, water is optional. Just great showing though. I mean, he's definitely.
How is the nose on the 18 right there staying together so well? Roby's car is doing a great job with it. He's doing some serious hitting.
Just, we talked about it. I mean, I really believe, and as we've talked to guys, there's an art to the use of the down tubes, and I mean, you get them put the right spot, and I think it's key. And obviously, some of these guys have been doing this a long time, been running these rules a long time. Got it figured out, man. Wow, that was pretty nasty sounding motor.
Getting busy over here on the east end of the track, the southeast end of the track. Engine number guys have been introduced to the number 502 of Jordan Stanley. He's taking on Aaron and Mark Scott together. Now, Stanley again on that right rear corner of one of those engine armor cars. I think that is the 88 of Lloyd Kirk qualifying out of heat number 2. Leslie Chisholm, I thought he was going to go T-bone somebody, man. He was coming around that corner, shot out of a cannon. Supposed to lift out of it.
It was a nice shot handed out by the 510. Now steaming heavily, though. Must have broke the radiator with that shot. Believe it's also stalled. Probably got the ignition system wet.
502, that's the Stanley car. Jordan Stanley. Shoved around a little bit now. Sparkside Harbison. Number 2, green number 2 in the middle of the track. Is throwing all sorts of sparks from under the hood. Up in front. Now steam beginning to pour from the front of that number
2. Pork chop, I believe, was telling the 510 that he's done.
502, all finished.
Oh, could be wrong. I could be wrong. I may have misspoke.
Driver's door shot issues.
Pace has picked up nicely. I mean, there's a lot of hard hitting going on.
A lot of junk. Stuff is getting ruined. Look at the back end of the 11C folded right over.
I think this could turn into one of those shows where there's a block or two cracked or broke or ruined.
Yes. Definitely see that happening.
Damn, look at this 13, still going. Just very impressive. Both front wheels are laid over, hood's been TP'd. He's still going. Just great build, great drive. and we spoke about him driving harder, and it slows down.
Monroe just turned on the number. Couldn't catch it.
9.
Monroe just turned around.
5-7.
257.
257.
Had a shot at putting him out of the park. 357 was able to bail out of it enough to not get in trouble.
Oh, that's not good.
Many. When he had Monroe parking on the regular corner, Monroe's coming back for another one.
Like Josh said, though, you start getting the Fords up in the air like that, and it's tough on the front suspension and steering. And of course, we're over here talking about it. And he's driving, so.
Is that it for the 502? Is he all done? Roby just took a bad shot on the regular corner. Harbison is now smoking heavily in the number 2. Smoke coming from under the hood of the Roby number 18.
Oh, man, what a shot.
Great shot. That might be it for the number 2. He's all done. I think he waved him off
Man,
right
that took a toll on Daryl's car, though. That really sent the front bumper skyward.
Yes. Daryl's car doing it back at it again on a 354. I lost track of Lucas Coffey. There he is up on the top of the track.
He's the one without the tire, right?
Yeah, that's right.
$354. The engine armor cars are both looking stout still. Front ends are still fairly strong. I guess they're bending some.
It's Lloyd Kirkham and Jordan Kirkham in the 88 and the 388 respectively. Front ends are holding together pretty well on those.
One engine armor car just lost the tire off his left rear rim. See how
the 88 of Lloyd Kirkham right there. Got to look at him. And that rim is garbage too.
Yes, it is. I believe
502 as well. 502 nose in next to the number 2.
I believe the 11C of coffee is going to be done here pretty quick. If he's not on the done. Flags down.
2 in the 502, they still have their sticks up, but they're going to be out momentarily. Oh, as you can see, the 502 is doing it.
Nice shot right here in front of us.
Right from the corner.
And another nice shot from the 354.
354, great. And lined up, telegraphed this time to Reagan.
Daryl Monroe back pounding on the 13. Yeah, oh yeah. Lost the transmission.
Tranny gone in the 502. That'll end his night.
Oh, the steering in the Under Armour car. Or I'm sorry, engine armor. I'm sorry, misspoke. Man, that's a new development.
Choosing not to hit that car in lieu of hitting somebody else. The other engine armor car, no less.
It's just so impressive how these guys can maneuver without steering.
Driving.
Just one of the many.
It's driving by braille. I mean, there's no reason that they should be mobile as they are. And they have no real idea where they're going to be going. But they find a way to maneuver it and take shots.
I know
things up enough to where they can get the car at least pointed in the direction that they need it to be.
They sell a floor-mounted brake system where you have 2 pedals so you control each front tire. So I mean that will help you. That's kind of the idea behind that. But still, I mean to be talented enough to run the brake and the brake you want to turn with and the gas pedal and all that stuff, just amazing.
Turn with the clutch when you have a 3-speed.
Yeah. Yeah, toe, heel, toe.
Over 150 people still hanging out with us tonight, being treated to a great feature here at the Owenton Spring Nationals, presented by Top Dog Derby, Demolition Derbies, and John Peck. Marathon Day.
Bash and Crash supplying the event t-shirts. Done a great job by them. Man, look at that 13. You want to talk about a car that has been used up. Holy cow.
Nothing left. 18 right there, there's 13. Nothing good happening there.
Still running, still moving around. But man, is that thing taking some abuse? I mean, the motor's running great. There's no steam, no smoke. What's that? Is that what it was? That's what I was thinking. I mentioned earlier you probably lost the water a while ago, and that's why I did steam. But man, it's running like it's perfect. Sounds like somebody else is having transmission problems. I hear a lot of RPMs and not a lot of movement.
534. The 354 Patrick Rankin having problems. The tires aren't turning.
No, he's got a tire burning. That's what the smoke is.
Okay.
Just not moving very well though. I think the issue is he's got the tire spinning or the rim spinning inside the tire. Set of bead locks, help that right out.
Broke loose from the bead.
That's what I like to hear, right there.
Ugly Chisholm just got driven a little bit by the 88. Excuse me, by the 388. Jordan Kirkham. And that's it. Stick broken off of that 354 car. Patrick Rankin all done.
Oh man, what a shot by the 18 on the 78. Wow.
Lots of sparks coming from under the hood of the 13, which I suppose is to be expected given the amount of abuse that car has taken. Significantly narrowed in the back width of it.
Actually, I think that might have been off Daryl. I think Daryl's bead lock was rubbing against and causing those sparks. I think.
Monroe pretty committed to using the back end still. The back of the 18 is just gone. 18, that is the Patrick, excuse me, the Chuck Roby car. How's that number 13? It's crazy.
It's so impressive. Uh-oh. Red flag, red flag. Red flag. Josh, Daryl Monroe's car is idling like it's sitting in the garage and it's been worked on. I mean, there's just amazing. I mean, he's been running hard. Listen to that thing. Ours run that good in the shop. My phone died.
Yeah, my phone's about to die, and it is 20 after 3. It is. Nope.
Yeah. Ben giving us his prediction for the rest of the feature.
I love the sounds of that, Ben. It's entertaining stuff. It's good stuff. I tell you what, if there was any business that wants loyal fans, they need to look at Demolition Derby fans.
Amazing.
We still have 150 people with us. And look at the stands. There's still people here.
Oh yeah, there's still a lot of people here. Yeah, I mean somebody's
still $7,000, $12,000 in purse money.
Yeah.
To be paid out.
These outside companies are missing out, man. This is where you need to be advertising. Is people like this. Just incredible. Derby fans are the hardiest fans in the world.
They're loyal. I'll give them that. Either that or they're crazy.
What are we down to, Chris? 7? 6?
It feels like 30, right? it's like 7, I think. Maybe 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think 9. .388 laboring in the top side of the track. You can see him. That is Jordan Kirkham trying to make his way back into the pack. Not having a whole lot of luck. Across the board. He is under flight. Oh, that's generally a bad thing when you have that much of a rooster tail going backwards. Josh, they always frown on running over your own rooster tail. I said, Josh, they frown on running over your own rooster tail. Yeah, steering definitely gone away on that car as he backs out of the frame.
I think Daryl Monroe may have broken his radiator, which means he's Daryl Monroe, I believe. Oh, maybe not. I thought I saw. Yeah, there's a little bit of steam, which means he's got about 40 minutes to get this feature over.
So if Daryl Monroe is starting to steam right now, it means that he can effectively run until 5:30 a.m.
Oh.
Which is good because we're almost there.
The longer we go, the less time before the sun's up. Always easier to stay awake when the sun's up.
Looks like we lost Leslie Chisholm over there on the top of the track. The 76 holding still.
Yeah.
That Scott number 13, Aaron Scott in the 13 has been doing such a good job at nursing that thing along.
It's getting close to the end, I think.
Relative term.
Yeah, you're right. It was. I always remember back in the day when I first started running against Harold Benjamin. He said, "You know what?" He said, "Once you see that first little bit of steam coming, he said you better get it over real quick. You only got about 5, maybe 10 minutes left." I don't think Harold seen what was coming in the future, but it worked for him about, I don't know, 200 times. So, but he told me that when we were just starting out.
100 years ago.
Yep.
Look at the back of the 18. We haven't talked about him in the last little while. Chuck Roby. Back of that thing is opened way up. Trunk diving into the dirt. Bumper going in just about straight.
With a cool monkey on the roof.
Yep.
One thing I don't think I can get used to is, as a driver, as a matter of fact, I know I couldn't, is how willing guys are to leave their driver's door. They'd rather get hit in the driver's door than get hit in the tire. Just, it's crazy. That's one of those things I'm not a big fan of getting hit in the driver's door. But I mean, there's guys that'll leave it right out there and put it where you're heading, and just not a fan of that. Even with a great cage, Thank you, Josh Decker. Oh, boy. Is that the 522? He's starting to get a little bit of steam working. So what do we got? So, Chris, do you think this will be over in time to do our show Monday night?
Nope.
Oh. I cannot even believe that 13 is able to steer. That is amazing.
That's incredible. I mean, there's a lot of things that are incredible about today. That's a pretty unique run right there. So, still 7 cars to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 8 cars. Sorry, 8 cars to go.
I think they might be pulling them out of the pits. I think they might be pulling them out of the pits as they get them fixed. Whoa, that was close. That was almost putting himself on his lid.
It was generally bad right there. Don't want to make a habit of that. Gary Monroe getting up on the hood of the Aaron Scott, number 13. Aaron Scott, impressive run tonight. Not doing anything in terms of catastrophic blows or damage, but man, that car
Surviving.
is a beating. He is surviving. He said it best right there.
He's the Rocky Balboa of this. Going the distance.
Looks like we might have one of the engine armor cars.
Oh, yeah.
He dug himself a hole, but he got out of it.
Right front tire's down, though. I don't know if it's the tire's down or if it's broke off, but... Oh!
Now follow him in. Uh-oh, hang on to it, Daryl. Time to back out. Time to back out, Daryl Monroe.
Wow.
Look at the door on that 13 car. Looks like paper strewn over the door bar.
He just performed a perfectly executed K-turn. Left front tire effectively broke off the 13 car.
Yep.
Still moving.
Every time he puts it in reverse, that tire pops right back up. You want to know something cool about the 100 people that are watching? 125 people that are watching?
What's that?
It's not one person watching. Everybody's had parties again.
Yeah, absolutely.
People watching the same show.
Absolutely.
We're watching the same stream, watching the same house. '13 is unbelievable.
But the question is, when does he go on the clock for not being able to make aggressive hits?
You got to be, just reset his clock there. I mean, in situations like these, it's almost as if you need to go to a 30-second shot clock or something.
Sounds like I believe it's under. Jesus, why do I say that? The engine armor 83. That's starting to get that hot engine pinging sound going. Yeah, almost like a death rattle. And the other engine armor car, the right front tire is locked up. Both those cars are.
Certainly a compliment to the builders in this region, how they've still got these things out there lumbering around, surviving, moving towards
$7,000.
Good shot right there.
Yeah, that was a hard hit.
979. Nathan Brown, a lot of guys were calling him as a dark horse. Still looking real good right now. Number 88 might be stopped.
I believe one on engine armor car is not running.
It's an 88. 388 still going. Still out there. 13 of Aaron Scott, amazingly still running and moving. The Kelly 522 and Daryl Monroe also still out there in the mix.
Do you still feel pretty secure in your pick, Chris?
Yeah.
Me too.
Pick that I made 2 weeks ago.
Yes, you did. Chris, I think the other 18 has no steering. The way he's trying to maneuver, yeah. The Roby 18. I don't think he's got any steering. He can go back and forth, but he's not able to turn. Man, Roby's had a great drive also. A lot of good hitting, a lot of aggressiveness.
Heading over to
16.
The coldest time of night is right around 2 a.m. Starts warming up after that, so we can start stepping on that pedal anytime.
Yeah, I thought it was always coldest right before dawn.
At like 4 a.m. Because dawn's not far from here.
Within walking distance? Is it a safe bet to say it's within walking distance?
Yeah, it's like, it's a stroll. It's nothing. Nothing that gets it done right now.
The 13 also appears to be stuck.
He's hung up on himself because his car's just about inverted.
Yeah. The other engine armor car, looks like he's having some steering issues also. I think we're down to a 4-car heat now, Chris.
We're at
Primarily.
5 now. We're at 5.
No, there's 6 running, but there's 4 that can still turn and maneuver.
All right, I see what you're saying. So stay away from them.
Yeah, exactly. You got to stay away from those guys, and stay away from those guys.
Nose is looking ugly on Monroe's car. 18 and a half.
That's what they're designed for, though.
Yeah, that's right.
When Henry Ford's great grandson sat down and designed that car, he said, "You know what? Someday they're going to smash this, and it's going to work good, just like this."
It's going to look awesome as a hatchback.
Oh man!
Gerald Monroe just rung his own bell. Oh, that looked like a turd.
Oh.
Still got 6 in the mix.
2 are effectively, I would say, out. You can get them tucked in a corner where they can't get the run back and forth to try to hit somebody else. Again, it's always easier to be armchair quarterback, but there we go. Aggressive hit by the 18 there. Oh!
Man.
Nice.
Let's go. More of that.
Yeah, more of that. Give that another shot. Then everybody gets out of his way.
Dead.
Yeah.
My back is straight hurting from shivering.
Engine armor car definitely shown as being the worst for wear. Heavy smoke from the engine compartment.
I forgot what time it started.
A long time ago.
Yes.
A galaxy far, far away.
Yeah.
So do you think Pete's cheering for Daryl, or do you think Pete's not cheering for Daryl?
I don't know. I think that's a double-edged sword right there.
That was a nice shot.
Apparently some of this stuff wasn't meant to run for 12 hours straight.
Electric goes well with cold and dampness.
Coming up on 10 hours, dude. I mean,
yeah, I know. A couple hours ago, I was reminded that we've been on air for 8 hours.
Yes. We went live at 6:30 p.m. a month ago.
Eastern Standard Time.
I still can't believe there's 130 people watching right now. That just blows my mind. Everybody's staying with us. I appreciate it immensely. It's great for the sport to have fans that are that loyal. It's awesome.
Ben's wrong.
Yeah.
Right front tire locked up on the engine armor car. We've touched on that a couple times. And he's certainly having some trouble maneuvering. But we're still at 6. Nobody's getting impatient on it. They just keep plugging away.
The one downside I do see to this, what can they run for engine? Can they run like the big pulley protector on these or no?
Not for sure. I didn't look at that part when we were over there looking at Craig Bowling's car.
It would just, the only thing that would make me nervous about this kind of build, because I don't see any pulley protectors. What would make me nervous is when you get down to the end and you start hitting with your water pump pulley and then your harmonic balancer and then your crank pulley. That doesn't always bode well for engines and internals and stuff like that.
Right.
But I guess it's all part of the game, so.
Indeed so.
Ooh.
Man, so close to being a driver's door shot. That was crazy. That was a good shot.
Yeah, nice shot by the 16.
Real good shot.
Another good shot. Man, motor's still running strong. Car's still going strong. Listen to that.
I'm afraid this will be one of the rare instances where there is no derby talk on the ride home.
I don't know. We're going to have to talk about a lot to stay awake, so. Whoa. Nice shot by the 18.
Yes, I agree.
522 is the dry shaft was hitting something because there were sparks coming from somewhere about in the middle of that car.
Mike Kelly in the 522. Daryl Monroe in the 18.5. Josh, if you could swing that camera over so that everybody can see, buddy. Josh. Hey. They're all off camera.
Is the Under Armour car stalled?
What's that?
Engine armor. Jeez, I apologize. engine armor car appears to have stalled. Oh, back running again.
18's been around a long time for having no steering.
Yeah.
The engine armor car, that's the 388. Driven by Jordan Kirkham. And limping that thing around, staying on life support, but he's still making hits.
Now the way that wheel's bent, he's kind of stuck in a permanent right turn. Nice shot by the 16.
Very good shot.
On the right front tire, which is already disabled, of the engine armor car. For the 8th time, we're saying this could be the end of the engine armor car. And he steers it back into the middle. Incredible. Incredible job of driving that car.
Getting what he's got left to work.
Oh, man. Oh, what a shot.
Tommy Krass trying to end that.
Oh, yeah. He inflicted some damage on himself. A lot of sparks coming from the bottom of that car. Dry shaft, definitely rubber. Engine armor car still going.
Still doing donuts.
Wow, look at the fender, front fender on the 522. The front fender is about in the middle of the engine compartment. 522 coming. Motor starting to show some steam. Whoa, driver's door shot.
Krass backing up a long way.
Nice shot on the 18.
A really good shot right there.
Wow, look at the front end of that Under Armour. Engine armor, for the love of Pete.
Under Armour. Back end of the 18 is in no better shape. Chuck Roby's car. Tommy Krass gets sounding awful strong right now. Turning it up.
Wow.
Now just leave the 388 alone. Leave him be. Not going to do anything. With both front tires or front wheels damaged like that, there's not a lot left that he can do.
No. Wonder if the 522's having steering problems. What's that?
No, I lost track of him for a minute there, but I found him. Lost track of the 522 car. It's Mike Kelly in the 522.
I hear some popping coming from stacks. It's definitely motors are definitely getting stretched to their limits tonight. Oh, I guess the steering's working well. The 18, I believe, is on the clock.
Roby might be out. They're flashing him. I think he's all done. Tommy Kraft with a hard blow to the right front corner of the remaining engine on the car, the 388, driven by Jordan Kirkham.
Chris, I think Daryl Monroe might have steering issues.
Could be. I thought they flagged the 18 out. I was sure of it.
Yeah, I believe Daryl
Monroe's got some major front end problems going on over there, and that's not all. Hung up on something, can't get over the hump, and he's not going to get any help getting freed either.
No, not a chance. It almost looks like where the crush box area of the car is sitting on the track.
Yeah, like something's broke and dug in.
Yeah, I don't know
if the front wheel's off it.
Yeah,
got stuff back there.
That could be.
The left front wheel's not healthy. What we can see from this vantage point. Man without a country right now. Clock is ticking. Also keeping an eye on the 388 of Jordan Kirkham. He's in some trouble. He got it to refire, but he hasn't been able to hit anything.
Shot. Hook shot. Yeah. Yeah. Hop it. Red flag, John. Red flag. Making burger. Hold on, driver.
A red flag on the track.
We may be down to 3.
For something.
I believe we're down to 3, Chris. I believe the 368 was just had his flag broke, and I believe Daryl is done. I think it's a 9. I can't tell. There's one that's the motor's running really rough.
522. The 18. Tommy Krask. And the 979. We should have 4, right? Yep, we have 4. So we have remaining the 18 of 16 of Tommy Krask, 979 of Nathan Brown, the 18, which I can't even find on the page anymore, Chuck Roby, and Mike Kelly in the 522.
I don't know if it's the 16 or the 18, but one of them is really, the motor's laboring bad.
The 18 over there sounds like he's in
no,
some
no, I think it's a 16. I think it's a 16.
Tommy Krask is in trouble? Tommy's up on the top of the track with his back facing the grandstand.
Yeah. I think it's his more. Yeah, just stalled.
He's not even running. It's spinning, but nothing's happening. Want to zoom in on that so we can see it a little better? There we go. We still have over 100 people watching. We still have over 100 people watching. 125 people still watching. Team's about done.
Yes, he is. He was the other motor we heard that was running really labored.
And he has not a lot going on in terms of steering.
No.
And he's waiting for the 522 to hit him, and then he's going to get the 522. Good decision by Brown. Nate Brown is looking, he is in the catbird seat right now.
That 18, though, we've got a hats off to him. I mean, he's ran, I couldn't tell you the time, but he's run a long time with no steering. You know, he driving hard early in the show. Just great effort. That wasn't what I was hoping for.
Nope.
That's what I was hoping for. There you go. Uh-oh. A lot of smoke pouring out of that engine compartment now. Lot of... Man, that looks...
Well, it must have healed itself and quit.
Yep, burned out the... evaporated the last little bit of liquid, and we're good. Look at this.
Unreal.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
But I think he stalled. I think Roby stalled.
Roby was on pace to pick up third. If things sustained, looking really good for Nathan Brown right now in the number 979. Mike Kelly.
I believe Roby's
goose is cooked right
landed his last shot. Swing and a miss. Got him that time.
Did get him that time. Kelly doing a great job at that 522.
Chris, I think the other car stalled. I see black smoke coming out of the stacks. This could be it.
Kelly's in some serious trouble right here. The 979 is probably going to come away with a win right here.
And has no steering. He was just...
He hasn't had steering for a while. Trying to be so careful and not let him get away. And I don't know if the 522 realizes that he doesn't have steering. This has been outstanding. I think Kelly's equipment's going away on him. Kelly just frustratedly slapped the dash. Oh, he's waving him backwards, telling him to back up off. Give him a little bit of room to work with. $7 grand on the line, you're not going to get anybody to back up. I'll tell you that right now. We've come this far.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's what he's got to do. I mean, with no steering, you can't afford to let him get out.
You can't give him a margin.
You got to keep him boxed straight in there.
Yep. And he's got the right idea because the 522 is running those small tires in the back.
Yeah. The tire that's standing straight up and down out there, is that off the 522?
It's a fair assessment. Might be. Let him get out. But Kelly's just got to stay away from him now.
Yep, absolutely. Make one hit and get away from him.
Go make a hit and just stay away. Or, I mean, granted, you could definitely finish it big and try to make some cannonading shots, but at this point, it's 60 seconds away. Make one hit and stay away. Unless all that nose-to-nose nonsense screwed up the steering on the 522 car, which it looks like it might have.
No, he's still got steering.
No, he's doing okay.
There you go. Now get away from him.
Now stay right away.
There you go. I don't think he realizes he has no steering.
Mike Kelly flirting with a win right here. Nathan Brown laboring. Steam coming out from the hood, underneath the hood. Steering problems. And again. I'm sorry, we just navigated away. Sorry. Whoa! Airborne. Sorry, guys.
Now get away from him. Leave him alone.
Telling the 522 of Kelly to back off. Kelly's obviously been the aggressor for the last couple minutes here. He's been on the attack for the last minute and a half, 2 minutes.
There you go.
Nathan Brown staying right on the back deck lid of the number 522 of Kelly. They separate a little bit now. Kelly opts to go backwards into him again one more time. See the steam pouring out from under the hood of the 979 of Brown. Kelly backing it up, trying to get some room to work. Now he ends up getting shoved across the track by
Now neither one has steering.
Now what are we going to do? Who made last contact?
522.
522 did?
It's my humble opinion. Nope.
That would be 979 has now made final contact. And now they've gotten separated, still trying to carry out to the finish, determine who's going to be the champion of the Owenton Spring Nationals. They've got a red flag situation now. Brian, what they're going to do is they're going to bring an excavator in and clear out the dead car so that they can run this down to the finish. Think so?
No, I believe the 9, is it 974?
979.
979, I believe, won it. Last aggressive hit. And Chris.
We should probably make sure that this is officially, yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's officially.
979, that is the official end. What was that, Ben? Yeah.
Dieselin. Well, Chris, what do you think?
I think it is time to start packing things up. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate greatly you folks coming and spending your evening with us, and then your night with us, and then most of your morning with us. We're going to do it again sometime, but in the meantime, we're going to get headed on home. That's going to do it for this edition of the Crash Course Live. Great time out here with John Peck and Top Dog Promotions, the Owenton Spring Nationals. Congratulations to Mike Kelly and runner-up Nathan Brown. We'll see you guys again Monday for a full recap of everything that we just saw here at the Owenton Spring Nationals.
The Crash Course Podcast is brought to you in part by DerbyParts.com, the 2015 Bash for Cash and Smash It Demolition Derby, Bull Lockwood Motorsports, and the 2015 Keystone National, Scioppa Racing and Scioppa Racing Demo Derby Master, Reckless Abandon Derby Apparel at RecklessAbandonGear.com, and Derby Inc. Magazine. Live it, breathe it, be it, Derby Inc. This is the Crash Course Demolition Derby Podcast, coming to you live from the Owenton Spring Nationals in Owenton, Kentucky.